criminal. Erosion of my sanity, like a poison I can't see. I'm slipping in and out of my own dark reality. I'm sick of sifting through your lies, they're slowly killing me. Distorting everything I know and everything I say. If time heals wounds, then why am I still bleeding? Dying to survive. I try to bury the past, but it's eating me alive. It's haunting me, I see it every time I close my eyes. I can't keep all these memories from fucking up my mind. I'm sick of sifting through your lies, they're slowly killing me. Distorting everything I know and everything I say. If time heals wounds, then why am I still bleeding? Dying to survive. I try to bury the past, but it's eating me alive. Time heals wounds, then why am I still bleeding? Dying to survive. Dying to survive. If time heals wounds, then why am I still bleeding? Dying to survive. I try to bury the past, but it's eating me alive. Whispered sighs sow the seeds of resentment. I'll try to save this night. You seem surprised I try so hard to ease the tension. I just don't wanna fight anymore. And every conversation chips away at me. It shouldn't be this hard. Vaccines are coming undone. Two dreams cannot become one. I think that I've had enough. 4 years was better than none, but we lost all hope to see if this could change. I can't be a source of constant validation. I could never satisfy. This constant back and forth is taxing on my patience.
Just gonna let it finish out. Hell yeah, baby. That's how you get a freaking show started, okay? That's what I'm talking about. I love me some, just the drums beating, the screaming. Oh, just gets you excited. And guess what? Today is the day, boys. Today is the day. Okay? Today is the day, boys. We are starting a panel today. Now, it's Dog Panel Sunday. It might change next week to Dog Panel Saturday. But we're going to try to do something, somehow, some way to get everybody in here together and freaking talk about what the heck it is that's going on. Okay? So, anyways, without further ado, we are going to get into it. We do not have anybody in the Discord. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to join. All I ask is that you abide by TOS. Okay? Please do not say anything that's too out of the line and all that. So the panel will be up. There's a Discord link. All you have to do is hit !Discord, so on and so forth. Frames, what's going on? Bro, I'm attracting everybody, okay? Look, yesterday, Frames, we had Dylan Burns in here, okay? Listen, this is what happens when you're an OG, okay? Most people don't know you're an OG until you see all these people flocking to you because you're an OG, baby, okay? That's what I'm talking about. But, Frames, how are you doing? Hope you've been good. Miss April Dawn, hope you're doing good. I hope everybody's having an awesome breakfast, awesome lunch if you're on the East Coast. But anyways, yeah, so the whole Waltz is American Hero. Look, guys, it's ramping up. The rhetoric is ramping up. It is pretty brutal, I will say that. It is pretty crazy to see all the things that are going on with Waltz. I believe Don Jr. has come out with some interesting footage. One of the things I know is that he came out with a footage here. I'll try to play it a little bit while we're waiting for people to kind of flood in here a little bit and, you know, join in and stuff. So let me see here. See if I can find it for you guys. He actually came out with this this video with Waltz. See if I can get it. I know I have it somewhere. I've been tweeting like crazy this morning. You know, woke up, the first thing I did was get on Twitter. No, I'm playing. That's an addiction, right? No, I actually kind of did get on Twitter, but, you know, it's what it is. All right, so let's go ahead and play this real quick. I don't know if my... Okay, I messed up my solo web source. All right, we won't be able to play it, but I'll play the audio. You'll hear the audio. Here we go. This is the audio. You guys can hear it for now.
And try and gain support of it. You know, Congressman's a retired Army Command Sergeant Major with time in combat. I think he called this entirely correctly. Now,
catch that. Catch that part. This is as close to a smoking gun as you're probably going to get. Oh, Frames, don't you start that. Look, we love everybody here, okay? Look, we're like the left, okay? We love it. Your comment got put to the very bottom list because negativity and truth is what produces change, and they're afraid of that. I'm here to show you. Okay. Welcome in, Ion. Doesn't Waltz have over 100 confirmed kills? Not that I know of. All right, so here's listen to this carefully.
And try and gain support of it. You know, Congressman's a retired Army Command Sergeant Major with time in combat.
Catch that? Catch that? This is as close as you're going to get to a smoking gun with Waltz. Let's listen to that one more time. And for y'all who can't see it, I'll share the link in chat for you guys. Let me copy the link so you guys can see it, because it's hard for me to actually be able to come on now, because I messed with my graphics before I started. So there's that, and you can watch along.
And try and gain support of it. You know, Congressman's a retired Army Command Sergeant Major with time in combat. I think he called
a Command Sergeant Major with time in combat, and this is an interview with Tim Walz. Now get ready, because Tim Walz is going to speak, but I just wanted to play that part because that's the important part here.
This entirely correctly.
And this is from 2007.
This process is important. It's got to be deliberate, because once embarked, and it's 42,000 killed and wounded so far.
Okay, chill out. I think you're kind of spamming things a little bit. All right, we get it. Comment was put to the bottom. Chill out, or I'm gonna time you out.
far, this is going to be tough work.
It's murky for me. I need to have one quick answer for both of you. Is there a middle course between giving the general in the field the 40,000 troops he wants and saying no? Is there a middle course, or is that just muddling through like LBJ did? Congressman.
No, I think there is, Chris, because I think it's different. I think we get a tighter mission on training the Afghan security forces, and I think that's possible.
Okay.
That was Tim Walz. So again, I'm going to play it one more time for people who are still trickling in. What's up, Tamari? What are we talking about today? So it's just a kind of a panel Sunday. So what we do here is this is actually kind of a revamp on what Demon Machine used to do. Demon Machine used to do what was called Shit Talk Sundays. We are now doing a in his circles. I didn't want to put it out there because people would be like, "What are you talking about?" You know, I didn't want to go in there and say that it's dog shit Sundays, but that's kind of what today is, okay? It's a dog shit Sunday, okay? But it's a dog panel Sunday if you're not familiar with Demon Machine's Shit Talk Sunday. So that's what it is. We're having a panel Sunday. Eventually, some people are going to start trickling in here. We have a few people that I've talked to that are going to want to kind of come through as the day goes on. We're going to be streaming till pretty much like 3 or 4 until we say, hey, this is a neat one-person panel. Look, Frames. Listen, okay? The glory days of having like 15 people on a panel is over, okay? And listen, this is not really like a contentious panel. Listen, okay, we love you. We love this panel. But yeah, it's a one-person panel for now. Frames, you're more than welcome to jump in, buddy, okay? We haven't talked in forever. I do think we have, I'm not going to name drop certain names, but some people are going to come through that you may recognize. Not super huge names or anything like that, but they should be coming through. But let's listen to this clip one more time while we're waiting for people to trickle in.
Try and gain support of it. You know, Congressman's a retired Army
Command
Sergeant Major with time in
Command Sergeant Major with time
combat.
So there you go. So this is about as close as you're going to get, in my opinion, to a smoking gun. The problem with this is, okay, I may come on later. Yeah, Freedom. So no obligation, brother. Forget Walz exists and never talk about Harris separately from now on. She should be Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. She doesn't get to distance stuff. Yeah. So here's the thing. There is an out that the left can take from this, and I can see it. I understand it, which is, well, Waltz didn't say that. I'm not sure who this is that the interview's with, but he said it. Not Walz. He said it. Okay, again, this is what we talked about yesterday. It's kind of like it's like, you know, but this is about as close as you're going to get. Uh-oh. Okay, I need to do something real quick. Give me 1 second. Yes, please chill out, Ion. I gotta do a quick thing here. Give me 1 minute. Just had a call from the wife. I have to take care of something real fast. In the meantime, I'll play some music in the background while I'm kind of quiet. Yeah, let's play this. Let's play some music. Oh, it's going to be really loud. There we go. You need to get rid of me? Why? Why should I get rid of you? Ukraine National Anthem? I'm okay. Although Ukraine's been doing some pretty crazy stuff lately, huh? Trying to take care of this. Give me just a minute. Okay. All right. We should be good. All right. Sorry, I had to take care of something. My wife texted me there's some kind of bill issue or whatever, and I had to go and correct it real quickly. But it's good. We're all good to go. So anyways, back to what we were saying. I don't know if the music is playing. I don't even hear the music, so I don't know what the hell's going on. But I'm going to close out Spotify anyways, because we don't want Spotify. But yeah, this is about as close as you're going to get in regards to Waltz. And again, a lot of people are just going to kind of like throw it to the side and be like, hey, it wasn't Waltz. But at the same time, he didn't turn him down and say, no, it wasn't Command Sergeant Major, it was this. Or, oh, well, I wasn't in combat, I was this. There's a lot of dirt that's coming up, so much so that we can see Walz actually, the Kamala campaign coming in and actually having to clean up the mess. She is going in now. The campaign is trying to backtrack and say, hey, you know, we're aware of it or something along those lines. There's been some other issues as well that have come up. We had the Kamala campaign last night make a stop in Las Vegas. This is just some of the most recent news that's kind of come out. Last night, she kind of gave a speech. Guys, we watched the Kamala speech yesterday, and I found out pretty quickly that she's using what's called a stamped speech, or some people will call it a boilerplate speech. It's one and the same, essentially, or basically, the difference between stamped speech and boilerplate speech is very little difference. Stamped speech just means it's a political purpose versus boilerplate, which is you going around making several rounds, me as a person. Point is that she's using the same speech over and over and over and over again, but adjusting it to the particular audiences. So it just depends on where she kind of goes in and changes it up with like Las Vegas or Arizona or things like that. Now, I've criticized this. Ouch. I just slammed my hand on the desk. So, I've had opinions on this. My view on this is that when you have someone like Kamala who reads strictly from the teleprompter, then things get kind of weird. It's like you're not really being authentic. Then you get Trump, and then Trump is all off script, right? He kind of reads the teleprompter here and there because he has to. So don't get me wrong, Trump does read the teleprompter, but he goes off script like more times than not. I also found out listening to Walz is also using a stamped speech. But the guy's got a lot of charisma. He's kind of like the Trump of the left a little bit, right? He's kind of charismatic. He kind of goes off the teleprompter a little bit, but generally sticks to it. But anyways, yeah, guys, feel free. Again, I want to make this note. If you guys want to jump into the chat, do feel free to jump in there. I don't know why I got rid of that, because we got our YouTube goal and stuff going on over here. So if you're not following on YouTube, please make sure you hit that like, subscribe, notification bell. If you're on Twitter, make sure you hit that follow button and repost this. And if you're on Twitch, make sure you drop that follow. But anyways, as people start to trickle in here, I know that we're going to have a few people coming in. Right now, it's just me. It's just a one-panel show. I promised a panel. I promise somebody's going to come in here, okay? Feel free to, guys, if you want to jump in. There is a Discord link. You can just hit !Discord and you can jump in. And as we keep going, we'll just keep talking and keep going over it. But yeah, so Kamala made that stop in Las Vegas. There's been a lot of controversy. There's people like apparently that were leaving, not really told. I don't know the extent of that. And you know, then there was a lot of people criticizing the black curtains coming up again. And there was a video of somebody walking behind the black curtains. Look, guys, I'm tired of the crowd size crap. Okay? Like, it's getting annoying. It's getting frustrating. And, like, I agree that the crowd size and popularity and everything, it varies. I get it. But it's getting old. And what's scaring me is that, again, what happened yesterday, and we talked about yesterday, is we're seeing some of that rhetoric pile up. And what we're seeing is some of the rhetoric start coming up where, hold on, I got somebody that needs to get the little band hammer. Thank you. You are on top of it, Miss April. So we saw this where people are starting to ramp up the rhetoric. I've actually now seen someone start to preemptively claim that it's a stolen election. This is wild to me. Okay? It's because the problem is this. First of all, we're 3 months out, roughly. Okay? And you got people out here claiming this. Well, what if Trump wins? You are really putting all of your money onto one chip or on one color here. It's like, this isn't the way to do it. And so, to me, it's very frustrating because at what point do we sit there and go, enough's enough? It's so frustrating to see 2020 be repeated. It's so frustrating for me to see people claim that Kamala is some kind of terrible or is just not popular or this or that. Doesn't matter if she's not popular. You can sit there and disregard polling all day long. I get that. Look, she's doing well. Okay? She is doing well. Whether you like it, whether you don't. Now, we can say throw away the polling. That's cool. But I guess we're going to throw away every single polling that could lean Republican, could lean Democrat. A lot of people are saying that it's leaning Democrat. I don't care. The fact is she's doing well. Even with all the people that turned out for those particular rallies in those particular swing states, if anything, those are pretty good numbers. Now, people claim, and I saw this, that the Arizona rally were paid actors. Please provide evidence. Guys, I can't say this enough and enough and enough and enough and enough. We really need to be vigilant on this and do our due diligence to make sure that what we're spouting is true. Some of the stuff that's coming out about Kamala is so easily debunkable. Like ridiculously debunkable. And oftentimes then what happens is the left makes a mockery of things. I will give the right credit where the credit is due. Seeing Don Jr. come out about these particular I didn't transition that. To see Don Jr. come out about this Walz thing, that's okay. That I like. I like them coming out with that. That's fair. That's, I think it's different. But attacking someone's veteran status where they could have potentially, stolen valor or something like that, it's worth it. And we're seeing more and more videos. We saw yesterday, we watched a video with C-SPAN where the Chiron said Afghanistan war veteran. And people have kind of assumed that what I meant. God, any pro monster. Minnesota jokes today. No, Minnesota's just dry, dude. I've seen a lot of people come out about Doghouse, you're saying that, Waltz, what was it I was looking for? Shoot, I just blanked. Boys. But anyways, she was talking about, we were talking about Waltz. Damn it, what was I going to say? Now I'm frustrated. Walz military record. Oh, that's what it was. So a lot of people were sitting there saying, Doghouse, is that really a bad thing that they're using veteran status? Like everyone does it. Yes, I agree. Everyone does it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. It is a bad here's where it gets to be bad, right? Is when you're a politician, you lie, it's pretty bad. But there are lies as a politician that are way worse than others. And I would argue that during the 2000 to 2010 era, when we were losing soldiers like crazy, to sit there and say that you were in combat, not him, let me correct that, because he never said that, but it was heavily implied, according to what I've seen from C-SPAN, what we just watched with this one, where even this guest thought that he saw combat and laid out verbatim, quote unquote, in combat. That alone is pretty damning and a pretty bad lie. And it speaks to his character, right? And I think that's kind of the issue. What's going on, Geek Boy? Appreciate you coming in, buddy. I haven't seen you in a minute. That's the issue with Walz. It's like, you're shaking my hand, but are you really shaking my hand? So I think the Kamala campaign needs to come out and really try to see what they can do to kind of resuscitate that narrative. These are just fabrications by MAGA. Walz is certified stop, Grumpy. Love it. Yeah, to me, it's like this, there's a lot of questions with the Kamala campaign. A lot of questions. And they really need to do some cleanup. Waltz took his sweet time getting the National Guard here during the riots. Yeah, again, Geekball, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. The thing is when we're discussing the Minneapolis riots, you have to be very, very careful in how you approach this, okay? Because a lot of the things that are being said by the right in regards to the Minneapolis riots can be applied somewhat to J6. Anytime we bring up BLM or we talk about J6, vice versa is going to get mentioned, right? Whether it's, if you're talking about J6, BLM is going to be mentioned. If you're talking about BLM, J6 is going to get mentioned. So you gotta watch how you walk through these ropes and see. You got to be careful, because if you go through here and you start talking about Minneapolis, you can say, well, isn't that ironic? Because Trump was criticized very heavily for not doing the National Guard, and I understand the argument that the National Guard is not controlled by Trump, but it's controlled by other people. So that's the important thing. Shut up, Grumpy. That's the thing, is you got to walk through this very carefully. I don't think it's something to really harp on. I really don't. I think because when you look at the National Guard issue, it's a very thin piece of ice that you walk on. How many arrested in Minneapolis versus Jan 6th? Jan 6th had more arrested. It proves not equal. Okay, stop. Okay, guess who? Chill out for a minute, buddy. Just chill out, all right? Look, the arrested in Minneapolis or Minnesota, more broadly, versus J 6th. There's a lot of things there. Okay, there's a lot to unpack. First of all, I don't know the exact numbers, but just looking at the event in and of itself, there might have been a probably equal amount or slightly more at J 6th, but it doesn't show that there's non-equal protection of the law. Okay, one, you got to prove that there's non-equal protection of the law, and that is not evidence to say that more were arrested in one, not in the other. I actually do not like this when this is brought up by the left, that look at how many African Americans are arrested versus whites. I don't like that talking point, nor do I like this talking point right here. Provide me actual processes of the law that shows unequal protection. Oh, I get that, but I was 3 miles from where Floyd died and 5 miles from where the main riots happened at the 3rd precinct in that whole area. Yeah, no, I get it. Geekboy, I get it. For those who live in that area and went through that traumatic experience, I get the anger. I get the frustration, right? So you're valid in those feelings. I'm just saying that when you walk through that kind of narrative, you have to be very careful, because it can also lead to conversations about January 6th. Arrests are in proportion. They very well, yeah. Again, I'm not going to go into crime statistics and all that crap. All I'm trying to say is that the comment by Guess Who about the, how many were arrested in Minneapolis versus J6 does not show any kind of unequal or non-equal protection of the law. You got to show me the processes. We got a 1350 here. No, we're not talking. Yeah, right. It's right, Grumpy. It's like the little sirens from, what was it, like Monsters Inc. or whatever. I shot the target several other stores in the 3rd precinct area. 4 years later, a lot of stuff was never rebuilt. Yeah, Geekboy, I agree. I agree. Right? It'd be terrifying. I'm sure they took massive loss. I forgot the total amount that was lost, but it was a significant amount of damage. And again, my goal here isn't to really compare J6 to BLM, even though we kind of are. It's just that, I think that you got to walk it carefully, because it can totally be used against Republicans as well. We're local. I don't know how many of those were local. Now, you would know more because you're on the ground. So I know the ones we saw. I know there was that liquor store that was burned down that I believe was family owned or local owned. But I know that there were some fairly larger retail stores, and yeah, I agree. Those smaller stores definitely took a hit. We actually saw that in other cities too, right? It wasn't just local to Minneapolis. There were several stores who had to board up. I actually vividly remember. I went to San Antonio during right after that summer of 2020. Actually, it was like right when they opened. I think is what it was. Right after 2020, we ended up going to summer of 2020. We ended up going to San Antonio, and there were several businesses that still had plywood on their windows, and some had cracks on their windows from some of the protests or riots or whatever you want to call it. Target took months to reopen. I believe it. Completely believe it. Cub Foods took longer. Oh, Cup Foods. Yeah. Did they attack Cup Foods? Because wasn't Cup Foods where Floyd came from? I could have sworn Cup Foods was where Floyd just came out of. So I don't know why it would have been. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. 2020 has record high travel rate. Well, yeah, because everybody was cooped up in the house and wanted to leave. So. No, nobody was locked up in their house. Look, American Patriot. Okay, depending on what country you are, you might have been, right? Cup was the store where Floyd died. Cub Foods is a grocery. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, Cup Foods. I was like, that's where Floyd died. But yeah, that whole thing was crazy, man. That whole thing was crazy. Yo, guys. So by the way, this is a panel Sunday. This is like Dog Panel Sunday. So if you want to join in on in this discussion and join the panel or do anything like that, feel free to. You can hit !Discord. If you're on Twitter, you'll have to probably go to Twitch to actually find that Discord link. I do not have a Discord link on Twitter. I would rather not have 1,000 trolls trying to spam into my Discord. Because I don't know anybody who does Discord links on Twitter. But personally, if I did that, I'd be worried I'm going to get like 1,000 people flooding into my Discord to try to like spam crap, and then I'd have to be left to moderate all of it. All I ask is that if you guys want to jump in on voice or anything like that, that you guys please be respectful of TOS. That's all. I'm waiting to see if Demon's going to jump in. I know he said he was going to possibly jump in at some point. Let's see. What other stuff has been going on in the Twitter sphere, guys? What else do we have? I know we have the stolen Valor claims. I see, let's see. Keep getting these notifications, man, that are like... What was this comment? A lot of talk about that assault weapons ban that we talked about yesterday. Not a lot of stuff changes, man, from day to day, especially on a weekend. The most that's going to happen is like a rally or something. Let's see. What other news topics have we had? Oh, we had Keemstar. I forgot about this. Keemstar ended up tweeting out a video of, or a picture of the airplane in Detroit, Michigan. And he was like, look at the reflection. The reflection doesn't have the audience members in it or whatever. And there was a community note that was posted. And immediately, a lot of people ended up... a lot of people ended up saying, Keem, this isn't fake, guy. And he took the post down. So that was really interesting. That was a pretty fun thing that happened yesterday. We also have the Trump Elon Musk event that is taking place. Okay, this Pisco got to catch up with the times. I think Pisco's behind it. Pisco, if you're ever in my chat, if you want to talk or chat or whatever, please, Pisco, stop with this narrative. The thing about the Waltz thing is I think Pisco's still trying to use like some of the older rhetoric right now. He's still using the same rhetoric about OEF and Operation Enduring Freedom and things like that. And again, there's been a lot of developments since that Operation Enduring Freedom thing. I agree, okay? There's a lot of vagueness with this Waltz thing, but there is still you gotta catch up with the times, Pisco. It's been like 2 days, but 2 days, a lot of information comes through and it changes quickly. Oh, and there's also Joe Biden chilling out on the beach. Guys, I'm sorry. If I'm 80 years old, you know where my happy ass is going to be? Sitting on the beach somewhere in Cabo on the weekend. Now, you're going to say, doghouse. He is the president of the United States. That's great. Does he not deserve a break? The dude's 80 years old. We all agree, okay? It's probably good for the presidency that he takes a break, okay? We don't want this man to continuously be working like that, okay? He's old. Let the man be old. Oh, we also had an update with Imminence Khif. Imminence Khif has filed a lawsuit. With that lawsuit, it's claiming that there was some kind of discrimination or something along those lines. And so the reason why that's important is because I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the discovery come out in regards to whether or not, you know, she or they was a male or female. I don't think you would file that lawsuit if you didn't have pretty darn good evidence. So I'm not going to go as far to say that proves anything, but it does kind of prove that it might be the fact that... Now, the thing with lawsuits that can get kind of tricky is that you can hire anybody you want to kind of form your own narrative, so to speak, right? So that's the thing you got to kind of watch out for. Let's see, what other stuff has gone on? Okay, yeah, there's some stuff going on about J6 and stuff. Like I said, guys, hey, there's Geek Boy. Let's bring him in. We got somebody here. What up, Geek Boy? How you been, buddy?
Hola.
Oh, hold on, wait, my headset's off. There we go. All right, say something.
Hola.
There we go. Okay, cool. Let me make sure I turn you up a little bit. Actually, let me just turn up my output volume a little bit.
Glad to see you survived Barrel.
Whew. Let me tell you what. Barrel came barreling in, okay? Us being without power for like freaking... we were out without power for like a day. It was a 9 to 5 power outage. We ended up losing power from 9 to 5, but then we had other people who were like out without power for like a couple of weeks, and then
most of my people I knew were down a day or so on Monday, and then there's a chef that he streams. He and his partner live up in the Woodlands. They were down 9 days, $600 in gasoline.
Oh my god!
And then another streamer I know in Humboldt, she was down 8 or 9 days, and her apartment got 2 inches of water in it. And so it's like they've been fighting with the apartments to get the carpets fixed and all of that shit.
I'm sure you've heard though that about the rate hikes that they were trying to propose. Like Centerpoint and stuff was like, yeah, we're going to implement a rate hike, and they pissed off a lot of people. They're like, you serious? Because a lot of people down here, if you don't know, like in Houston, there is like Centerpoint, who owns the majority of the area of Houston, and there was a big debacle down here that Centerpoint was not prepared. So the argument is that Centerpoint was not staged here. They were not ready for when power went out, and a lot of people blame Centerpoint for that. My understanding, I don't know really how true this is that they were staged up down near Corpus Christi because that's where they thought it was going to hit. But again, that's not a really good solid argument, because why didn't you prepare for the possibility of it going further north? You know, follow the trajectory a little bit here. So a lot of people were blaming blaming Centerpoint. We're like, you know, this is your fault, and yet you're going to increase rates? Get the hell out. So... yeah, there will be no rate hikes. There's no rate hikes now. They quickly dropped that after they saw the backlash. They're like, oh, shoot.
They have to get the governor or somebody to sign off on that shit.
Yeah, that governor, the same governor who's also, I think it was Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who was coming after Centerpoint pretty heavily. So it was like, try to get him to approve your rate hike, buddy. Not gonna work. You might have a rate decline because of how much Dan Patrick's gonna come after you for that. What do you think about? Let me ask you, Geek. What do you think about the the Walz stolen Valor claims. Do you have an opinion on that at all?
I don't know anything about that.
Oof.
I right now my perspective is he took his sweet fucking time getting the guard out the night of the riots. So much shit got destroyed, locally owned, even the corporation stuff. Obviously Target and Cub had money to rebuild their stores, but that liquor store, there were a bunch of places that I didn't get to shop at all of them, but I saw them and they're still not back. 4 years later, it's still empty ground where a lot of those locally owned businesses were.
Yeah. Do you think? Let me ask you. Do you think some of that is in part due to maybe a decline in, like, for example, with all those stores being burned down and looted or vandalized or whatever like that? Do you think I'm sure it did, but do you think some of that is the reason why they're not rebuilding is because it's not feasible for them to rebuild because there's not enough foot traffic around that area? I'm not familiar with the area, so I don't know.
There's a lot of foot traffic. That's a very heavily traveled area. It's on Lake Street, and Lake Street has a lot of traffic back and forth. There's the bus that runs on Lake Street east-west. It runs very, very frequently, and it's never empty, except maybe at like midnight. And then you've got Hiawatha Avenue that runs north-south. You've got the light rail right there with a big stop. There's lots of people there, but since all that happened, a lot of those people maybe didn't have good insurance, and that may be why they didn't come back. I don't know people intimately in that area, so I don't really know all of the inner workings of everything.
Yeah. No, I think there's a combination of things. I am curious. Do you know if Minnesota, the government, like the state government or federal government, I don't remember, provided any kind of funding to help rebuild those stores?
I vaguely remember some funds, but I don't think it amounted to much. I don't recall if any federal got involved.
Gotcha. Real quick, guys, I am going to get rid of this chat box for a minute. Hold on one second. I want to show you guys something that Tiberius, our friend Tiberius D, put together. He did it at the very last minute, literally like an hour within the show starting. So huge shout out to Tiberius D. I'm going to show you guys what he had worked on. It is for our panel show here. So I'm going to go ahead and show it and reveal it to you guys now. This is the new panel layout. And so it's pretty cool. I like the little Lone Star thing. The only thing is I can't seem to figure out how to get my virtual camera to work. So for now, you got to deal with my little weird out of place webcam. But this is the new panel camera. So I hope you guys like it. But yeah, that's what's got me interested, is trying to see, like, the problem I have with the Minneapolis things is discussing the Minneapolis riots or protests, however you want to label it. It feels like you can easily point to J6th. And that opens up Pandora's box to where that narrative goes. And you can't really control that because you know where it's going to go. And so I feel like from the Republican standpoint of like attacking Walz on that, I feel like there's a much stronger and more fairer argument to go after Walz on his bills that he had passed that some were pretty. Let me put it this way: you can spin the narrative how you want about the boys' bathroom thing, right? And you can control that. You can control. I think it's a little bit of a weaker argument because of how the bill is laid out and depend on how hard you can test it. But in terms of the perception, that's a good bill to go after. You can point towards his what's the other one? Oh, his service record. You could point to his service record and say, look at what he's done with his military record and how he didn't retire. You can point to some of those things, and I think those are valid things to point to. I just don't know if the J6 or the BLM protest in Minneapolis or riot or whatever is the best route of action to go down. Let me see. Also, I'm streaming like really, really early, but that's okay. I'm about to start eating some of my rice cakes. Okay, that's how.
Part of
What were you saying?
part of my thing with BLM is how even before 2000, something would happen that wasn't even here in town. BLM would go and block off I-94 and clog up traffic all around downtown.
You're talking about those where the protesters blocked off the roads?
Well, yeah, this was, they would go out and block off Interstate 94 just slightly east or right at the very southeastern corner of downtown Minneapolis. And I-94 is the main artery east-west through Minneapolis and St. Paul, going to Wisconsin on one side and Dakota's on the other side. And they would go block it off, and that was even making it difficult for ambulances and fire trucks to get through a couple of times.
Yeah, I think that those... I will say that's one good thing that came out from those protesters, is that they brought down some pretty heavy laws against those protesters in the streets. Some a little bit more crazier than others. There was those ones where they basically said that, you know, if someone was threatening your property, that you could do certain things. But yeah, it was definitely not a good time. But again, I go back to, I think, you know, people who mention this about the, American Patriot was the one that was saying it, the Freedom Fund and things like that. My whole thing with this is a lot of people try to compare J6 to BLM with the arrests and everything else. Guys, the best way to look at this when it comes to J6 is there are objective ways to look at the law. There's a lot of ways you can dig through and parse through, and what you find is more often than not, those who were arrested on J6 had basically been given probation, a vast majority. There are a few people who allegedly, and I say allegedly, were in isolation in the jails. The problem is that with those people that were in the jails, the lawyers were the ones saying that they were in isolation. I don't believe there was any confirmed reports that they were in isolation. And even if they were in isolation, it's not uncommon for high-profile cases to be put into a protective custody unit. So, yeah, the idea that, like, you know, they're being treated unfairly, maybe. But everything I've seen has been more lenient than not with the J6 protesters. And keep in mind, when I look at BLM, I hold that same viewpoint that with BLM, if you broke any laws, go straight to jail. And in most cases, a lot of people don't really dig into it. But you can find time after time after time after time again where many people were arrested. And in some cases for like curfew violations, which to me, if there's any gross miscarriage of justice, okay, I think curfew laws are really interesting to me. So, didn't Texas decide we could drive over and felt our lives were in danger, or did I read that into the law in my own head? Let me look this up because I feel like I remember seeing something about it. That's what I was talking about earlier. Let's see, Texas protester road law.
To me, that seems like a pretty extreme law for Texas.
Yeah, so protesters who obstruct, this is from Texas Tribune. Protesters who obstruct emergency vehicle could face felony charges under bill passed by Texas House. I don't know if it was ever signed into law. Nationwide protesting brutality after an unruly protest at Texas Capitol in May, the DPS. And Texas House Bill 9 would make blocking a roadway a state jail felony. That's crazy. If the offense also prevented, like, see, listen, guys. All right, I'm about to go on my rant. Get ready, because it got me irritated. This is my problem I have with laws, okay? 99.9% of people are not going to freaking read the law, okay? When you read this article, and what is going to be touted by Republicans, is we are now making it a felony, a state jail felony, to block roadways. No, Miss April, I don't know. I didn't look at that. We haven't gotten to that part yet. Article I fell on. But this is kind of the issue I have, is that Republicans will go around touting what kind of law they passed, okay, and make it out and make it sound far worse than what is really in law. So when you read this headline, protesters who obstruct emergency vehicle could face felony charges under bill passed by Texas House. This creates problems for the Republicans, okay? Because guess what's going to happen? They've now put this narrative out there that they're going to jail protesters who are blocking roadways. What then happens is the left picks it up, repeats the narrative at no fault of their own because they're only picking up what the right has said. But then when you look into the bill, well, you find out it would only be a state jail felony if the offense also prevented the passage of an emergency vehicle or blocked a hospital entrance. This annoys the crap out of me, guys. These ways of like kind of twisting the law to like fit your narrative. We saw this with abortion. In Louisiana, the news made the headlines, right? They changed the definition of a law to mean an unborn child being born at, or an unborn child being defined as at conception. Here's the issue. It was in the criminal code. Why is that important? Because think about it. You can have 15 different, the people that don't understand, you can have like 15 to 20 different definitions within law. One could be in the criminal code, one could be in the medical code, one could be in this code, one could be in that code. And the definitions usually apply where that statute is, right? And so in this case, the statute, the definition being changed to conception is to essentially mean that if someone were like, this is not legal advice and shouldn't be legal advice, it's a legal analysis by a non-lawyer, is basically if someone were to commit murder of a pregnant woman in Louisiana, all that would have done is that it doesn't matter if it's found out that she has a fertilized egg, essentially, then that person could be charged with double murder. Now, with that being said, do I think that is entirely fair? Probably. Actually, probably. I think it's actually fair. Because think about it. The woman, it's not like when the criminal is going to be doing something like that, does it really matter? Like, if it matters in the sense that, like, look, this woman did not obviously consent to dying, and neither did the unborn child. So it's important that when we look at these cases, what I'm trying to get back to the point of this, that's fucked up, Grumpy. When we get back to looking at this case of Republicans kind of changing the laws, this is one that I'm really frustrated with, because I did see this coming around when the protests were going on about the people blocking the road. But I do want to get into Miss April Dawn's question and see if I can find the self-defense road, Texas protester road defense, self-defense maybe. Oh, here it is. This is, look, sometimes I don't want your freaking ads, bro. Sometimes I just don't want your advertisements. Alright. When massive demonstrations against racial justice erupted, now Republican politicians across the country are moving to stop the roadblocking maneuver. Wait, is this in Texas? I have no idea what this is. Oh, this is the authors of the Associated Press. Let me see. Find Texas. Okay. Oops. Come on, where you at, bro? So it looks like some tried to do this. Oh. Now legislators in Iowa, Oklahoma, Missouri, Oklahoma, Utah, and about a dozen other states have introduced new counter-protest measures. In one particular chilling incident in Minneapolis, a large tanker truck drove at high speed through thousands of... Okay, high speed. I think I remember that one, but I don't think the trucker was high speed. Grumpy. Seattle summer was killed in another incident. Whether drivers face criminal charges such as depend on the circumstances of each case. Prosecutors say the tractor trailer driver in St. Louis has not been criminally charged, while the driver in the car in Seattle has pleaded not guilty to charges of vehicular homicide, assault, and reckless driving. There are numerous of laws that are already placed that are already available to enforce. Bill granting drivers immunity for hitting. Oh, here we go. A bill granting. Yeah, tanker. Yeah, there was a tanker driver. I think it was
watched that live on TV.
Yeah. And that one, I didn't like the framing of the article because if I remember correctly, it wasn't high speed, but
He got stuck in kind of a situation similar to Reginald Denny during the LA riots back in the day. He's in a work truck. He didn't have a radio. He didn't know what was going on. He had just happened to be going north on 35 and just missed them closing the freeway down. So when he came across that group, he thought they were he was freaking out, but then he stopped. It basically just turned out to be kind of a big fuck up. A mix up is how it ended up being.
Caught me mid-chew. I'm sorry, guys. Look. This right here, oh shit, I'm dropping stuff, is amazing. It's Sprouts dark chocolate coated brown rice cakes. Absolutely amazing. It tastes like cardboard, but it's great. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, we kind of went over, and we'll talk about it today as well, and sort of someone coming in here, is self-defense is an interesting animal, and that's why I was trying to read this. Miss Mark Falk, a longtime Oklahoma activist. Where is it? I was reading it just now. A bill granting drivers immunity for hitting protesters easily cleared an Oklahoma Senate committee recently on an 8-1 vote. Two others opinion in the state house, but critics say the proposal are only designed to intimidate people, not to solve a problem. And in some cases, in my way I look at it is like, look, if your life and property is at danger, you should have a right to defend it. That's the TLDR. But I do want to tell people, look, there is a lot of the things that I have seen come out from some of these debates about self-defense is some of these people do not actually understand what is actually the law on self-defense. And that's why a lot of people kind of get caught up in a lot of things, because they'll be like, oh, well, he didn't point a gun, so it's not self-defense. It's like, okay, that's not how it really works. So this is kind of my tangent about self-defense a little bit. I'll give you kind of the bullet points on it. There's innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. Okay? We'll walk through these. And again, guys, real quick, we're at 1 hour and 3 minutes. So I want to do my moment here. If you're following on Twitter, make sure you hit that like button. You also can repost it. I would love it if you did. We are trying, it is the Dog Panel Sunday show, or if you're a fan of Demon Machine, it is the Dog Shit Sunday show. We are also on YouTube, so if you're on YouTube and you're watching this, happy to have you on here. Please hit that like, subscribe, notification bell, and also please make sure to share this. If you're on Twitch, please hit that follow button. That's all you got to do. See how easy that is on Twitch? All you do is hit the follow button. You can subscribe if you want to. That's completely on you. But please hit that follow button. All right, so back to this. We have innocence, which means, and this is where I think there was a conversation I had with Sansel last night about some of the Rob and Destiny discussions about what self-defense is and isn't and blah, 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 blah. And they were coming up with all sorts of wild, crazy things. But if they just walked through these 5 levels of self-defense, it would have been very easy to kind of dissect their arguments, because they were kind of hitting things that were like, it's very easy. I think one of the examples that Sansel brought up was if someone breaks into your home and brings a firearm, and then the homeowner came out and pointed a firearm back at the robber, could the robber then be free with self-defense? And that's just not how the case would be, because of this first prong here. Innocence. You can't start the fight. That's the first element. I'm actually going to share this for you guys, because this is actually Andrew Branca with the Law of Self-Defense. He's a great guy, YouTuber. He's an expert in this area. I think he's a actual court expert, if I'm not mistaken. But there it is there, so the ways you guys can follow through. That's the first element. You can't have not been the initial aggressor and then justify your use of force as self-defense. Pretty simple, huh? What could be worse than that? You got this. Often, however, whether you in fact started the confrontation can easily be a fact in dispute. Naturally, you'll say the other guy was the initial aggressor, but that the other guy or his buddies could say that you were. That kind of uncertainty is the messy part of the simple element. Bottom line, if a prosecutor reviews your case and sees the evidence that suggests you might have started the fight, you've just made yourself way more likely to be brought to trial on criminal charges because now you look like a vulnerable target for conviction. I'll let you guys read through this because I have no idea how much of this like gets into the realm of legal advice. None of what I am saying is legal advice, so please keep that in mind. But read through this, guys, because a lot of these things can really easily dissect a case. And this is exactly how you should review, for example, that police shooting case with the woman who ended up throwing water on the police officer. Please review that video footage. It is very clearly obvious that the woman threw water on the police officer, and it does look like it was boiling because of the fact that when it hits the ground, it was steaming. So that was like cut and dry self-defense all the way through. There was a better case for not self-defense with the George Floyd thing, to be quite honest with you. Not saying it was, murder or anything like that. I'm just saying there was a better case there with the George Floyd thing. Consult an attorney, Miss April. And remember, read through that law of self-defense, okay? And this law of self-defense thing is super interesting. The self-defense thing is super interesting because if you are someone who like concealed carries or does things like that, and you don't know these 5 elements of self-defense, you probably should not be concealed carrying. Because the old adage of I'm in fear of my life, there's way more to self-defense than I'm in fear of my life. So read through that because it's really interesting. What other topics have been going on in our world? That's enough of the ads from Twitch. Has Twitch been doing the ads pretty heavily? I've noticed that on like Sansal's stream. Like I try turning down the ads to like maybe 2 minutes per hour. Let me try to turn it down a little more. Where is it? Should be create a dashboard. Ads. I have it at ad minutes per hour 1 minute. The lowest I can take it is like half a minute for 30 seconds per hour. So. Okay. Not many people are going to look around in half a second or an avenue retreat. Oh, that's what you were talking about.
And your mother is voting for Trump.
Hey!
Woot woot.
Appreciate it, April. Thank you so much for that subscription. You're awesome. Absolutely appreciate it. I gotta figure out where to put that alert box. Because that was really awkwardly placed. No. There we go. There we go. I'll put it right over here in the bottom corner. And if the House passes, the Senate would not vote yes on it Monday. What are you talking about, guess who? How can we forget the new plan Harris? New plan Harris, no tax on tips. Okay, so that one. That no tip tax on tips, I will say, looked like an absolute copy and paste. That one to me looked like they just simply went copy, paste, and left it at that. It was pretty wild. So I was not a huge fan of that. And I think that they... and I've actually seen an argument be made by some people who actually say that tips should be taxed. The problem is like, how do you could tax the credit card tips, but how do you track cash tips? It makes it a nightmare because some people do not reveal their cash tips. I would argue probably a lot of waiters don't reveal their cash tips. So for me, it's like, it's a difficult road to go down that kind of inevitably leads to you might as well do no tax on tips because it's too difficult to follow. But it seems to have been such a popular position that now Harris has decided to copy and paste it. So that's pretty interesting, huh? How about on no taxes on income at all? Well, so that's kind of the route I go at, right, Grumpy, when I'm trying to talk with leftists. It's like, look, I think the avenue that you ought to go down is instead of advocating for something like a UBI or advocating for something that's like a, Medicare for all, is look for ways that you can do tax incentives. That's the most middle ground way of being able to do things. You're able to means test it a little bit. You're able to kind of go through and assess it. So, for example, like medical bills, maybe you can make it to a point where, like, instead of Medicare for all, you do like a medical tax credit or something, right? Where it's refundable. Refundable meaning you get it back if your bill is $0, but all of your credits add up over $2,000, you'd end up getting $2,000 back, right? So in other words, refundable. It comes back to you. That's why whenever you get a tax refund at the beginning of the year, it's because your credits outweighed how much you owed. You paid more into taxes than you should have. And so I'm fine with doing something like a Medicare for medical credit or something, but you'll have to like make sure you have some kind of record or something, maybe from your insurance, or maybe they can work it out. It's kind of like getting a tax form. You could do the same thing for hospitals, where they could send you a tax form at the end of the year. We're saying, hey, here's your bills that you paid into, and here you go. Every American should own at least one AR-15. American Patriot. I don't like advertising what firearms I do and don't have, but I do have an AR-15. Actually, I just got it back from my grandfather. It's an AR-15 SP1. It's the old school 1980s OG AR-15. It's pretty dope, but it's lost in a boating accident. Right? No, AR-15s are pretty cool. I've actually never shot it though. No thanks. A couple of good pistols is fine. Yeah. Didn't everybody enforce tip and gig workers report over $600? She's a hypocrite. Okay. I'd seen that. I had not looked into it. I want to dig into this exact IRS rule because let me do Biden IRS tips tax rule, because I don't know how valid that is true, or how valid that is. IRS introduces a new service industry tip reporting program. This was February of last year, which contains a proposed revenue procedure that would establish a service industry tip compliance agreement program. Let's see. The proposed program includes several features: the monitoring of employer compliance based on actual annual tip revenue and charge tip data from an employer's point of sale system, POS system, an allowance for adjustments in tipping practices from year to year. Allowance for adjustments. Okay. Participating employers demonstrate compliance with program requirements for submitting an annual report after the close of the calendar year. Okay, so the problem with this, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, is that it says the first bullet point, it says the monitoring of employer compliance based on actual annual tip revenue and charge tip data from an employer's point of sale system, and allowance for adjustments in tipping practices from year to year. The problem with this is it's not actually going to be like, if you had someone who got cash tips, right? No problem, Geek Boy. Appreciate you coming by, buddy. Is if you have cash tips, you have to report that into the employer's point of sale system. If you have not reported those into the employer point of sale system, then how do you tax those cash tips, right? So yeah, there's that. What's the tax? Get out of here, Grumpy. Get out of here, Grumpy. Participating employers. It says participating employers. So I wonder if this is a mandatory thing. Which contains a proposed revenue procedure that would establish a service industry tip compliance agreement program. It's a voluntary tip reporting program between the IRS and employers in various service industries. So this doesn't even look like it's requiring them to utilize this program. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. Hold on. Biden IRS tips tax. Check, please. Are IRS agents coming for servers tips? Okay, this is around February 10. PolitiFact says it's mostly false. If you work in the service industry and rely on tips, play for reach out to link to February 6th. IRS written about a notice for proposed revenue procedure that would establish the service industry, blah, blah, blah. First, tips are already, yes. Okay, so yeah. So exactly. So this is not even a big deal. This is not even a big deal. At all. This is silly. Respectfully, guess who? Respectfully. So first of all, taxes are already tipped, okay? And that has been done a long time ago. It was done due thanks to no part to Reagan. Reagan was the one who actually taxed tips. Looked that up, fact-checked it. It's true. And then here, they're still subject to taxes. Second, the new IRS proposal is just that at the moment. It's a proposal. People can comment on the plan. Yeah, tips are already taxed. They've been taxed since Reagan, apparently. I didn't think about this. I forgot about it. I looked it up last night. That is true. Tips are already taxed anyways. And it makes sense. It kind of makes sense, right? You're getting money. You need to pay taxes on it, right? So that's what it looks like. Did I say it the other way? Anyways, sorry. If I'm confusing anybody, let me say it much more clear. My mind is like, I'm suffering from early morning fatigue, okay? That's what it is. Tips are already taxed, and I forgot to mention that the person who implemented that rule was, of all people, Reagan. Reagan implemented that rule to tax tips. So, when Biden implemented this new proposal, I guess you could say, it was a proposal, it was a voluntary program. Didn't have to get into it. Okay, well, wait, okay, Grumpy, let's not do that. Let's not do that, Grumpy, because how does a bill become law? Congress holds a purse. But still, it was under Reagan. It was under Reagan, sorry. It was under Reagan. Okay? And that, let's fact check it, because I'm all over the place, apparently. So let's fact check that. Reagan tax tip. Let's see. Reagan did the trickle-down thing, giving the rich people tax breaks, aka Reaganite. Yeah. What we learned from, let's see. Is this it? No, it's Bloomberg, and they're probably going to freaking paywall me. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Jamie? Appreciate you popping in. Hope you've been good. Right now, we are looking up, trying to see if Reagan supported it. I can't find it. But anyways, it's a proposed rule. I'm going to call this one debunked. I don't even know if really Kamala Harris... And this is the problem is like, when I first heard it, I was like, man, that does look pretty damning, because we just watched what happened the night before. And... where she kind of didn't, she never did mention the no tax on tips. And now she did implement this new policy that she's taking up. That alone is all you need. You don't need to get into she's being a hypocrite. She's like, take it. Take the win and run with it, please. Take the tip and run with it, please. Root, I have no idea. Guess who? I can't have you doing that, my guy. We'll talk about it later. One second. So that's the thing is that, like, when we talk about, you know, what's today's topic? Yo, what's up, Gob? Yeah, when we're talking about, like, these tax tips and things like that, guys, it's important to understand that, you know, it's been around. It's okay. You know, we just have to kind of roll with it, basically. All right, so let's go ahead here now. All right, now I go to that. My headphones just turned off. What happened? Nothing. So Trump is beefing with Joe Rogan, right? I've seen that before. 1 second here. Yeah, Trump is beefing with Joe Rogan, and this is a problem I've had a big time with these creators going, like, coming after some of these larger creators like that. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let me see here. I need to do something. There we go. All right, so yeah, Trump has been going after a lot of these larger content creators, and I'm not a big fan of it. A lot of these content creators have been absolutely going nuts whenever they end up moving around. All taxation is theft. No, stop, American Patriot. We're not doing this. We're not doing this thing about taxation is theft. Taxation is not theft. Okay, taxation is not theft. Okay, you want to participate in a society? Okay, you want to participate in a society? You got to pay your dues. Okay, you want those nice police cars? You want to fund the police? All right, let's stop paying taxes. Guess what? That's how you're going to defund the police. You want to defund the police? Is that what you want? Is that what you want, American Patriot? Are you advocating to defund the police? State of North Dakota looking to abolish property taxes in the legislature. Yo, if they want to eliminate property taxes, go for it. And also, while I'm on the topic of defund the police, okay? I don't know how we got here, but we're talking about it now. I want something to be stopped. The narrative that police officers do the quota thing, okay? Let's talk about the quota. I encourage any of you guys to go and look at any kind of city's budget. I'm not going to bore you by going and fact-checking this because I've already done it. You can take me for my word, and you cannot believe me. You go and do it yourself and take a look for yourself, okay? But here's what I will say, is when you look at the city's budgets, you will see that fines and forfeitures are an extremely small portion of their budget. A majority of a city's tax income is coming from property taxes. It's coming from certain permits and things like that. It's coming from all of those particular areas. So the idea that fines and forfeitures somehow make up a large portion of the budget is just factually incorrect. And secondly, technically, quotas are illegal from what I understand. Could be wrong on that, but they are illegal. Doesn't mean there can't be quotas to be used as a performance metric. Maybe. It could be used as a performance metric, but I don't know. I don't even know if that's the case. All right, let's look that up. You got me fact checking. Let's look up if quotas are illegal. That's where I'll just start right there. Quotas are illegal. Supreme Court dealt a final oh, yeah, right here. So Supreme Court saying quota-based policies are no longer allowed. Supreme Court challenged the nation's first minority president and Congress help us roast blah, blah, blah. I don't know why DuckDuckGo won't let me click on this. Okay. Not working. Don't know what's going on. That doesn't mean that, see, I don't know if it's going to pop up. But that's what I want to talk about. So, and when it comes to taxes, look, guys, I've told you guys before, and most of you guys in here probably already know my position. I see a few of you guys that have recognized before. But look, I'm going to tell you guys for who are new, I'm somebody who believes in limited government. I'm not somebody who believes that we should have no government. I'm not somebody who believes that we should have, you know...
you can't handle the truth.
I'm not somebody who believes that we ought to have, unlimited Second Amendment freedoms. I think there are limits to certain things. We see limits on free speech. Now, you're probably thinking you are an absolute commie, doghouse. And you guess what? You are absolutely wrong. Mysterious, anonymous, you're a commie, doghouse. I think when you look at every little bit of way that I'm pro 2A, right? I'm someone who really wants to see, for example, Harris and Waltz not be put in office. I would rather have someone who is like the likes of an RFK or a write-in, maybe Trump. But I'll tell you what, there's a secret. Trump is not pro 2A. Okay? Anybody who believes that Trump is pro 2A is absolutely insane. Only limits on 2A should be biological and nuclear weapons? Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right, is I would agree. I think that's a logical argument. But again, the idea of where you stop that limit, I think there's a whole range of things. The idea of like whether or not felons should have firearms. I think that there are certain categories of felons who shouldn't have firearms. I think the idea that somebody who ended up having a really bad drug habit should not have their firearms taken away. But I definitely think that someone who's convicted of a violent felony should have their firearms taken away. But those who committed a violent offense probably should be banned for life. Those who have not had their who's not committed, those who did not commit a violent felony and just kind of drug possession, they shouldn't have their firearms taken away at all. I do think there should be some rehabilitation, though, when it comes to felonies, because I do, and this is kind of where I have to maneuver through this, because I think there should be a time limit on felonies. I think it's really absurd to me how like people who have drug felonies have that felony on their record for like the rest of their life, and it's never expunged. There are exceptions, of course, right? If you continue to commit crimes, then you probably shouldn't have that privilege, but it should be an option that is at least on the table. I don't recall Trump even talking about 2A much. No, he absolutely did, American Patriot, and it is 110% on Trump's website. Trump policies, let's see if it pulls up. I remember doing this on DuckDuckGo, and it was like absolutely atrocious. I'm going to Google. Let's see. Trump policies. I'll give you his 2A stances. And actually, I'm glad we went through it yesterday because now I can look at his actual agenda in more detail to see what he speaks about with the 2A. Let's do second. Or is it 2A? Okay. Let's see. Go down here. Where is it? Carry out the largest in inflation, make America great and dominant, stop the migrant epidemic, end the weaponization of government, rebuild our cities, strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest, most powerful, can use all our fight and protect social security, cancel electronic money, cut federal, deport, secure our elections, unite our country. It's an honest thing, I thought. Red flag laws, I think, is what you're talking about. Yeah, Miss April, yeah. I'm looking to see if I can find. Maybe I can type in gun. Okay. It's not on his policy positions, but I know he's talked about it in the past, and maybe that's why he doesn't have it on there. He's touted it. He's touted his like Second Amendment position. So let's see his Second Amendment position. Here are some of the things he did, whether there's policies or not. Here are some of the things that he advocated for, which is funny because you talk about Kamala Harris copying Trump. Fix the NICS Act, a bipartisan measure aimed at improving the national instant criminal background check system. The new law also requires the Attorney General to establish implementation plans for each state and tribal government. He advocated for the universal, of course, over the course of his presidency, Trump has sent mixed public signals about his support for the universal background checks, which would cover private sale by unlicensed individuals. In the wake of the deadly mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, Trump held a bipartisan meeting with members of Congress to discuss measures to address gun violence. During the meeting, Trump seemed to offer support for legislation proposed by Senator Joe Manchin and Pat Toomey. Here, I'm going to link this in chat so you guys also have this. In y'all's back pocket if you need it. Let's see. Here's an exchange Trump had with Murphy, a supporter of the amendment. Murphy said 97% of Americans want universal background checks. In states that have universal background checks, there are 35% less gun murders than in states that don't have them, and yet we can't get it done. There's nothing else like that where it works. People want it, and we can't do it. And Trump said, but you have a different president now. You went through a lot of presidents, and you didn't get it done. You have a different president, and I think maybe you have a different attitude, too. And I think people want to get it done. Well, listen, in the end, Mr. President, the reason that nothing has gotten done here is because the gun lobby has had a veto power over any legislation that comes before Congress. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is. And if all we end up with doing is the stuff that the gun industry supports, then this just isn't worth it. We are not going to make a difference. And so I'm glad that you've sat down with the National Rifle Association, but we will get 60 votes on a bill that looks like the Manchin-Toomey compromise on background checks. Mr. President, if you support it, if you come to Congress, if you come to Republicans and say we are going to do a Manchin-Toomey-like bill to get comprehensive background checks, it will pass. But if this meeting ends up with just sort of vague notions of future compromise, then nothing will happen. And Trump said, I agree, I won't want that. Trump said, I'm kind of skipping over a little bit. Trump said, I like that responsibility, Chris, I really do. I think it's time that a president stepped up, and we haven't had them. And I'm talking Democrat and Republican presidents, they have not stepped up. And it says 2 days later, however, after Trump met private officials from the NRA, the White House softened its tone. And instead, he signed the Appropriations Act that included the Fix NICS Act, blah, blah, blah. Passed the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. So he's been kind of mixed on that. We obviously know how the bump stock ban went, right? I don't even need to cover that. On the mass shootings in Ohio and Texas, Trump pointed to his administration's record of prosecuting people who have violated federal gun laws. Last year, we prosecuted a record number of firearm offenses. That's a quote from him. Pro 2A. All right, I gotta get my solo web source to work. Let me figure this out real quick, because my dumb self ended up messing this thing up. Let's do window. Hold on one second. Trying to get so I can show y'all what I'm looking at here on this chart. Oop, I don't want that. Shoot, this one right here. Perfect. All right, let's get this up. Here we go. All right. So right here,
smart back-to-school budgeting means start now. Make a short list of school supplies, clothing, and shoes. In August, use that tax-free weekend to cut costs. And you can use the shopping trips as a way to teach your kids about finances. At WFAA, we're putting family first.
So when we sit here and we talk about
WFCU is a member-focused credit union that provides safe and convenient financial
who's a pro
services,
2A and
from
pro,
checking and savings
anti-2A,
to auto and mortgage loans,
anti-2A,
and everything in between.
President.
It's time to
Something to keep in
rethink
mind.
your bank and switch to
Defending the
RBFCU.
Social Security rule.
Breaking right now, we
that
are
eliminated
hearing
an
from
Obama-era
two
rule
college
requiring the
students
Social
who were
Security
tased by
Administration to
Atlanta
report to
police
the
and the
FBI's
widow
National
of
Instant
Rachel
Criminal
Brooks
Background
on the
Check,
status of
or
their
the NICS
cases following a
system,
meeting with the Fulton DA.
which was issued on December 16th, was created to comply with the reporting requirements mandated by the NICS, blah, blah.
And I think was very big.
I got a video feed playing. Oh, shoot. Just turn on my headphones. Thank you. You know, Wes, I appreciate it. Nobody wanted to tell me I had a video feed playing. Appreciate it, Wes. By the way, Wes, hope you're doing good, buddy. All right. So, funding the study of gun violence. This was interesting because it looks like which are largely a symbolic statement of priorities, have called for cutting the spending for the CDC and the NIH and have not included money embarked for research to firearm violence. Settle a lawsuit. The settlement. Department of Justice opposed that objection. I thought it was an ad. Look. It was an ad. It was an ad in the wrong place. It was an ad in the wrong place. Something's still playing in the background? What? There's PolitiFact. There's an IRS one. Oh, maybe is it Trump? Oh, I was typing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I appreciate you guys. No, it's okay. I respect you guys. I get a little crazy sometimes, you know. Suggested arming school staff reconsidering gun ban on some federal lands, although the ban currently stands. Corps spokesman told Politico. Trump administration is reconsidering a Nixon-era policy that bans loaded guns on the almost 12 million acres of land and water managed by the Army Corps of Engineers, except where it allows hunting. Let's see. This is the last one. Agree to review the case. I don't know where Trump stands on that. So, yeah, when it comes to the two-way, man, Trump is not as, like, pro. It's fixed now. Appreciate it, April. When it comes to, like, the two-way, Trump is not your, like, is not the,
You can't handle the truth.
Hey, appreciate it, Jake. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, like, when you look at this president and you look at his Second Amendment policies, it's not as pro 2A as you want to make it believe. Just an FYI. This is the face of someone who has been like streaming at 100% for the past 2 days, y'all. And yesterday we streamed for 5 hours. It's crazy. I do want to remind people this is the Doghouse panel show. So if you're in chat and you feel like you're froggy and you want to jump in and you want to discuss anything or talk about something, more than welcome to. Just hit that exclamation point Discord and then you can jump in there. Speaking of perfect timing, our boy Tiberius is in the waiting room. Let's drag him in. What is going on, Tiberius? What's going on, buddy? Oh shit.
Sorry about that. That was a quick pull in, and I didn't realize my microphone was not online.
May have been a quick pull in, just don't do a pull out.
No, those are the ones you gotta have quick. What are you talking about?
Hey, gotta be witty and smarty. So what you want to talk about, man? What's on your mind? Tell me what's on your mind.
Well, I thought I would actually chat about what you're covering over now, because this has actually been a little bit of an interesting. Well, Second Amendment's a whole wider conversation, which I piss off everybody because it's like, do I believe that people should have the right to have a gun? Largely, yes. I like the idea that 80-year-old grandma can have a Smith & Wesson that she can take on some 20-year-old punk if she tries to get robbed, right? Mm-hmm. On the other side of that, it's rights without responsibility is not a right at all. And the problem is we have a lot of these homosexuals out there that believe that you should have a right to a firearm without any questions asked. And I say a well-regulated militia is in the Constitution for a reason, folks.
Yeah, to me, I think that the Second Amendment is, I think it's refreshing, by the way. I just want to comment on that. I find it very refreshing that we're talking about the Second Amendment during, like, a crazy, like, political climate where everybody could be talking about, like, fake audience members that are being paid to, like, show up to a rally. It's refreshing to have some kind of other topic. But, yeah, like, the Second Amendment thing, it to me, I think that there has to be... I don't think that the problem I'm faced is with this. Trump is definitely not someone who from someone with a Second Amendment issue. I don't like Trump in that regard because of a lot of the things he has said. Does not seem that he would really follow through with. He doesn't seem like he would try to protect the Second Amendment from that side. But then you got on the other side, you got Kamala Harris, who's openly advocating for an assault weapons ban multiple times. It's actually in her like actual speech ingrained. So every stop she's going to make, she's going to mention banning assault weapons. And me and Sansel talked about this last night. One of the crazy things is that in any typical, so I'm kind of bringing it back to politics, but that's okay because current events is like what's popular. The thing about the assault weapons ban is we saw how that worked with Beto O'Rourke. When Beto O'Rourke said, hell yeah, I'm coming for your guns, guess what happened? Hell yeah, you got fucking knocked out of the race.
That's the one place you can't do it is Texas. Like, okay. Yeah, okay, so there's a couple of things here, right? Mm-hmm. First is that, is Texas going to vote for a Democrat on the state level? Not yet. They're getting closer, and I don't want to act like that's a big thing, but I'll put it this way. For Republicans, 2A is a losing issue on pretty much every level in pretty much every state, except in Texas, because Texas has a gun culture, right?
Right.
But let's be real here. We have seen the exit poll data. I don't want to get into like actual like polls because people don't understand polls. I'm talking about actual like opinion polls based upon the subject and like where people like fall in. And the reality here is that this is not a winning issue for Republicans. Most people actually don't like the open blanket two-way. They want some level of restriction. Where it comes down to it is that this is not actually a huge issue for people. It's never usually even in the top 5. Now, if something were to happen to make it that would be pretty interesting to see how that goes. But I don't know how we get there because we've already got, people shooting each other up in Walmart and in schools or whatever else. Like, I mean, if we were going to be there, we'd already be there. But the reality is that it's just literally not on anybody's radar. Because it's either most people believe that it won't actually happen to them, or 2 is that they just, they are, very pro-gun, but they're actually one of about 2% of people. That really seems to be the biggest group that it is. It's literally 2% of the electorate.
But I mean, still though, when you have something that, like, generally speaking, like, when you have someone who's running on the platform of, like, banning assault weapons, like, to me, that should scream, like, that this is not a normal candidate. This is someone who would be viewed by all intents and purposes as a radical candidate, and it should turn off a lot of people. Now, I agree. I think the biggest issue is that a lot of people's concerns, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the economy right now, right? I believe that's kind of the big factor, right? Sure. And so I get that. And I think that the other reason why a lot of this is going, and this can kind of start pivoting into what I wanted to talk about as well when you mentioned the polling, is I also feel like with the way that Trump has been running his campaign, she has been able to sweep a lot of things under the rug. That's not really been going, like, not able to get, that would otherwise harm a candidate. It's not harming her at all because she's just not Trump, right? And so it's some people view it as like a binary choice. You got Trump or you've got Kamala, and don't view it as, a triple choice.
Sure.
So do you think
3 things?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got 3 things. Just for clarifications. Number 1, I absolutely love the new background there. However, it doesn't have all uppercase. You might want to look into that. Number 2 is I can't actually put up my webcam in here. I don't know if you've got a certain disable for that, but I'm just letting you know.
That's great. Yeah, I need to iron out the stuff. Okay, so that's good.
Here to help.
Let me change that. You keep doing your thing. Talk what you gotta talk.
And then here's issue 3. Okay, here's the real part when it comes to this conversation. Is that number 1? A lot of Democrats are urban voters, and guns are not popular in urban situations because even if you believe that you should be able to have the take that I do, where it's like, hey, we want grandma to be able to have a gun so she can not get robbed. The problem is that any accidental firing doesn't go off into a cornfield. It goes into your neighbor's house and kills their dog at best, right? Mm. That's something that's extremely unpopular in urban environments. And outside of people who are largely dealing with criminal activity day in and day out, the guns are not popular at all. So that's why Democrats don't give a flying fuck, and why you can actually have a primary candidate go out and say they want an assault weapons ban. What it comes down to is the suburbs. Is that, do they hear gun control that they like or gun control that they don't? Assault weapons ban is kind of one of those things that no one's really quite sure on, because when Democrats say assault weapons, there's no such thing.
Yeah.
And that's where people who are remotely even like pro-gun kind of lose the plot, and they tend to they split hairs. Because on one level, they're like, yes, they want at least 5-day background checks, or at least 3-day. We've seen that consistently. On the other hand, it's, hey, Democrats, we would totally be fine if you tried to actually put in gun control if you knew what guns even were.
Well, let me, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm pulling up this assault weapons ban of 2019, and I'll give you what they defined. I'm not going to read the entire bill because it's astronomically large. They've been trying to pass this bill now for well over past 8 years probably, but it's been repetitively signed. This one was actually signed by Harris herself. This is why I bring up 2019, because after 2019 and 2020, she was now a vice president. Things like that, or 2021, she was vice president. But either way,
is this a California law?
No, this is U.S. This is something that a lot of people, I don't think, realize I keep trying to, advocate and tell people, look, read it. You want to know what things are? Read the bill. It's right here, guys. Look, you know. And it was so funny to me. The reason why I bring this bill up, too, is because a lot of candidates in the 2020 race for the Dem primaries, and you saw all of them in the infamous one where they're like, raise your hands if you would ban assault weapons. There were some who didn't raise their hands. I don't remember who. I was trying to find the video. They didn't raise their hands, but they signed this bill. That was the crazy thing to me. And I think one of them was, I'll read some of the names. You have some you'll recognize. Feinstein, Blumenthal, Schumer, Durbin, Murray, Reed, Carper, Menendez, Carding, Klobuchar, White House, Gillibrand, Schatz, Hirono, Warren was another one, Markey, Booker, Mr. Booker, Van Hollen, Duckworth, Harris, Mrs. Harris, okay, you people out there and take note of that name, Mr. Sanders, Smith, Wyden, Hassan, I don't know who that is. Is that? No, I don't know who that is. Shaheen, Warner, and Merkley. They all signed off on this bill. They co-sponsored this bill. Now, here's what, if we want to know what Harris is talking about with a semi-automatic assault rifle, okay, this is what she labels it as. It is semi-automatic assault weapon means any of the following, regardless of the country or manufacturer or caliber of ammunition accepted. Let me go ahead and copy this and put this in the chat as well so that you guys have it, so you guys can read along and you guys can use this bill when discussing what they mean. This is how crazy this is, Ty. A semi-automatic rifle that has this is the definition, a semi-automatic rifle that has the capacity to accept a detachable magazine and any one of the following: a pistol grip, a forward grip, a folding telescoping or detachable stock, or is otherwise foldable or adjustable in a manner that operates to reduce the length, size, or any other dimensions, otherwise enhance the concealability of the weapon. This is my favorite. A grenade launcher. Kid you not, it is actually in the bill. A barrel shroud, but then the best one of all, a threaded barrel. But wait, there's more. A semi-automatic rifle that has fixed magazine with the capacity to accept more than 10 rounds, except for an attached tubular device designed to accept and capable of operating only with .22 caliber rimfire ammunition. That is another definition of. That's another definition of semi-automatic assault weapon. So in this case, from what I've read from this, is there are certain .22 rimfire weapons that look like an if you want to call it an AR-15. You know what I'm talking about. There are certain AR-15s that hold .22 caliber ammunition, but they look like one that holds like 5.56 or 2.23 ammo. Anyways, any part, combination of parts, component, device, attachment, or accessory that is designed or functions to accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic rifle but not convert the semi-automatic rifle into a machine gun. A semi-automatic pistol. This is under the definition of a semi-automatic assault weapon. A semi-automatic assault weapon is also a semi-automatic pistol that has the capacity to accept a detachable magazine in any one of the following. Now, this is where things get kind of crazy, okay? Because as far as I know,
this is basically any semi-automatic weapon, which is pretty much all of them.
There you go. But wait. This is the crazy thing. A semi-automatic pistol, how they define it is the capacity to accept a detachable magazine, which is every pistol,
all of them,
and any one of the following: a threaded barrel is number one, a second pistol grip, a barrel shroud, the capacity. Remember, it's and any one of the following. So if any one of these are met on this firearm, it's under the semi-automatic assault weapon.
Oh, I mean, it's just literally the detachable magazine is literally every fucking one of them.
Yeah, so that tier is already met, right?
Yeah.
And then a semi-automatic version of an this is the funny thing to me, is a semi-automatic version of an automatic firearm. That is in the bill. I have no idea what the hell that means. Maybe someone who has a gun knowledge can tell me what the hell that means. But yeah. A manufactured weight. This is the other crazy thing. A manufactured weight of 50 ounces or more when unloaded. What does 50 ounces look like weight-wise? Let me see. 50 ounces to pounds, because that might be a little bit easier to understand. Basically, oh my god. It's 3.125 pounds. I don't know any firearm that's under 3 pounds unloaded. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Somebody tell me I'm wrong, but
they're saying it's an assault weapons ban, but what it is it's a smokescreen. It's just, it's a gun ban. It's just a straight up gun ban.
Yeah. And then it says semi-automatic pistol with a fixed magazine that has capacity to accept more than 10 rounds.
The only thing I'm looking through here, in any that I think would not meet the qualifications here, just glancing over it, is double barrel shotguns that breech load, maybe bolt action hunting rifles, might be in that regard.
Yeah.
But outside of those two, I'm not really seeing anything in here that would qualify as anything that isn't covered here, because it goes after handguns, it goes after shotguns, it goes after assault weapons, quote unquote. It's just holy Christ, dude. So yeah, this is again once where it's all right, cool. Whether you're using correct terminology or not, which is always something the right's going to bitch about. This is just an open gun ban, and they're openly just trying to sneak it through to where it's all right, you just can't have guns outside of basically sport utility guns. Pretty much.
And they do list out. I'm looking at some of the. They list out some of the brands, and this is the bad thing too about this bill, is that it lays out some of the brands of the. There's an actual. That's the problem, is in this bill too. They also lay out the various brands of firearms, so you can imagine the kind of shit that would end up happening. With these companies, they're gonna be yo, wait, you're there's gonna be a massive lawsuit if this were to go through, and if Kamala.
It would get sued, and this would get hit to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would knock this bitch down in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
They went after the New York and the Illinois handgun laws, and they're this is too over the top. Now, granted, I have some disagreements with this current Supreme Court on some stuff and how it goes, but I can't figure out where the left actually wants to put their energy into that's coherent. Because on one hand, they're oh, well, we're going to get rid of assault weapons, but then they largely go after, AKs and ARs, and then they, have to figure out they have to go after handguns, because handguns do the majority of the death. It's just, it's wild, dude. It really is.
Yeah, and then this is the last part I'll read from this bill, and then we'll continue talking about this, because I do want to get into talking about some of the polling that's been going on recently. Here is what it would do. So I read to y'all the definition. This is the actual meat and potatoes of it, of the restrictions. They would basically, it says, it shall be unlawful for a person to import, sell, manufacture, transfer, or the big one, or possess in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce a semi-automatic assault weapon. Now, we just went through all what that is. Paragraph 1 should not apply to possession, sale, and this is where I talked about yesterday with the grandfather clause, which makes this basically ineffective. Paragraph 1 should not apply to possession, sale, or transfer of any semi-automatic assault weapon otherwise lawfully possessed under federal law on the date of enactment of the assault weapons ban of 2019. In other words, when this bill gets enacted, all the previous firearms that are already in circulation are already they're gonna be grandfathered in. So that's the only silver lining, if there's anything in this bill that you could be hey, look, there's something good there at least. That's the only place. But yeah, and then the one that's here, it says, which is so funny to me, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any firearm that is manually operated by bolt, pump, lever, or slide action, has been rendered permanently inoperable, or is an antique firearm as defined in section 921 of this title. So anyways, but that so you guys know, now you know, when you listen to Kamala Harris and Walz say, hell yeah, we're coming for your assault weapons, brother. This is it right here. And that's what I'm saying. To me, this is such a radical bill when, people don't understand what it is they're calling assault weapons. This is it. They want universal background checks. They want an assault weapons ban. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And Grumpy, look, I'll be honest with you. You're kind of right. I mean, look, the right has a point that they're coming for your firearms. You know, I don't want to try to. I don't like saying it because
this literally, call a spade a spade. This literally makes pretty much any firearm illegal. Like even my Beretta is illegal under this. Fuck that.
Yeah.
No thanks.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. But the thing is like the polling. I wanted to talk to you about the polling because I've seen a lot of conservatives go absolutely bonkers over this the polling that's going on right now with Kamala, and how Kamala right now is doing pretty well in the polls. What do you feel? First of all, let me get your opinion on what you think about the polls. Do you think they're something to take note of? Do you think they're fake? Do you think they're actually like a good temperature of what is actually going on? Where do you stand on the polling thing?
I generally don't pay much of attention to them. I have to deal with the left-wingers, and they're always like polls, and then they, the moment that they start going against them, they're like, oh, well, the polls are wrong because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and then when I talk to the right-wingers, they do the same shit. So, quite frankly, I'm over talking about polls because everyone wants to point out when the polls are helping their case, and then the moment that the polls aren't helping their case, they're like, I'm not going to talk about polls. So fucking, quite frankly, fuck all your polls. Like, be consistent or don't talk to me. Just straight up.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah, go for it.
What did Poland do to you, bro?
It's because yeah, fair enough. They keep getting annexed by either the Russians or the Germans. That's why. Okay.
Damn, they want the world to come help them, right? No, so yeah, like I think the thing is like with these polling things, man, is it's like for me, it's something we ought to take note of, and I think a lot of conservatives are like living in denial land right now, right? A lot of conservatives right now are like, no, like she's not popular. Oh, she's paying for her, crowds. Oh, the crowds are AI. Oh no, that crowd.
I was just looking into that this morning. Like I think it was from you that I saw like a thread or two get posted up. So I was looking at some of that, and like there's levels to where there seems to be a little bit of cope, and there also seems to be a little bit of a point. Some of the pictures posted up are really sketchy. The one where they've got Air Force Two sitting on the tarmac, and there's a whole bunch of people in front of them, and then you actually look at the skin of the aircraft. Like people are like, "Oh, well, you can't see anything." Well, correction, you can see one person in the reflection. You can see one on the engine, right? You can actually see that person standing out. So there is a level where could that crowd be entirely AI generated? Potentially, yes. However, let's be real. The technology is there. It's been there for a while. We can make people look like you said shit you never said. We can make people make it look like that you do things you never said. And I pointed this out in panels earlier this year. We've got an AI Trump versus AI Biden rolling on Twitch for the better part of the last 12 months. And if you took excerpts of that, like without context and without long form, you would actually see that it looks pretty convincing until you actually have to see the AI like regroup and like put them in a different stance. But like we're already to the point where you can totally convince people that AI is able to fuck with stuff. Here's the thing: is all of the videos faked? It doesn't look like it. There's levels to where like you can. I'll put it this way: there's too many videos that would have to be faked. There's just way too many of them. For too many people with too many different angles from too many points of view. Is she drawing the crowds that it looks like? At least in some places, probably. And don't get me wrong, like the Trump campaign's been guilty of this as well. We've been talking about that literally since 2018, where it seems like, hey, the Trump campaign looks like it's got a full house, and then once the camera pans over to the left or the right, you have empty bleachers. So, it's kind of wild. So it's something that both sides are doing. I'm not going to act like it isn't. But I'm just going to call a spade a spade. Some of those photos definitely look like they are fake because there's too many inconsistencies for me to look into them and go, oh yeah, that's clearly legit. There's other times where it's like, is Kamala actually getting these crowds? Well, quite frankly, it's really easy to get that kind of a crowd anywhere when you're not Trump.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, there is a video on TikTok that I found from that rally with the plane. Whether that image is or isn't AI, I think is wholly irrelevant. I think I've seen Sparky do this, where Sparky with me were going back and forth on it, and he kind of pivoted. He was trying to walk back what he was trying to imply, which is that the crowd itself is artificial. Then it moved to, well, the image is artificial. And it's like, we all know what you were trying to do there, which is the meme of that Kamala is not that popular. And I think it's super important for conservatives to sit there and actually accept the fact Kamala is popular. Now, does it really matter? And this is why I get into arguments with some people, because it's like the same. Some crowds are like, well, popularity doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, but you're the one making the argument that popularity does matter, because you're the one making the argument for the crowd size. So clearly popularity matters to you. So why can't I sit there then and have to rebut that and say, look, she is popular? Whether it's because, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just to the point now personally where I'm not interested in having these conversations with anyone who's just clearly made up their minds on who they're going to vote for, or if it's that where it's like they're not centrists. Why do I need to talk about how popular Trump is, or how popular Kamala is, with people who will never, ever not vote for one of the two anyway, right? Like, at least with you or me, or Connor, or Nate, or fucking half of the list that I gave you last night, is that, we'll flip if things go a certain way, right? If there's enough to piss us off from one group, we'll either flip or we'll stay home. Because I have voted for Donald Trump, which a lot of people don't seem to remember, is that I was so pissed at fucking Democrats in 2020, I was like, oh, okay, I don't even give a shit if Donald Trump's a fascist. Hit the button, fucking go. Don't burn down entire cities, or otherwise I will happily let police brutality go on you.
Don't start talking about police brutality, bro. Okay, it's too soon. It's too soon, man.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like a lot of these content, creators that are discussing Trump, it's delusional, man. And to what Grumpy's saying about she's not popular, she's just a dim candidate. That doesn't matter, Grumpy. She is still popular. Whether she's the dim candidate or not, she's popular. And I think the reason why it's important for me, and I've said it again, I'll say it again, I'll say it again, I'll say it again, is because we need to please get with it and accept the fact that she is, so that we can effectively go through and attack these campaign policies. And the funny thing is there's a little bit of a disconnect between Trump and his base, because his base right now is saying Kamala has no policies, yet Trump equally went on I think it was yesterday or the day before in Michigan. I think it was Michigan. Either way, he was doing a rally, and he literally sat there and was like, "Hey guys, look up over here. Here is all of Kamala's policies." And next thing you know, he's listing off all the things she holds. And so now that talking point that his base had about her not having policies, I can just point straight to that video that Trump played, because apparently Trump thinks that she does have policies, which is a breath of fresh air for me. Right? Because for me, I'm like, oh, sweet. Kamala has policies. You know what I mean? So, or not Kamala, I'm sorry. Trump thinks that she has policies, which is what I've been afraid of with the conservative base. I'm like, is the conservative base this off kilter?
Yes. Like, they're literally saying one thing then 1 minute and then one thing the next. And like the thing is, we'll just give it 30 days and the Democrats will do the same. Like, this is the constant thing. We're just seeing who's the bigger hypocrite anymore. But yeah, that's where we're at, is that it's literally do as I say, not as I do with both parties. We're consistently seeing just levels where it's just fucking cope for a lot of people. And it's like, I can work with this stuff to a point, but I'm kind of over everybody's bullshit. Walk the fucking walk.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And have you seen some of the Rittenhouse stuff that's been going on?
I don't keep track of that guy at all, but go on.
Yeah, so I'll give you kind of a summary on it, so I'll spare you some time. Mm-hmm. Rittenhouse basically said he was thinking about voting for Ron Paul after having a discussion with Ron Paul, and he thought that it would, he's Ron Paul.
Talking about Rand?
Rand Paul, probably. Sorry, my bad.
I was just making sure, because like Ron is like 180 right now. So
okay, yeah, Rand Paul. Sorry. Either way,
no, you're good.
He was going to vote for the Paul guy. Okay, and he sat there and said he was going to vote for him, and then all of a sudden, the MAGA cult on Twitter just bombarded him, saying like, "You were loyal to Trump. This is such an abomination. Why would you do this? Blah 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 blah."
Catch that. catch that tell there, right? Loyal to Trump. Like this is why I'm not interested in these fuckers. We're like it's all about loyalty to Trump. It is a cult of personality. It is a cult now, and they're openly saying it. So quite frankly, I've got no love for this bullshit. I've got absolutely none.
That's why Connor ended up like he's done with them too. Like he's absolutely like, this is insane. And a lot of people were doing this, right? They were like, look, bro, what the hell is this? Why are y'all doing this? And then it got worse was when Tim Pool or Rogan was next. Rogan said that he was going to go vote for RFK. Or I think it was
he actually put out a statement earlier today. He
said
that
he rescinded.
Yeah, well, he's like, hey, look, this was not like I like RFK. I think he actually has good politics when it comes to actually talking to people. He's not vitriolic. He's actually enjoyable to talk to. But on the other side of that, I did not endorse him, and I can't remember exactly like what his rationale was. But he was basically saying like I did not do that.
That's the thing that concerns the crap out of me is I completely. I'm not someone to sit there and spout conspiracy theories, okay?
All right.
But I feel like, for me, it's so interesting that Rittenhouse changed his tune, by the way. Rittenhouse went from voting for Rand Paul, or saying I'm supporting Rand Paul, within 2 hours, Tiberius. 2 hours. 2 or 3 hours. It might have been 3. He all of a sudden said, I just got off the phone with the Trump campaign. I rescind what I was saying. I think that, he is a good advocate for Second Amendment rights. I don't know what I was thinking, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, I want to know what happened in that fucking phone call.
Dude, I've seen way too much of that as it is, to where you'll have people start making comments or criticisms of these folks, and then they'll literally be bouncing backwards on it within a couple of hours. It's actually a little concerning to me, the level of grip that they have, and I don't know what they're threatening them with. I know there's a lot of people who think that that Trump is just really powerful and basically has a lot of clout, and that's absolutely true, and that's fine. You all can do what you want. What I do have is that whatever he is threatening people with, it's either he's just saying, I'm going to go all in on your ass right here, right now, or something else is up, because he is constantly, or at least the Republican Party is constantly able to push out dissenters and, basically just shove everyone into the back burner. And that's what they're doing with like people like you and me. We're not right enough. We're not Republican enough because we don't suck Trump's dick. Well, sorry, that's not the prerequisite for being a Republican, so you all can fuck right off.
Yep. And that's kind of the big issue too, man, is that, like, for example, whatchamacallit, the Joe Rogan. We saw what happened when Joe Rogan sat there and went full tilt on Joe Rogan. We saw what happened when Trump went full tilt on Joe Rogan, and he blasted Joe Rogan on Truth Social. I'm surprised that Rogan went backwards. I don't know if that's what it is, that it's like the idea that's, he can just post, Trump will post a tweet and the sycophants will kind of jump off of Rogan. And I think that's the thing too, is like when you've built your brand around a particular politician and your brand is that politician, if that politician that you support and you are a big figure in that politician circle or orbit, and that politician comes out and says, I don't support Rittenhouse or I don't support Rogan, your entire career is basically shot. You better go to the left as fast as you can. Like,
let me like put this in perspective real quick, because I don't think people have really thought about this. Since when has a president or politician of any caliber at any point in American history been able to literally speak in their word as gospel?
You know what, Tiberius? I'm gonna make you scream, okay? That sounded that sounded a little bit too Pride Month for me, but I am sorry. Let me try to see if I can let me see if I can show you my X account real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. There was one. Do you remember? Did you hear about Trump's plane kind of having a malfunction or something like that?
I did not.
All right, let me see if I can find it here, because I know I have it up somewhere. Come on. It wasn't that long ago. It was only a few days ago. I haven't tweeted that much. There's the AI stuff. There's the policy. You ought to read some of these comments on Twitter about the plane running off. You're talking about taking his word as gospel. It's pretty crazy. August 10th. Oh, that's far. Almost there. Almost there. August 9th. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, shoot. Went down way too far. Let's see. Okay, there's the Tim Pool thing. There's Gavin Newsom. If I don't find this, I'm going to be upset. EV. Might be more up a little more. I'm going to try to find it. I'm almost there. I know it's there somewhere. I'm almost there. I promise. August 9th. There's the Harris thing. There's some weird, creepy memes that I wish didn't come across my timeline, but I commented on them. The main Khif. I must have made a post about it. Alright, let's look at my posts. Continue on, though, what you were saying about the craziness of the right. Like the right freaking out about Joe Biden being on a beach at 80 years old.
Oh, fuck. Why are they doing that?
They're freaking out because they're like, this isn't something that a president should be doing. He should be hard working in the White House. I'm like, bro.
Oh, fuck that.
Like,
literally.
Of course.
Yeah, unironically, like, literally, Trump set the record for vacation days up until Joe Biden.
That's great.
Like, and let's be real. Like, no one should be working that fucking much all the time for, at the White House. Like, it is a stressful job. It is a job that requires people's effort. But two things. One, learn to fucking delegate. That's actually something the commander-in-chief needs to know how to do. And also, when you have that level of stressful job, you know what happens when you work 24/7? You become a manic wreck. Do you want the person with the nuclear codes to be a manic wreck? No, I don't think you do. Like, I absolutely hate this narrative. I've hated it for a long time, to where anytime there's a vacation photo of a president, that person should be working. Yeah, how much? 80 hours a week? 90 hours a week? You do realize they work probably more than any other civilian in history, right?
100%. I'm going to post this in chat again for anybody who wants to see exactly these comments. I'm going to warn you guys, okay? I posted the link, but I'm going to warn you before you click the link, okay? If you don't want your day to be ruined, I don't suggest you click the link, okay? But if you want your day to be ruined and you're like, hey, look, I just want to see how deranged things can get, click the link. Tiberius, I'll let you go through some of these comments. I will read some of them.
Oh, God.
No weapon. So I'll give you context. It says breaking. Trump's plane makes an emergency landing in Billings, Montana this afternoon due to mechanical failure. Here's video of the landing. By the way, it was not a dramatic landing. It landed pretty quickly. Only one side is deranged, the other side is good. Right. So the one comment, the top comment that I'm looking at here is, and it's most relevant is what it claims. The stupid Twitter AI thing about most relevant is annoying. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and the righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. And then, like, it's a quote from Isaiah, I guess 54:17. Then someone said, God is protecting his family, cover him in the blood of Jesus. Someone needs to guard that plane 24/7. Alex Jones has been all over this. He said they will target his plane for sabotage. And then this one this is the cake. This is the cake topper, guys. This is the cake topper. I am now convinced he is God's chosen one.
Yeah, I've seen shit like this for years now, and yeah, I mean, it's a cult. Like, it's just a fucking cult, and I don't know what to do about it, because it's not just a group of people like Heaven's Gate. It is a major political party that probably has about 45 of the American public as its main votership, and they're going to pick up a number of the centrists and the moderates, which probably puts them at 49 or 48 minimum. So yeah. It's dangerous and then scary, but I don't know what to do about it.
There's not really much you can do about it, right? I mean, the only thing you can do is try to make sure that Trump doesn't take office. And I'm not someone, like I said, I know I've got a lot of people in my chat who absolutely love Trump. Let me let you know, guys, there are very few people that I personally have met, whether it's on this platform or on, whether it's wherever. I've seen fringes, and usually, and believe it or not, I find it, and maybe you can correct me on some tie, I feel like some of the online righties I've seen are actually a little bit more sane to some degree than the normie righties, the ones who watch Fox News and do like that. The normie righties are the ones posting this kind of shit, right? And I think that's what I've noticed.
We got pushed out. Let's be real. We got pushed out. Like, the normal right is not normal anymore. Like, the inmates have run the asylum. And, like, this is, like, I'm looking at some of your guys' chat, and I'm just like, let's be real, guys. Like, I'm going to be 100%. You might hate Kamala. You might hate Joe Biden. I certainly have significant disagreements with the Democratic Party. But their inmates aren't running the asylum. They're on the outside of the convention center. They're the ones that are like, we want $25 minimum wage. We want, healthcare now. We want all the shit.
You're about to exclude fucking Wes, man. Me and Wes had a whole ass conversation like yesterday or the day before about the conversation about $25 minimum wage or whatever. I think, I believe it was Wes. Wes said Wes wanted, Wes, I don't want to misquote you here, buddy, but I feel like you said something about like 15 at bare minimum, 25. But Wes is a good guy. Wes is cool. I don't know if have you interacted with Wes Cisa before?
I know the username looks familiar, but I can't say that I have.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. So like I say this in jest, right? Just some fun. But all right. Yeah, he said it was supposed to be it should be 15 at minimum, and then 25 would be preferred. And I told him, I said, look, I am super against that, but I respect your opinion, because I'm like, I cannot do that.
I mean, in a perfect world, I would not have a minimum wage. But that's in a perfect world. Are we getting to the point where 15 is kind of looking like it needs to be the baseline? We're pretty well there. If you can't get a Subway sandwich for $15 anymore. So yeah, like my general rule of thumb here is like, you shouldn't be working unless you can pick up, like a McDonald's sandwich or a Subway sandwich for your wage. Like, you just shouldn't. And I'm talking about these kids who are working at Wendy's. They can't even afford the like the full stack value menu, or not value, but a double cheeseburger anymore. Like, it's more than what their wage. Like, that's ridiculous. I could easily afford that when I was working at their age, and now we can't. No, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, and real quick, guys, before we continue on about this awesome discussion about minimum wage, I want to kind of let you guys know we are at the 2 hour and 18-minute mark. I do want to remind you guys, this is an open panel. So if you guys want to join in and talk with me and Ty, I don't know how much longer Ty's going to be on, but if you want to chat with us, feel free to jump in. We're more than welcome to have you guys on. All you have to do is hit !Discord. If you're on Twitter or YouTube, you're going to probably have to go into Twitch to kind of find that Discord link somehow, some way. And the Dogbot seems to have provided for me at perfect timing. So there you go. Jump in and feel free to have a conversation. It is open for anybody and everybody. We are open. But yeah, so minimum wage is... I think I've looked at it kind of a more nuanced perspective. I'm like, I've seen that we've had a trend of about like raising it by about $1 every 5 to 10 years prior to like 2010. And so for me, I feel like we ought to have that same increase stay consistent. So like, I don't have a perfect measure of where we should have the minimum wage, but I'll tell you what, I don't want a $15 minimum wage, and I don't want a $25 minimum wage. And I actually think, and I'm not mistaken, to tie this back into our current political climate, I believe Kamala Harris supports $15. She hasn't quite said it, but she has referenced raising the minimum wage. And again, not a huge fan of that. I don't know how you can really say that you're going to make the economy better by quickly implementing your minimum wage. So
wait, so what's her take, just so I understand it, or I'm not shooting out of my mouth?
She said that she was gonna give a livable wage, I think is what it was.
Oh yeah, the living wage is dog shit. It's a terrible idea. Because it doesn't have any like flexibility to it. And this is one of the reasons why I actually think I'm definitely far more right than people give me credit for. I have a strong issue with government mandating economics. Because, you know, it's one thing if it would have like a sunset clause where it's like, we're going to have this policy, but we're going to have it for like 5 years. But we get to this point where it's like, oh, well, we're going to guarantee housing. Okay, well, what quality of housing? Does everyone get a 200-foot or, you know, square foot like room that they can shack up at for the night? Or does everyone get a 2,500 square feet house? Or is it like X amount of square feet per person? Oh, what kind of quality does it have to be in? You know, how much does it get maintained? Like all this shit. And people would just act like that's no big deal. That you know, saying that is not a problem at all. And I'm like, y'all are fucking nuts. Like, freedom of speech is a hell of a thing where you're like, hey, look, you can talk at this time about these things, you know, in a responsible manner. You know, there's a lot of like, there's some metrics and bounds to it. But I can't stop you from going out into like the public square and just chatting about largely what you want to chat about, unless it's like a very specific, like small group of things that would like constitute as hate crimes. But yeah, like, I mean, you can't be out in the middle of the street at 1 a.m. with a loudspeaker. We've made that illegal, and I'm fine with that. But I mean, there's plenty of time in the day to do all these things. There's a lot of these things that you can talk about, even if they're cringe or toxic. What it really comes down to, and this is the real conversation that is brought up, is can we talk about problematic and or toxic things without being canceled? And that's where like the right kind of lost me a little bit, where they have this idea that they can be assholes and then not get canceled, and then the left has this idea that they can be assholes and not get canceled. And it's just everyone's upset because for the first time the left can cancel people, and the right has not figured out how to deal with that. At the same time, the right is like, oh, we don't want to cancel people when it's something that they were amazing at, and I wish they would actually, you know, get back to doing that. Could you imagine how effective the right would be if they actually did effectively cancel people?
If the right could cancel people, it would be amazing. Okay,
they can. Remind you, like, okay, cult of Trump, if it's real, right? 45% of the American voting public is now, like, can actually organize to economically blockade somebody. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot.
The problem is they cancel themselves. Like, when they do shit like that, right? Like, that's the fucking problem is like, when they try to cancel someone else, what they end up doing inadvertently is canceling themselves. Like, instead of canceling someone else, they're canceling themselves by trying to... It's just a revolving door. That's the problem. And, you know, I don't know how you feel about this, because I'm just throwing a lot of Kamala's policies at you, but, you know, we talked about minimum wage. She's also for rent capping.
Oh, rent controls are terrible. We figured that out in the 90s. Like, no, like rent controls are terrible. Price controls in general are terrible. I understand that people are like, hey, look, we capped the price of insulin and look how it's affordable. I'm like, just wait. The shortages are coming. I guarantee sooner or later we're going to have an insulin shortage, and I can't wait to scream at everybody and say, I fucking told you so.
Yep. What's up, Gamer Jam? Welcome in the chat. Actually, that's one thing, too, is like the difference between me and Wes when we were talking about minimum wages, I think the way that we tie a certain value, the left tends to do a more emotional appeal. And what I mean by that is that they're tying the worth of someone to the wage, whereas I'm attaching, and most conservatives are attaching, the skills that particular person brings to the marketplace. That is what we tie the worth to. It's not to say, and then that's not to say that person is not worth, you know, a lot of money. It could be a very good-hearted, well-worth person, right? But if all that they can bring is that they can flip burgers, then it doesn't matter if you're a grandma. Yeah. Right, like you could be a grandma, and I'm still gonna pay you $15, you know, $7 an hour. So
yeah, this is a conversation I've had to piss off everybody with a little bit. Yeah. Part one is that I largely agree that it needs to be more skills based. It's not about how hard you work. It's not about like how old you are. It's not even this is something I really pissed a lot of people off. It's not even about how long you've been working at the firm. You might have 20 years experience, but that doesn't matter if that's all you can do is the same thing. So there's two conversations here that are actually relevant and important. Number one, and this is the part I agree with the right on, is that what skills do you bring to the table to where you can you be replaced? And if you can't be replaced, then, you're probably in a good spot and you're probably paid pretty well. But if you can, and the reality is there's a lot of our jobs that you can be replaced pretty easily, then yeah, you don't have a good wage. Here's the part that no one is talking about. What responsibility do you have in your position? One of the big things about corporate culture and the Good Boys Club that largely the left is permeating right now is that they've got quite frankly, a terrible system of making it to where your middle managers and your managers don't really have any kind of say or authority to do a goddamn thing. They're not in charge of hiring or firing. That's largely HR. They're not in charge of moving the team around outside of just like general scheduling or who's in charge of this project A, B, C, or D. They have no autonomy. They have no room to actually make independent decisions. And this is something I wish the right would get on board with and say, hey, look, we need better independence in the workplace. We need people, if you actually hire them to do a job, stop making them glorified fucking babysitters. Give people autonomy to actually, go out and do shit, make corrective decisions, and make it to where on the ground level, because one of the big things the right's been bitching about for years, which was true, is that these corporate structures are incredibly top down. And they're very authoritarian. They're not like, we don't like big government. Why don't you hate big corporate too? Why are you not advocating like individuals on that minimum level actually have responsibility to fix shit and to actually engage with people?
Yeah, to me, I'm a corporate shill, so you're gonna see me like I absolutely love corporations, and that's also because I've worked in companies large, small, and in the middle. I've also worked in the field in the blue collar environment, and I've worked retail. Sure. I think, and unfortunately, and I hate to say this, I feel like I have had probably about 30 different jobs in the past 10 years. So
nah, I get it, dude. I was really good up until COVID, and then I've been rotating largely since 2022 on jobs.
But I'll tell you what though, going through all those jobs, it makes you a stronger person in a lot of different ways. It's tough, it sucks, and you hate it during the time. But when you look back and you reflect on it, you go, you know what? That made me a better person. It made me a more well-rounded person. And I think when you look at, the companies and the way that they're structured, a lot of corporations have started to become more progressive in their practices, where they still want little to government intervention in their business, but within their business itself, they have become more progressive with their social policies. So, supporting Pride Month is an obvious one, though some of them have started to roll that back a little bit. Trying to work on like things like sexual harassment. We have, I shouldn't have said that word on YouTube, but whatever. Things like, what other ones? Paid maternal leave, things like that.
Maternity leave, yeah.
Maternity leave, yeah. Things like that. They've gotten a little bit better with it. Equal pay for men and women, which that conversation itself is...
It's bullshit.
Yeah. But, I think that corporations overall do not want to do things that are in the worst interest for themselves in the market. I think that they obviously don't want government intervention, but you can be... for businesses and be against what was the other one you said? There's two parts you said there. There's government and what was the other one?
Well, the government, yeah. With corporations, it's skills and then it's responsibility. It's actually having the autonomy to make decisions as an employee.
Oh, worth. That was what we were talking. I'm so sorry. I blanked out. I was eating a fucking rice cake, okay, and it like fried my brain because it's cardboard. Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like in a corporation, you earn your way up there though. Like, yeah, you have like, and I think that's kind of the thing is that like your 90-year-old grandmother is all cool and dandy and everything, but at the same time, like if grandma's only entering in invoices or only sitting there keying in things that a caveman can do it, then yeah, you're worth what you can do. But if you have high-level executives, those high-level executives absolutely, in my opinion, deserve a higher wage. And I think, or not a higher wage, but the wage that they're receiving. I think that they absolutely deserve that. But yeah, rice cake, soy, beta vibes. Look, guess who? All right, I like my rice cakes. Okay, look, guys, I'm just telling you right now, if you have not had a, I don't know why I keep opening from the bottom, a dark chocolate Sprouts rice cake, brown rice cake, coated in chocolate. It is only 80 calories, and it is actually pretty clean and healthy. It's good. Did the caveman have Walmart? No, it was all free. So, Gamer Jam, you're saying absolutely nothing should be sold for a profit if its absence can kill you. How far do you take that? That's the problem, Gamer Jam. Like, I get it. Great sentiment. Love it. First of all, it would never happen. But, yeah, the idea that, like, the for-profit stuff, man, that shit really bothers me because a lot of people don't understand what profit even is. And I know that's...
So many people on the left just think that profit's an evil thing, and I can't float that shit. It's literally, without profit, you have nothing. Literally, profit is the way of life, and I'm not memeing when I say this. It's like, if you do, like, everything we do is largely profitable because it's either we profit in enjoyment, we profit in material wealth, or personal, like, finance, or personal connections, or whatever. Like, there's very few things that we actually do that is to a detriment. Just outright. We have a word for that. It's called a masochist. So, like, where's the level where this kind of, like, breaks down and where's it effective, right? Well, we can talk about altruism all damn day, but the general take here is this. If you have a problem with profit, you have a problem with reality, because we live in a society we live in a universe that embraces the idea of scarcity. There's not enough to go around for all of us, right? So, like, I totally get where people are like, oh, well, if it's scarce, then we should do something about it. But ironically enough, embracing that profit is bad is the most counterintuitive thing to actually fix that.
And I'm going to give people who are not in the world of accounting a little bit of background on what profit really is. And it's going to be very quick, very easy, very simple. Profit does not always mean tangible cash. Okay? Profit is your revenues minus your expenses. Okay? For example, your expenses are not always cash expenses. In fact, we have a thing called accrual basis accounting, which very much is used all throughout large companies. There are certain small companies that use cash basis, but there's others that don't. Little boring lesson on accounting, but basically accrual basis is splitting out the cost of a certain expense, and you're not getting the expense, the entire expense on one period. So, give you an example, depreciation expense. Depreciation expense to most people are like, oh man, that's how much my value of my car depreciates. No, it's the useful life of that particular asset. So you have a truck. That truck you may only need it and use it for 10 years. Thus, you will split out that cost of that vehicle through a certain depreciation method and break out that expense over the course of the next 10 years. Now,
I think you lost everybody. You lost me.
I did. So what I'm trying to say, and summarize this in a beautiful way that most people don't understand, is, in other words, because of all the nuances within an income statement that derives the profit, it's not a cash position. In other words, you have $50,000 in profit, you don't have $50,000 in cash. That's not your cash position. If you want to know someone's cash position, the best place to look for it is the cash on the balance sheet. There's three financial statements: income statement, balance sheet, and statement of cash flows. So people, in other words, what I'm trying to say, Ty, is that a lot of people get profit mixed up. And in reality, they're like, oh my God, the company made $50 million in profit. They got so much money. They can absolutely reinvest it. It's like, brah, I ain't even got to the revenue side of accounting. I'm not going to, because I don't want to bore everybody to death. But let's just put it this way. Not all revenue is cash. Okay? You bought that little thing on a credit card or a loan. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you're getting into the complicated side of it. Like the general take on this is that you're profitable even on a personal level if you come out with more than what you have, and the reality is that if you're not coming out with more than what you have, you're dead.
Yeah, and to the earlier point of what this all started with Gamer Jam about the if you need it to survive, then it should be free, which again is a very radical take, by the way. But the problem is, like, how far do you take that, right? Do I, like, if I don't have, like, water's obvious, sure, but, like, what about food? My Lord, there's about how much food in the world, how many kinds of food? You got corn, you've got wheat. Do we take it to the extreme of saying, well, I need that ice cream because it's food, so it's calories. If I don't eat it, I'm gonna die. Like, how? Like, you can't use that basic of measure if that were your policy, right?
Oh, you can, but this is just how you get, like, terrible policy in terms of Kamala's assault weapons ban.
Exactly, 100%. 100%. Wes said it's harder to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism.
Wait. Say that again?
It is harder to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism.
Flip that around for me, and I'm totally with you. Like, it's easier for me to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Like, the end of the world, I could totally see that happen. The end of capitalism, like, you might have, like, capitalism plus, but, like, I don't see that shit going away anytime soon.
Yeah. Personally, I need steak once a month. Bro, cancel. 100%, bro. Steak all the way.
I'm sorry, what?
Cancel said I personally need steak once a month.
Hey, right. It's just like, dude, like, if we're going to mandate that, like, everyone gets food, like, I want steak every day. Or at least I want steak 3 times a week, dude. I love steak. I can't afford it right now, but it's tasty and delicious. And I'm gonna do that. Like 100%, no memes. If we're gonna mandate that people have food, I want at least 3 sirloin steaks for myself a week. And if you got a problem with that, well, guess what?
So bad. April said I need coffee to survive. Free coffee. Yo, I'll tell you what. My wife will sit there and drink the ever living crap out of coffee. Like if it were up to, like, we went to Tennessee this past Christmas, and I kid you not, we made more stops for coffee than we did for restroom breaks. I'm not even kidding you. Like, we stopped probably 4 or 5 times for coffee, and stopped maybe once or twice for bathroom breaks. I'm like, what in the world? No wonder Starbucks is making a killing, dude. Except they're not making a killing now. Apparently their profits are getting hit. As we're talking about profits, they're not doing too hot.
Why is that?
I think part of it is due to the rising prices. When you look at the CPI numbers, takeout is going up and dramatically. Like, it's not. It's like, I think it's 6% year over year. So it is not going down. It's like now, like, if I went to go get like a burger meal, it's gonna be probably, like, depending on where you go. Like, if you go to down here, if you go to Whataburger, you're probably gonna spend like $30 for 2 people, $20 to $30. Like, you might as well go eat out at a restaurant for that price.
Oh, I don't know if I've talked to you about this before, but if it's not anything that I can get out, or I'm sorry, if it's something that I can't cook at home anymore, or if I just can't cook it for it being a complete pain in the ass, like pizza, I won't go out for it anymore. Like, I won't go out for Mexican food anymore. I'll cook it at home. I won't go out for fucking, like, half of anything anymore because I'll cook it at home. Like, number 1, I'm a good cook, but 2, like, the markup on it has to be fucking intense right now, dude. And I think that there's a long story here, but the short is that, like, I can't go to an Applebee's or a Texas Roadhouse or any place that used to cost me like $12 to $15. I can't go there anymore because it's now $20 a person. Like, yeah. I can't fucking do that shit anymore. Like, even McDonald's and, like, Wendy's and shit is horrible except for the value menus.
Yeah, Cancel said the same thing. Prices are up. I think I have a little bit too many commies in my chat right now. Okay, I spot at least 3 of them. Okay, I love you guys. I spot like 3 of you guys.
Hey, look, I mean, we got MAGA in your chat, we got commies in your chat, so we got all the retards all
That's
around.
Great. Hey, whoa, okay, I was about to agree with you, Tiberius. No, hey, I actually tend to agree. Look, if there's any sign of me being like a good centrist or a good, like, conservative here, this is the good sign that I've got everybody. Now, I can't guarantee that everybody's going to be able to get along, but hey, we got everybody in my chat.
Welcome.
There you go, right? Cancel said prices are up too high. Even McDonald's has finally gotten hit with lower revenue since people are going to the local Chinese restaurants instead of McDonald's for the same price. Yeah, right? Exactly. Local foods are going to be doing great. But this is what I was going to pull up. I pulled up the CPI numbers, and this is from July. Oh, this is, wait, this is June. This is the June category. I'll still take it. What, a couple months is going to change very much. Actually, they do kind of change pretty bad. Where's June? I want July. Shit. Where's July? Is that the most recent CPI report? Is June? Nah, it can't be, right?
Probably. It's like the CPI report usually comes out like almost a month after.
Okay. Well, we'll rock with June. So food away from home right now is 4.1% up year over year. 4.1%. And then that's for full service meals and snacks, whatever that means. It's 3.9%, and then limited service meals and snacks is up 4.3%. So, and some good news, I suppose you could say, is I got you. The one thing that's going down, guys, is fruits and veggies. They're down 0.5%. Woohoo! That means you can get some fruits and veggies. You know, Gamer Jam. I know you're looking for free food. There you go, buddy. Down 0.5%. But other than that, everything else is still going up. Meats and poultries is up 2.6%. Non-alcoholic beverages is up 1.5%. What is this one? That's meat and poultries. Yeah. And then don't get me started about used cars. Used cars are down 10%. So if you're in the market for a used car, probably a good time to get it. I know our friend IPA, if he's lurking, would love to talk about that. So let's see. But yeah, supply and demand. Whoa, what's going on, Alley Cat? Welcome in, buddy. Supply and demand for fruits and veggies. Yeah, I was gonna say not many people really want veggies, apparently, right? So they're wanting that good food. Apparently they're wanting to go out and eat instead of eating at home, which they should be eating at home because these prices are getting way too damn high. Government should provide basic needs like food and water. Absolutely not. Respectfully, I don't completely agree with that. I know we have a few good people in here that disagree with me on a lot of things, but yeah, guys. Again, we're at the 242 mark, so I want to go ahead and make this comment to you guys. Please feel free to jump into the Discord. It is an open panel, so if you guys want to jump in at any point, all you have to do is hit ! Discord. If you're on Twitter, you probably have to go to Twitch to do that. If you're on YouTube, you're going to probably have to do the same thing. I don't think my commands work across platform. I believe it's just tied to Twitch. Otherwise, you should be able to go to my biography and be able to see the Discord links and things like that. But yeah, feel free to join in if you want to. It is open. It's not closed. We're just kind of chilling on a Sunday morning, or in this case, it's a Sunday afternoon for some of you guys, and a Sunday afternoon for me. I didn't realize it's almost 1 o'clock. I am losing my mind with how fast time is flying. But anyways, so yeah, Miss April Dawn. Well, it's also harvest season for local fruits and veggies, so that may be the reason. That's fair. That could be the reason as well. I know one thing I love to do during the fall is like I don't know if blueberries are in season during the fall, but we love to take the kiddos out to like a blueberry patch and have them kind of pick out some of the blueberries and things like that. It's super fun to do. Especially when you have kids, man. When you have kids, things change so much. You know, I absolutely love being a father. Not try to get all mushy on you guys and everything. But, yeah, so during the fall season, it's really fun to take them out there, do the pumpkin patch, you know, all that stuff. So, but just make sure the pumpkins are free, right? That's how we want it. You need them to survive. You need to eat them, you know. They need to be free. Has there been any breaking news on Twitter, guys? I have no idea if there's been anything crazy going on. Did you see that Trump take the bait and say Kamala's? No way. Did he? Did he take the bait? Link me that, Cancel, please. There's no way Trump took the bait. I'm looking for it. Let's see. I'm looking for a post. It looks like okay. Oh, it looks like JD Vance is in some kind of a locker room. They're really trying to push the whole coach thing on him. It's funny. I think it's a little cringe. Oh, here we go. Let me see. If Trump has taken hold of the AI thing, I've lost all hope. I've lost all hope. I'm done. Let's see.
I'm past hoping for that guy.
Let's see. Look, we caught her with a fake crowd. There's nobody. No. Oh, no. Oh, it's a little stretched, a little funny, but you guys can see it. Oh, it's because it's the way I have it sitting up. Here, I'll move the window over and you'll see it better. Okay, or you're not gonna transform? That's cool. Let me stretch it to screen. That's why you don't do this stuff. There you go. There you go. Donald Trump has took hold of it. When was this posted, though, to be fair? Oh, it was posted today. Okay. Well, shit. Well, shit. That sucks. Yeah, guys, that's great. I don't even know what to say to that. This is the thing that bothers me is it's like, I don't know. The longer rant post, I'll find it. That's great. What's up, Trey McScooge? Welcome in, buddy. Haven't seen you around. Welcome in. Maybe they should get more women to twerk and they'll get a bigger crowd. So that's the thing that bothers me with this whole paid crowd thing, guys. Listen, there's two sides of that coin. Okay, was having the celebrity thing there. First of all, Trump just had literally last week, I think it was, or the week before last, however you want to call it, last week, had the RNC convention, and he had freaking Hulk freaking Hogan splitting his shirt over it.
Did he actually tell him to do that, though?
I don't know. He brought out the freaking...
he didn't tell him to do that. Let's be real.
Either way, he had Kid Rock come out. It's like...
He's a loser anyway.
Well, I'm just saying, though, right? We can't sit here... So there's that angle. And the other angle is... Okay, if it's working for Kamala, which you're kind of by saying that because there's a lot of people there, it's because of celebrity, you're kind of somewhat implying that she has a large crowd size. So kind of cool on that, bro. Then bring out celebrities. Play the ball game fair. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's right. Trump naturally already has large crowds, so we don't want to attract more people to these rallies. It makes sense. Doesn't, whatever. Wes saying, I personally think the Coach Waltz angle is pretty good for them. Again, the thing I hate about this Waltz stuff, I keep saying Waltz. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it Waltz because I'm from freaking Texas, okay? And we always add letters that don't belong. But the thing about Waltz is the Coach thing. Okay, I guess, but and Tiberius, you can chime in on this. The idea that he's just your normal Midwestern guy is like this. It's like saying that Rafael Cruz is Ted Cruz's name. It's like saying Ted Cruz is Rafael Cruz's name. It's that kind of equivalency, right? It's like, I guess, but let's not sit here and play that. Walz doesn't have a big old bank sitting out there with money. Oh, well, I forgot. He doesn't have stocks. He doesn't 401k. It doesn't mean he doesn't have money in the bank, bro. Doesn't mean this man's living broke, okay? I guarantee you he's got a lot of money. It's just not held up in investments, or at least investments that we can see. So that idea of Coach Walz, I don't like when politicians do that. They try to polish up their candidates to make them feel like they're just a part of the common man, I don't know.
Okay. This is the thing. This is actually one of the reasons why I say I'm a Republican and all you are posers. A republic needs people who are wealthy to take up the positions of being representatives to make sure that we actually have things get done. And almost everyone is against me on this, and I'm like, well, then you guys are not really Republicans.
Exactly. To me,
it's just Like, okay, like literally, I want a Republican Party that actually does say, hey, look, we have people who are rich representatives. They're not the common guy. They may have come from common roots, but it's like they are able to do this because they are successful members of society, successful members of our community, and we put them up because we want them to actually help us get there too.
Yeah. I don't know, Trey McScrooge, if one of the WrestleManias was in Trump Towers. But yeah, I agree, Ty. That's like, just be yourself, man. And I think that was something that Trump ran on that was so great at one point, was that he was himself, but he became himself too much. He got full of himself too much. He burned this, and I commented this on Twitter because it's absolutely true. What happened to the swamp? Well, he burned all the bridges for the swamp, and that's great, but he didn't put the fires out, and they fully consumed and are now burning his allies' bridge. And it's like, now you are leaving a very big thing. And I understand polls are not that great. You know, you don't want to look at polls, and I know I'm circling back to them, but it's like, we have to live in reality that when you've lost the far right and you're losing your moderates, they're going to go somewhere. And this is why I believe, and I think you're going to probably disagree with me on this, Ty, but I think we're going to see the largest turnout for independent voters that we've ever seen before. I think it's going to be extremely large. I think if you're going to see write-ins also be extremely large, and I say that from both the left and the right. I've also heard a lot of people from the left, believe it or not. Now, granted, the left are appealing to moderates more than they are the far left, so they've still got the moderates in their bag. So I think what they're going to lose is a lot of the far lefties, because I've heard a lot of far leftists, including Hassan, who is like really upset with Kamala and her takes on things. So I think you're going to get a lot of far leftists who are kind of breaking off from that and are going to vote. They're probably not going to vote for RFK.
They're not going to vote for anybody. It's either it's going to be a war of mobilization. They're either going to get people to show up and do the stuff they need them to do, or they're not going to show up. In which case, it can the left carry with the normal left, the center left, and the centrists. And here's the real question: how many of the center right are going to vote for them? Because somebody is splitting hairs really aggressively. I don't think I've actually got to talk to you about this at all. But J.D. Vance is a great example of this. In 2022, he ran for the Senate seat. It was his first time up there. Versus the Republican gubernatorial candidate, right? The Republican candidate for the governorship was far more of a normal guy as far as Republicans are concerned, versus Vance pretty much was now a full-blown MAGA. The difference in votership between that governor candidate and J.D. Vance was 390,000 votes.
Oh my God.
Like they were over, it was like 5 percentage points difference between the Republican governor candidate and the governor in the Republican senator candidate. We also saw that in Georgia, along with a number of other states like Pennsylvania and Nevada, is that we're seeing moderates. We just don't know, is it Republican moderates or is it just moderates in general splitting hairs? We don't know that for sure, but definitely, people who are willing to split their tickets are absolutely out in force now.
Yeah, I tend to, I think there's a lot of people that are going to vote. And this is the thing that annoys me is like when Republicans do that whole yo, the man, the myth, the legend, Aircraft Sparky has entered the chat. What's up, dude? God. I know me and you have gotten into some fun Twitter spats over the past couple of days. Hope you've been good. Again, guys, I think this is a perfect time to actually mention. Not much to see what's going on. Absolutely, yeah. We are actually hosting an open panel. I just want to let everybody know. If you guys want to come in and chat, feel free to. There is an ! Discord. And Wes, you are more than welcome to come in if you have time as well. Definitely want to get some more people in here that have a little bit more of a different opinion. Love me and Ty. Don't get me wrong, Ty. I love you as well. Okay, but we agree more than we disagree sometimes. So sometimes we just kind of go around in circles and we're kind of like twiddling our fingers. We want somebody to come in here and go, "No, Doghouse, you're fucking wrong." Okay,
well, you might. I'm pretty good with my echo chamber.
right now it just looks like right now it just looks like Pride Month right now on this Discord channel. Okay, look, I'm just saying that's what it looks like. Okay, because we're green so much. Y'all wrong, brother. Absolutely. Hey, what were we gonna say?
Tell them what you're actually doing. Tell them you're trying to bring back Shit Talk Sunday because Demon Machine got kicked and he went over to kick and there's a good spot.
Well, no, Demon Machine. For anyone who's not aware, Demon Machine used to host Shit Talk Sunday every Sunday. He's a mechanic streamer. Some of y'all might remember him. Some of y'all may know him. I see a lot in here who pretty much probably know who he is. And so we are kind of reinvigorating that brand and calling it Dog Shit Sunday, okay, which is even better than Shit Talk Sunday by any measure. But because nobody would understand the reference, they'd probably be very confused. So I called it Dog Panel Sunday. But point is it's a time for you to come in, chat, have fun. It's an open panel. Anybody can come in who they want to, and we just shoot the shit, right? We could talk about church. We could talk about religion. We could talk about religion of politics. We could talk about minimum wage, as we just did. Whatever you want to talk about, we could talk about. So, Tiberius is a fascist. So if you agree on a lot, what does that say about you, LJK? Or am I? Yeah, look, Aircraft. Aircraft. I would say me and you have gotten to our fair spats, and we probably disagree a lot more than we would agree. But I think that when it comes to, the conservatives, I think you're one of the better ones. You're willing to at least admit when you're wrong. There's a few others that I won't name. But I definitely think that you kind of look. I'm gonna be very honest. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and just try to sugarcoat everything. I do think there's times where you kind of backtrack a little bit, with respect, right? With respect. One of the good ones. I don't blame you, right? I just think that that's why me and you've gotten into so much spats, because there's been times where I feel like you back off a little bit, right, and then we come back, and so it's hard to kind of get into those positions.
Hold on, there's nothing wrong with backing off.
So okay,
what kind of backing off are you talking about here? Because I get fucking rapped for that, and I'm like, that's bullshit. If I'm hey, I gotta concede ground. I need more of that shit. I need more people who are willing to go.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say it. All right, I'm gonna say what it is. So, the problem is when people try to imply, and this happens in conservative spaces a lot, and this isn't necessarily at Aircraft, but it comes up from a previous conversation we have had. What ends up happening is they will say something that is so vague, but everybody, call it a dog whistle if that's what you want to call it, but they come in with such a vague statement that kind of, you see what they're implying with it, but then when you try to call them out on it, they then shift it towards the other way and say, for example, we were talking about the AI image of the plane. Well, I was talking about the image. I wasn't talking about that the actual rally was. Right. And so that was where I was getting at it with, is that is where my frustration gets, is when it's not necessarily backing off of a position. And that's why I said is that I think with Aircraft Sparky, I appreciate you that you will sit there and say when you were wrong or when you were right. I respect that about you. What I don't like is when people use vague terms that we can see what is being implied and then try to sit there and say that what they initially implied was not actually what they implied. They were just simply pointing out a picture of an image. Well, what good does that do then, right? So, yeah, but the thing is, Aircraft Sparky, being specific is okay, right? Being specific is okay. I do it all the time, and I've seen that you've tried to do that, but sometimes that specificity is what good does that... What's the point then, right? So, let's say, okay, let's hypothetically say that, no. I'm not saying I want you to be more broad. Let me just, all right, I'm going to pull up the tweet just so that everybody can get what I'm trying to talk about here. Hold on. Let me pull up X. So that way we can all be on the same page here. So we're not I'm trying to explain this and it sounds so weird. When someone's trying to imply something and then they go the opposite way when called out, that's something I don't like. And that's why I had an issue with. So let me go to our conversation, and I can kind of walk you through exactly where my issue was. Okay? And I admit, I got a little crazy about it. Okay? Look, we all get a little crazy on Twitter, and that's okay. So you initially said you're correct about the reflection in the air. I'll share this so everybody can see that I'm not actually twisting anything. I'll post it in chat. There you go. So I'll put it in chat. This is the initial conversation that started all of this. You said, and this was in a real, and so anybody who doesn't know, the post that was deleted was Keemstar, because Keemstar got called out on this AI photo of the plane that now Trump has suddenly posted to his Truth Social. But you said you're correct about the reflection in the paint. Yes, they artificially hype up numbers at rallies. However, evidence is needed for your polling claim that gaslighting in America is happening. The real question is, to what level is it happening? We then proceeded to walk through this and walk through some of the different pieces of evidence where there was pictures of the audience. And I said, look, here's a TikTok. Oh, here's a live stream. And you said, don't, I said, is this whole live video doctored as well? I provided that live stream. And you said, don't know, too long, didn't watch, also don't really care. I'm just looking at the short pieces of evidence. Here, I'm just going to post this, do my solo web source so everybody can see it. Don't know, too long, didn't watch, also don't really care. I'm just looking at the short pieces of evidence and making judgments based on that. Oh, I forgot to transition it. As stated before, the only video from professional cameras comes from the actual campaign. RSBN does it for the Trump campaign. I did not know whether there was an actual video stream from another camera. So the best thing I can do is like, okay, let's take those main video cameras out of it. That was the route I was going down. And I said, don't care to watch the video, but care enough to levy the claim that this is artificially hyped up. Would it be worth it to review the live video footage to assess the validity if it is artificially hyped up? And you said, I'm commenting on the images I see. So here we start to kind of move a little bit further away. And I don't want to watch the exact canned speech Kamala has given all week, which is true. She has been giving canned speeches. Don't want to bother turning on my computer to watch a video, do a breakdown either. I'm doing more important things. Part of my speaking up during a break. And I provided then, at this point, I provided a TikTok video. And I said, this must be artificial too. And then you proceeded to comment, holy shit, I can't, you said also this, and it was a tweet from Phil Labonte saying, holy shit, I can't say it's definitive, but I do think there would be a reflection if the people were not, if they were not edited photos. At which point, I then retweeted you, and this is where it ends almost, guys. We're almost there. So, Sparky, let's make sure we are 100% clear. Do you believe or not believe that the audience members are artificial or not? Let's clear up any confusion. You said, I believe the reflection in the engine cowlings does not reflect the crowd, which leads me to believe that the image is digitally manipulated. Nowhere did I state AI was involved or anything like that. This is the issue that I have. Is that we started with what seemed like very strong claim initially, which was all the way up here. You're correct about the reflection of paint. Yes, they artificially hype up numbers at the rally. Now, I'm not going to drag Tiberius into this if he doesn't want to be dragged into this. But to me, when someone says artificially hype up numbers at rallies, it is to me implying that, oh, I forgot to transition it. It's to me implying that your belief was, and this is why I try to clear this up, that your belief is that these audience members were fake. And so then proceeding to show more and more things, now we're resorting to saying, well, I just believe the image itself was fake. And this is why I'm like, this doesn't seem to be what your original stance was. That's all. And again, I have no problem with someone saying, yeah, I'm wrong. I've done it before. Like, for example, I wasn't sure if Kamala was giving canned speeches or not. It turns out she was. So you were right in that regard. I have no problem, like, admitting when I'm wrong. But that's a problem I see a lot with the right that I wish we would stop doing is don't make such a bold claim and then try to backtrack on it. Stick to it. No, Sparky. I'm having to look too deep into a tweet because you refuse to sit there and acknowledge that what you were saying was that you believe that they artificially hype up numbers at the rallies. If you want to sit there and like tell me that you said you were only referencing an image, that's fine. That you want to stick to that, that's fine. But I think by any reasonable person who's reading this, they would come to the conclusion that given what was being implied by Keemstar's tweet, being who you have referenced, if not the image, let's say it is the image. If it is the image that you were critiquing, right? Then why critique the image? So then I guess the question is, Aircraft Sparky, are you willing to acknowledge? And this is why I've been so hesitant to ask people this. Is I've wanted to ask people, do you think these crowds are large? But I know how debate culture is. If I don't provide a specific number and say, do you believe that there was, and even if I provide a specific number, if I was like, hey, do you believe there was 10,000 people at this rally? Yeah, that's fine, aircraft Sparky, come on. I feel like if I added and just simply sat there and said, look, do you believe there was 10,000 people? Tiberius, you know this because you've been on panels. What are they going to say? No, I don't think there was 10,000 people. If I sit there and say, hey, do you believe the crowds were large? What are people going to say? Well, define large. So this is the problem I have, is like I want to have a good faith discussion and say, can we agree that this crowd was large then if you believe that the image was artificially hyped? But I'm worried that we're going to go down this rabbit hole of what is large, what is 10,000 people. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm worried, and I wish that that's the question I was going to ask you. That's why I didn't really respond, because I didn't know how to respond. Because I knew where this is going to go, because I've been down these roads many, many, many times. I don't have an exact number of how many people were at the Kamala rally. But I know if I post that TikTok video, it's going to be like, oh, well, that crowd wasn't that large. So then that's what I'm saying. And then again, it goes back to like my point anyways, right? Which is that I just don't care that much about crowd sizes to begin with. But when my fellow conservatives decide to make crowd sizes the end all be all, I get a little hyped up, you know? So, but like I said, I mean, I don't want my dissatisfaction to come off like I don't like you as a person. I think there's a lot of people I would sit down and have a beer with, right? But we just fundamentally disagree on a lot of things, and there's ways that we go through this. Canned speeches as in stump speeches, which have been the MO for campaigns up until the Trump era. Yeah, again, canned speeches, again, we can look at that, see how it is, whatever. That's fine. It is what it is. Right. Again, I think that the way I looked at it is that there are certain speeches. Trump uses these as well. Right. Trump has used a pretty a standard speech, but he goes off script 90% of the time. Kamala Harris sticks to the script 90% of the time. So it's like there's not really like a happy medium. Waltz may be the happy medium in that, to be actually completely fair. I didn't say you were horrible. Oh, I see what you're saying, Aircraft Sparky. Yeah. No, I think there are far worse conservatives on Twitch than you, Aircraft Sparky. Okay, let's just be completely clear on this. And I think I'm going to throw you in the mix a little bit, Tiberius. I think you would agree with me that there are far worse conservatives than you, Sparky. I think we've all seen our fair share of them, and I can name a few, but I'm not going to. I'm going to message Tiberius one of them.
Okay.
I think that person I just sent you, we can agree with.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We would agree, right? Okay. So.
Fair enough.
Wes said, "Yeah, I don't know why people care about so many, but whatever. People like to criticize these things. Yeah, that's my whole thing. Is like, that's all I have an issue with. It's like, look, just stick to your convictions. If you said it, you said it. To me, it's like, when we get to that way where we pivot the goalposts a little bit and we get to the end part where it's like, well, I was just talking about the image. It's like, what good is talking about the image then if we're going to acknowledge then that this
you can't handle the truth.
Hey, appreciate it. Who was it that followed? Oh, Aircraft Sparky, you followed. Appreciate it, buddy. I see you jumping into that's gonna be you. I almost didn't know if you changed your name on purpose earlier with your name on Discord. So when we were on a panel the other day, so that's why I was trying to be very careful, and like I didn't want to say Aircraft Sparky if that wasn't how you were going by. You know, I was trying to not misgender you, right? That's my league name, based. I like league. Also, anybody, Wes, I know I keep calling you out, buddy, but if you want to come in, you're able to. Hey, everyone, I'm Crop Duster in league. There you go. I was hoping Demon was going to come in. I'm going to message Demon and see what he's doing. So, anyways, I'm sure Sparky's going to come here in a minute and probably chat. What was some other things that were going on? Where were we at before Aircraft Sparky came in?
I'm not sure. I'm looking up something.
Guess who said, okay, Doghouse Harris last night said she'd make the economy better, fix immigration, no tax on tips. Yeah, she's been pretty radical on some of these things. I wouldn't disagree with that, guess who. What has she done for 4 years? I'm sure she's done something. She just hasn't taken the spotlight. To be fair, conservative media and most people have been super hyper focused on. You're fine to call me out. I've been here since the start in Soon Screen. Oh damn, Wes, that's dedication. That's why I gave you that sword, my friend. Plus, me and you are pretty good with each other. I need to make sure if someone's in here though, we were able to moderate these things. But yeah, like the economy thing. There's Sparky. Let me bring him in. What up, Sparky?
What's up?
What's up, dude? So what you got?
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, I got you.
Do I need permission to turn on camera or something, or?
Oh shoot,
He
Ty,
hasn't enabled that.
I thought you were gonna do me a solid and tell me if that was edited. I forgot to tell you. I thought I changed it. Let me change it. I guess. Edit channel permissions. Look, I'm like that boomer who's like trying to figure out the internet.
I'm the oldest one in here right now, dude, and I can do it, so I know you can.
I have video turned on, so maybe it's a permissions thing.
Yeah, it's a permissions thing.
Let me turn on legislature. There we go. That's probably why. All right, try now.
Oh, there we go.
Ty, if you want, you can turn on your camera too, buddy. If you want to.
I will here in just a minute. I'm trying to remind myself of something in history.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I was trying to set up my virtual cam, guys, but I cannot do that. Yeah, I'm having. It's like when you, knowing my luck, I would end up like trying to call like Microsoft and end up like thinking it was a legit service, and then end up like getting my entire account hacked. Okay. Now,
I'm just trying to bona fide my Midwest cred, don't you know? I have the mustache and everything going on right now.
You got the Minnesota vibe going on.
Hey.
Yeah, I want to talk about how Tim Walz is conducting stolen valor by claiming that he retired at a rank that he did not earn.
Yo, so you know what? We could talk about that first too, because you were in the military, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was gonna say, like, what I have heard a lot.
So actually, I'm doing a debate about this on Thursday on Wick TV.
Oh, okay.
So I'm kind of keeping some of my deepest
Okay,
thoughts a little private, but we could talk about it. Still no problem.
Okay.
So it is as you lefties would say, problematic. The lies that he's told. He has lied. He is a lying scumbag. Is it stolen valor? That's a whole different calculus.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna debate you on it, because I would love to debate you on it, because I have my opinions on it, but I'll give you kind of my stance on it, and what I've noticed is there's been a lot of videos that have come out from Don Jr. of all people, where there is a lot of implied but not explicitly stated comments. So there's been an interview that Don Jr. Posted, where a guest on the panel referred to Walz as being seeing combat, and specifically in Afghanistan, I believe is what it was. There was another clip of where Nancy Pelosi introduced him, but and this is like the problem I've had, there's no smoking gun.
So there is.
Waltz.
There actually is. So he actually made a statement where he said that he carried a weapon into war.
So the problem I have with that. Oh god. Okay. I'm trying to be careful. I'm going at the pace that you want me to go, because I don't know how far you want to dive into this, because I know you're going to be debating.
Yeah. Look, I really don't. I don't care. I mean, I've actually already put out my opinion on this on my show last Monday. So
okay.
Well, when it first came out, I immediately analyzed it and went.
Look at it like a warm up, right? I'm going to warm you up, because I'm probably going to be taking more of a leftist stance on this a little bit. Okay. A little bit. I've always said I'm not super qualified, because there's a lot of culture in the military that you just can't necessarily research unless you've actually been in the military. But the what I've seen though is like the war thing is it's close. It's definitely smoke, but there's no fire. And the reason why I say that is because he leaves enough vagueness where you could interpret that during the war, what does that mean, right? You could interpret that by war, he meant like Operation Enduring Freedom, okay.
So he did not participate in Operation Enduring Freedom. He was never in Operation Enduring Freedom. He deployed to Italy to bolster security at bases that were sending their real soldiers downrange into Operation Enduring Freedom. He was support. To say that he was in the rear with the gear is an insult to that. Okay, he was basically backfilling positions for real Chads that went downrange to go fight. So he was like a contractor, basically filling back orders for the post office. I've done support roles like that before, and I never once hyped them up to act like I did something big. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. There is a distinction between a regular veteran, someone who did their time, served with honor, or even without honor. You're still a veteran, and got out, and a combat vet. Okay, there's a distinction there, and so he's not coming out and directly calling himself a combat vet, but he's crop dusting the idea that he is. He's trying to do that to get his bona fides in politically. It's scummy. Look, no one would look down on him for not going to war, but everyone will and should look down on him for retiring when he knew that his unit was deploying. And that's a bigger deal, because if you're going to be a leader, like I knew people after 9/11 who were set to retire, had their paperwork filled out, turned in, and moved heaven and earth to get it ripped up after 9/11. Because they knew that their men and women were going to go into combat, and they wanted to lead them. That is what a leader does. Cowardly Tim Walz ran. I mean, he got out before they got their orders. Yes, before they got their orders, but he was holding a command sergeant major spot, which means that he knew that was going on at the brigade level of what was being scheduled and things like that. When he saw that deployment order came through, he filed for retirement.
When the paperwork came through, but that's the problem, though, is trying to prove that. I mean, because the thing is you don't have to tell me what branch you served, but the thing is
I served in the Air Force and the Army.
Okay, so that's the thing about this with the orders thing. I don't know if we have any proof to any of this other than what we've seen from other people who have served in the military. And I don't know. And look, I respect other people's opinions.
So the proof is actually in, if you do a FOIA request for his retirement paperwork, it'll show that he quote unquote retired as a CSM, a command sergeant major. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then they rescinded that a couple years later. He is a retired master sergeant. So he was demoted because, first of all, he did not fulfill his requirement.
Sure.
In order to retire as a command sergeant major, you have to do a two-year school, plus after graduating that, you have to do an additional 2 years. He re-enlisted in 2004 on a 6-year contract. Mm-hmm. His deployment orders came. They were set to deploy, I believe, in September of 2005. And he retired, I believe, a month prior to that. That month prior would have been when they would have went to NTC, the National Training Center. Before any Army unit goes downrange to go fight in combat, they go to the NTC to spool up. Mm. He retired right before they went to NTC. So if you know anyone in the Army, they will tell you, yes, we're going downrange for a big deployment. Got to go to NTC and get spooled up. Mm-hmm. So he knew what was happening, and before the hard orders, before the paper orders come in that actually say, yes, you are deploying to this blah 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 on this date, usually they hand you that the day before you leave, if not the day you leave. There are strike meetings and everything else, who's going, who's not. And for those who are saying, yes, he was going to run for Congress, well, then he could have simply applied for a waiver to allow him to campaign. Tulsi Gabbard was a member of the National Guard, deployed on a couple of combat tours. Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard, who is fucking bae, by the way. She has amazing foreign policy, but her domestic policy is garbage. But whatever. she has served. She has not stopped serving, and she was a representative in Congress. She ran for president. She's still in the National Guard right now, and to try to put someone like that scumbag who lied and ran away. Oh, he had a 4-year-old daughter. Who gives a fuck? I know people who went downrange with their wives pregnant, didn't even get to see their kids until they got back, and some of them never got to see them.
No,
so fuck him, fuck the horse he rode in on, and fuck the whore he's running with.
I get it. The thing about it for me is like, I think there's certain. My whole thing is just trying to decipher the why. Why did he leave early? And the why seemed, obviously he left for Congress to run for Congress.
No, that isn't why, because there's ways around that. He could have applied for that.
No, I agree. So me and you tend to agree more than we may think we disagree. Like I said, there's a lot of nuance. I don't think you
disagree with me at all. I mean,
I think right now, from what I can tell, at the very least, he may not have retired. So to the retirement point, he may not have retired as a command sergeant major is what it was.
Yeah.
He may not have retired at that per se, but if it wasn't changed until like 2 years later that he was demoted or whatever it may have been, colloquially, couldn't he have said
no?
No. So why do you believe that?
So that is actually what he is doing is committing an actual felony. So
what's the?
He actually had a challenge coin that had the command sergeant major stripes on it while he was a member of Congress. Yes, it is.
When did it get demoted?
It is a federal offense to impersonate an NCO, a non-commissioned officer.
When did he retire?
He retired in 2005, I believe.
And when did he ran for Congress in 2004, right?
Something like that, I think. His unit deployed I think he was running for 2006 when he ran for Congress.
Let me see.
I'm not exactly sure. All I know is everything that I have found on him is he retired directly before a deployment. He claimed it was for so he could actually campaign. That's bullshit. Anyone who's been in the military knows that almost anything can be wavered. For Christ's sakes, we have people who have dropped out of war zones to go compete in the Olympics. So
it looks like where is it? The battalion was deployed to Italy in 2003. Mm-hmm. After the units arrived in Minnesota in early 2004, Waltz was promoted in 2004. Early 2004, Waltz was promoted to command sergeant major.
Yeah, so it was a conditional promotion. So that's important. That is very important.
So the question, and then what's also very, very important is, let's assume for the fact, and I haven't looked all into like the Stolen Valor Act, but the Stolen Valor Act was signed into law effective December 20th of 2006. So if he had made
I don't even care about him being charged for anything. See, that's what a lot of people get it wrong. A lot of people think, "Oh, we want him in jail." No.
But you just said he committed a felony, didn't you?
Yes, he committed a felony. I still don't want him in jail.
Oh, okay.
Because
but this is the problem we had earlier, right? Is that like
it's pointing to the fact? Hold on, it is pointing to the fact that these dishonest lying fucks are trying to just gaslight you into believing them. Okay, there's a huge difference. There's this huge difference between saying, yeah, this guy did some kind of crime, which honestly, I'll tell you, stolen valor, not really that big of a deal in the crime syndicate as far as I'm concerned. Now, if they do things that like gets them benefits and things like that, that's where I have a problem. Like there was a woman who claimed that she was not a Medal of Honor, but a Purple Heart recipient in the Marine Corps. Mm-hmm. Turns out she never served in the Marine Corps. She was running a nonprofit. She got like hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations and everything else. She defrauded all these people using stolen valor. She is in prison. That's the kind of stolen valor that we want in prison.
Yeah.
Okay. Just some jackass wearing a uniform improperly and making stupid claims. Those are clowns. Those are people we make fun of in the vet community. But we're not sitting there going, "Oh, you got to go to jail for that."
Then what's I guess that's my whole thing is it's like, okay, that's fine. You can say it's just for statement of fact that it's a felony, but it's why mention that then if you're not wanting him to get locked up?
Because he is running for the second highest office in the United States. If he will lie about the character and the level of service that he gave to this country during the time of war, what else will he lie to the American public about?
Well, let me ask you this: would you
agree? Is a test of character?
Well, okay, so there's a couple of parts here. So would you agree, though, that at the time at which he did run for Congress and some of these comments were made, that the Stolen Valor Act was not in place, which means at that time, even if it
doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
But no, what I'm trying to say is, hold on, because what you're saying is he committed a felony. If he committed a felony, it would have had to have been against the Stolen Valor Act of 2005, correct? And if so...
They actually even had it on the Kamala Harris website. They have recently taken it down that he was a command sergeant major. Okay, he was still doing it today. So what he did in 2006 versus what he's doing today hasn't changed until he has been called out. So are you paid by Progressive Victory too?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I do not get.
I just gotta ask because it seems like they'll just pay anybody.
I'm a broke accountant, okay? Like I've
if
literally
you're broke
got,
and an accountant, brother, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, look, I'm fucking broke as shit, okay? No, that's my whole thing is. So you said it was on the Kamala Harris website. Where what do you know?
It was under the About Tim. It was under the About Tim deal.
Right.
They've already taken it down.
But you can go to the archives. So that's what I'm doing.
Maybe if it's archived, I don't know. I don't really.
That's an HTTP error. Let's go. Let's see, July 22nd. I think that's a good one. Let's do that. Let's see if it'll pop up. Oh, it's redirecting me to JoeBiden.com. That's kind of funny. That's what it was trying to do.
Yeah. Look, it's not that. So it's not really that big of a deal. Beside the fact that he's running for the second highest office in the United States.
Yeah, I think. Let me see, July 27th. I just want to see for my own sake, because listen. I think I don't disagree that I think he used his veteran status to try to really like garner votes and stuff. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Okay, so wait,
and look,
it wouldn't wait. I just thought about it. It wouldn't even been that long ago because she would have just announced the.
No, it was like this week.
Yeah, okay, so it would have been this week. Let's see. Go back. So I want to see, because the Meek Kamala... Oh, shoot. Fuck. I want to see... God dang it, you stupid thing. All right, it was this week. Let's see. Do you know when it was that she announced Walz as her candidate?
I think it was Monday, and that's why I went on my rant about Stolen Valor on Monday.
Gotcha, okay.
Which I really just come to the conclusion that no, it's not stolen valor like per se. I don't really. It's just more of because he didn't get any kind of monetary benefit out of it. He's used it to push himself politically, which is just equally egregious and disgusting because now he is not following the core tenets of the branch he served. You know, what is it? The Air Force is integrity first, service for self, and excellence in all we do. What's the Army Corps? It's been a while, so I don't remember them all.
Let's see. Looks like Tuesday she didn't have anything for Walz. I'm looking at Wednesday. I'm actually because I'm curious to see if it did say it. Because if it did say it, then sure, at that point it wouldn't be
so.
Right.
The Army core values are loyalty, duty, respect, self-service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Okay. And integrity is a huge part. If you can't trust the guy to your left and your right, which you'll find that every branch in the military lists integrity as one of their core values. And the reason why is because you got to be able to trust the guy to your left and to your right. And it could be woman to your left.
You know what? What I tell you before, but there's some nuance here. So I think what they're saying.
There isn't nuance.
No, hold on. There's some nuance here, Sparky.
Okay.
And be prepared for this. I'm helping you right now. I'm helping you, okay, buddy?
Okay.
Governor, this is what it says. You are right that they mentioned him being a command sergeant major, but hold on, there's more. Okay.
You can't handle the truth.
This is what is It says Governor Waltz is a champion for Americans working families. This was, by the way, if anybody wants to look at the web archive, it was August 7th of 2024. It says he enlisted in the Army National Guard when he turned 17 and served for 24 years, rising to the rank of Command Sergeant Major. Is that incorrect?
Yes, because he never actually earned that rank. He was holding a position. So yes, that is actually factually incorrect. It's just like you can hold on. It's just like you can be the temporary Secretary of State. That doesn't make you Secretary of State. He is holding a position pending. It was a conditional promotion, conditional on the fact that he completed the 2-year course and served 2 years after.
But he was a promotional, so he still rose to that rank.
He was under a conditional. He never finished earning it. He never achieved the rank.
I mean, but that was not.
I understand. Civilians aren't gonna comprehend.
No, I know what you're saying. No,
I don't want to.
No, I know
you're wanting to shill for him. It's okay, dude.
No, because the thing is like there's a difference between rising to the rank of. And I get what you're saying is that he didn't necessarily complete the rank, but this isn't necessarily incorrect. That's the problem.
He is a retired master sergeant with the Minnesota National Guard.
But they're not saying he retired as a command sergeant major.
Yeah. Let me
ask you this. Hold on, let me ask you this. If someone rose to the rank of, let's say, what's the highest rank in the Army? I don't know, what, like a general?
As a E9, as an enlisted person, it's command sergeant major.
Okay, let's just say command. Okay, we use that.
But by the way, that's the top 1% of the enlisted force.
So let's say that someone somewhere somehow rose to the rank of command sergeant major, and then later on they're like, look, I just want to take the next 5 years of my life pretty chill. I don't want all this responsibility. I'm just going to go down to being what's a sergeant. Let's just say a sergeant. Okay, I don't know all the ranks and stuff. They want to move down to being a sergeant. Would it still be incorrect at that point if they retired as a sergeant to sit there and say that they rose to the rank of command sergeant major if they retired as a sergeant? I'm not take away Tim Walz part here. I'm just talking.
So the answer is still the same. Did they finish the 2-year school? Did they finish the 2-year obligation following? See, that's the important part, because those are requirements for the rank. You can go to sergeant major school as a master sergeant and not even be in line to become a sergeant major. You can take it in lieu of. That way you already have that box checked off. But the requirement remains that you have to go to that school, which is 2 years long. You do a lot of it online or whatever. And then you have to serve. Once you get that rank, once you achieve the rank, you put on the rank, you have to hold it for 2 years. If you do not hold it, you didn't make it. You did not meet, because it's a conditional promotion. What are the conditions?
I get.
What are the conditions? So they didn't rise. They didn't rise because they didn't meet the conditions. So
I just think, stop.
You're playing a semantic game that you will not win because there are standards. I
get what you're saying. Even I understand, and I get. And again, if you think I'm trying to simp for Waltz, I'm really, 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 really not. I think that this rising to the rank of leaves enough vagueness that even though you may be technically correct that he didn't fully achieve the rank of, I think there is enough gray area, and this is the problem that I have, where some could interpret that to be factually correct.
And that's why they word it the way they do. Okay. The veteran community will hold someone to the facts, okay? Because normies don't understand it. And so but I would tell you, do as you would probably suggest others do. Listen to the experts.
Well, okay,
the experts sure as fuck aren't campaigners, aren't people who are paid. I'm not paid for by anybody.
I know.
Okay.
And that's why I'm glad you're here, because I don't know some of the nuances, and it helps form my opinions as well, because which I should have started with, my initial opinion of this entire thing is that there's been a lot of smoke, no fire though, and I think the biggest issue is that I think it definitely looks like he at least used his military service to give him political gain.
Yes.
Now, to the extent at which he actually committed a felony, I don't believe he committed a felony. I don't even think that really.
No, I don't think.
So that's great.
I just look at it as he is using his status as a veteran to move him up through the political ranks, and I mean that's fine. Everyone who has served traditionally will use their military background and say, yes, hey, look, I did this, I served my country, I'm still serving my country today. That's completely fine. But if it's all based on lies, they should be exposed, they should be shamed, they should be mocked.
Yeah, real quick, Sparky, not to interrupt you, I did try Cancel the Communist, and let me know if you're not looking to have like a debate on this like fully, because if
I don't care.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure, because I didn't want Cancel to come in and like start like going crazy on the the Waltz thing, and then all of a sudden we have a full on debate about this, and I didn't, I don't. Yeah,
I'm not one that says no, I'm not debating this or blah blah blah. I'll debate anything. I don't care.
I'm just trying to be respectful. That's all. I'm just trying to be respectful.
Just like the other day when you were coming after me for going after Connor as hard as I do, and I'm like, yeah, you don't really know who the fuck I am or what I do. Just understand I'm doing this out of love. And you're just like, oh, my bad. You know?
No. Yeah, go ahead, Cancel. I'll let you go on.
I was going to say, don't worry, I'm not really here to specifically argue about the Tim Walz thing. My only comment on that one specifically is what I said to you in chat, which is like, I don't think this will be a big deal, even if it's totally true. Even if Tim Walz is the most stolen Valorist, ex-veteran ever, I don't think it'll matter.
No, it won't matter, because the American people don't give a fuck about the American fighting man and woman.
Unfortunately, very true.
You're exactly right, but it will make waves in the veteran community, and all these people who are on Twitter, who are claiming, I was a veteran, and here's a picture of me when I was in, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
Yeah, I don't buy them. I don't buy that they are who they claim to be. I don't really care.
Like someone just grabbed a picture of somebody in Iraq and was like, "This is me," with their new Twitter account.
Yeah.
I can see that too.
Yeah, there's the deal is veterans will care. Actual veterans will. Now, maybe Navy guys, maybe they won't, because they do the Club Med thing. They don't actually fight, or the Coasties. Okay, but Marines, Air Force, and Army, they'll actually care because they were in the shit.
Okay, I got one for you. All of the other National Guard people, like people who are in National Guard right now,
Nasty
will be
girls
like, I totally
fucking
do
awesome
that all the time. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be like, oh, I'll vote for Waltz because I do that shit when I go to the bar all the time.
Look, talking up a fat chick at a bar. I mean, that I'll tell you that active duty guys will do that too.
Right. So they'll be like, hey, they actually were the Jimmy Vance.
Doing it at that level. Doing it at that level, and look, I love my nasty girl brothers and sisters, and that's what we call the National Guard, or the no-goes. Look, especially during the War on Terror, they were integral in fighting the war. I mean, a lot of them did a lot of amazing shit. And look, there's shitbags even on active duty. I've worked in a reserve capacity as well. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's sick how people on active duty try to diminish the service of those people, especially what they call the AGR, the Active Guard and Reservesmen. But the fact that this guy claims that he was a leader and refused to deploy with his men on an actual combat mission, that just speaks to his character.
So I will say this, Sparky. The best evidence you got going into this debate, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna give you the best evidence. I would try to steer a little bit away from the war thing, because I promise you they're gonna come at it with like the different. Because I'm watching Pisco still, because the initial conversation was the war.
Okay,
thing.
Dude,
but,
Pisco is a fucking. He is one of the worst people to listen to. So I mean, even Destiny clowns on him because he knows how bad faith he is.
But here's what I was gonna say. The biggest one, I think personally, again, there's still a lot of smoke, but the most damning one was that video that I saw today from Don Jr., where it was the guest introducing Waltz as someone who fought in combat. So when someone sits there and mentions war, this one actually specifically shows that someone somewhere believed that he was in combat. So I'm just saying that, like, I understand what you're saying about the war thing, but I think even from my perspective, that is super vague. That can be left to a lot of interpretation. Whereas having someone who has sat there and, like, a co-host introduce Walz as someone who fought in combat, that is far more damning, in my opinion, of his integrity. Because there's that one. I saw one that was like a PTSD one where he said, he kind of, again, not a lot of smoke that he gives off, but not a lot of fire, where he mentions about how he possibly has PTSD because of some of the things he saw. Like, he was told to watch.
Yeah, the paperwork. My paperwork was terrible.
Like, he was trying to watch, like, the horse pill or something like that, and he was told to walk away or something. I saw that one. There was one where Nancy Pelosi introduced him, and on the Chiron for C-SPAN, it mentioned Afghanistan war veteran. Yeah. Those are some of the ones that I think, if you want to use on Thursday, would be really great to go in with. But just know, as someone who has already looked at this, I know you've got that the experience and everything else, but just know that that's what they're going to hit you with, is that there's a lot of smoke. Because
I get that. Yeah. The deal is, I don't claim he is actually stolen valor. I just think he's a lying scumbag, and he should be treated as such, and he should be treated with all the contempt because of it. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to sit there and look. One of the most heavily scrutinized candidates that we have seen in the history of America is Donald J. Trump. I'm voting for Trump. Okay, I'll tell you right off the bat, I am going to vote for Trump. Why? Because I sure as hell ain't voting for Kamala Harris. And I can't handle the burping voice of RFK Jr.
I was going to say, what about RFK, man? Come on, give RFK some.
No, I can't have someone burping through his speeches. And you may say that's kind of short-sighted. Yes, it is. But I don't want to listen to his burping ass voice anymore. So I gave RFK a chance. I looked at what his policies were and stuff. And some of them I was like, okay. And others was like, oh God, what? No. So I'm looking at policies. I still haven't seen any come from the Harris deal, except for her stolen policy of no taxes for tips.
That was a stolen policy. I'll give you that. That was absolutely a stolen policy, because I watched. We watched yesterday the rally she had, and she did not mention tips at all. And then, like, Saturday, it came out of nowhere. She's like, and no tips for. I'm like, oh no. So I was like, oh yeah. So yeah, no, she probably stole that one. I tried seeing if I could look back and see it and find it, but I will say
she just started talking about it yesterday.
But I will say, yeah,
she added it to the canned speech yesterday. Trump has been talking about this for weeks, if not months. So
yeah, and I think that the thing is that you may not believe that she has any kind of policy. And I know me and you quibbled about this one. This is when I first got back into Twitch over this past week, we kind of quibbled a little bit about what her policy positions were on the Meet Kamala Harris website.
There is no policies.
There is a policy. It's on there. So you don't think that her policy is going up against big banks, or her policy is
no. So there is no policy. She has gone up against what is she going to do? What is she looking at doing? That is what I am looking for. You want to go, well, so I can show you what she was for and against. Like, she is pro rioting. She's pro bailing out rioters. She's pro arson because she was bailing out arsonists. She's pro murder and rapists because she bailed out a lot of those. Let's see. She wants to get rid of assault weapons. Assault weapons to her is anything that carries more than 10 rounds. I'm looking at her past policies, and I don't care what her past policies are, because people's opinions can change over the years. What I'm more concerned is what is her policies now, and she has not delivered any of those.
Well,
so I can tell you
except for tax-free tips.
No, I can tell you right now. She is specifically. Here are 3 policies that I can give you. One, you're right. She totally stole the tips policy, which is base. It's a good policy. I don't care that Trump said it first. It's a good policy. So no tax on tips. She stole that one.
Yes.
Assault weapons ban. She has kind of been middling on, but she's said it a couple times. So she's for an assault weapons ban. Whether or not I like that doesn't matter. She's for it. That's a policy she's for. She's also now pro the immigration bill that Republicans had put forth in the House and Senate a couple years back that Trump nuked. She's for that. There's 3 policies that she has explicitly in her speeches come out and said she is for.
So the borders are the border SAR is for a policy that no, the Republicans didn't draft. There was one Republican on the Senate. He's one of my senators from the great state of Oklahoma, in which the Oklahoma GOP immediately censored him on for being a part of, not because he was working with Democrats, because it was such a poor, lackluster, piss poor policy. It actually allowed, what was it, up to like 8,000 to 10,000 people in a day before they locked down the borders. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, no, that's not one Republican does not bipartisan make.
Okay, so why did Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham both say that they wanted that bill to be passed and were upset that Trump nuked it?
Because they are playing a game. Did they vote for it?
See,
that's the question. Exactly. So they can go in front and say whatever the hell they want. I don't believe a fucking word any politician states until they are willing to vote for it. Okay, let's be honest. Okay, it is easy to say, I kind of wanted this to happen, but Donald Trump nuked it. Hey guys, don't hold me responsible. I had nothing to do with it. Guess what? Donald Trump is not the current serving president. Donald Trump is not a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives. Okay, so just because a candidate and former president says something doesn't mean that the Senate and the House should snap the frick too. So
wait, yes, they should. Yes, they should. Because hold on, because he's the president. He signs off on the bill.
He's not the president.
This is why he's out of office.
Trump is not the president. Wake up.
Hello. I'm sleeping. I'm sorry. It's a Sunday morning. Leave me alone, okay? I'm supposed to be in church, okay? I'm sleeping a little bit. I'm sorry.
God, convert over to Messianic Judaism. We go to church on Saturdays.
You know what? That might be a good idea. Okay, the way I'm going. I just streamed. Yeah.
How like Orthodox are you? Do you not use the internet on Saturdays?
So I do a little bit. I'm not the best. Look, okay. I've only converted in the past couple of years. So
makes sense.
Look, old habits die hard. I try to keep kosher, but I fail. Bacon is delicious, dude. Hey, the flesh is weak, brother. The flesh is weak.
I know. So the worst part about it is that being kosher made sense back in the zeros in like pre-Christ era.
Being kosher still makes sense.
Yeah, because you didn't want to eat pig, because pig could get you sick, because parasites were everywhere. But nowadays, bacon's totally safe and clean, right?
So look, here's the deal. I'm good with not eating the cockroaches of the sea. I mean, I grew up eating shrimp and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lobster's delicious, all right?
I guess. If that's what you're into, man, look, chef don't judge. God does that. But at the end of the day, man, look, I do enjoy my pork. I try not to eat it that much, but look, occasionally a ham sandwich pushes down the hate. Because you got to eat meat. You got to eat meat sometimes to bring the hate levels up. That way you can, be ready to fight. Look, vegans are just angry. They don't actually do anything. Understand that. It's
Lecture Fan.
Really
Shit. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I got to shout this out. Lecture Fan, thank you so much for joining in. I greatly appreciate it, buddy. We have a raid. Thank you guys for coming in.
Lecture Fan?
Hope you've been good, man. Hey, Lecture Fan, I saw you were out there at that Trump rally, man. That's awesome, dude. Hope you had fun.
More importantly, I am waiting for Lecture Fan to be on the hippy dippy to destroy some motherfuckers.
Hey, wait. We might have a problem here. Because, hey, I'm coming for that belt, Lecture Fan. I'm just saying, okay? I'm warming up. That's why this is my warm-up, okay? I got to get back into my little grooves and put on the gloves, okay? I got to start with figuring out what day it is and what year I'm in, because apparently I was still in 2016 earlier. But welcome in, guys. For anyone who's new here, I want to welcome you guys in. We are right now just doing an open politics panel, so anybody's welcome to come in who wants to come in, as long as you obey by TOS. Please drop a follow if you like a reasonable conservative. I am one of the most reasonable conservatives on Twitch. Some people will call me left, some people call me far right. Depends on who you are. But yeah, one of the most reasonable ones on Twitch. Next to Lecture Fan. Lecture Fan's pretty cool. Love you, Lecture Fan. All right, anyways, y'all were saying? Oh, y'all were talking about pork. That's boring. Let's talk about some other pork. Let's talk about like the actual stuff that people care about, which is this Kamala Harris campaign that apparently doesn't have policies. But I wanted to bring this up. Okay? I shared it in chat, and I'm going to share it again. You said that Kamala doesn't have any policies, but yet Trump believes that she does.
Yeah, who cares?
True, we can't trust Trump. Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
so you think I'm just going to be some kind of sycophant who's just going to go? No, man.
No, I'm just saying though. Like, in other words, if Trump believes there's policies, I believe there's policies. According to the Trump War Room, this is Twitter here, and all these other ones. Wouldn't it stand to reason?
The Trump War Room, first of all, is not Trump and is not even connected to Trump.
Okay, it's not connected to Trump. Fine. Okay, fine. It's not connected to Trump. There are still
policies.
Oh
my goodness! I'm claiming shit you don't, bro.
No, I'm saying
the
if
Trump
you have
campaign, the Trump campaign. If you want to look for a spokesman, you look at Donald Trump Jr. You look at RSBN. Okay,
so I'm not supposed to look at Trump.
Those are part of the campaign.
Am I not supposed to look to Trump though himself, who's actually putting it on?
Trump. You can look at Trump.
Then he's the one sitting there saying,
"The Trump War Room says."
Okay, fine. Let's get past the War Room. Cool. All right, cool. I'm wrong on the Trump War Room. Cool. Okay. Trump himself has sat here and just laid out an entire policy of everything that Kamala stands for. So he just took all the talking points that you could sit there and say.
Where is it?
I just linked.
I want to look at this.
I'll link it again here, and I'll go ahead and try to play it on the thing here so everybody can see it in chat. We'll watch it real quick. All right, here, let me watch it. Let me transition this over here.
My word for it. Listen, Kamala Harris's agenda straight from her own mouth. Would anybody like to see her? Let's do it for a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing and take it seriously.
As President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance.
Let's eliminate all of that.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid. What people
yes.
To reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets.
Harris asserted that ICE is perceived as the modern-day Ku Klux Klan.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me? I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
And yeah, I am radical. We need to get radical about what we are doing.
So, that's my whole thing. Is like when you look at this. Oops. I gotta transition this over to the panel. There we go.
So her 2020 policies is what he's claiming is her 2024 policies. Yeah,
because it's consistent and lines up with what she has on.
It
her
is
website.
consistent in lines with things that she has said and things that she has ran for.
It's consistent with what's on her website. It says in the
but
U.S.
that is
Senate,
not her.
That is her policy. That is her policy.
Okay, it is her policy in the past. Is it her policy of today?
Yes. I can say yes because of two reasons. One, I can point to her website that explicitly lays out what she led legislation on to raise wages and bring down costs for American families, housing, healthcare, childcare, college, and more, serving on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Homeland Security, and Governmental Affairs Committee. She fought for critical causes like criminal justice reform, climate action, infrastructure investments, and election security. She also grilled Donald Trump. That's on her website. Now, you may say, oh, well, that's her past. Okay, well, then I can point you to her campaign rallies where she has mirrored the campaign rallies where she has mirrored the exact same sentiment.
So if this is the stuff she wants to run on, would you vote for that?
No.
Okay. Cool.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
all right, I can give you the other side of. I can give you the side of sure. Yes, I'm going to vote for her, and in a swing state because of the policy she's running on.
Okay.
That said, I will also quickly give the caveat that she's a politician and she's very likely to, abandon any policies I really like because they're too far left once she's in office. That just always happens.
Well, see, the deal is normally you go radical during the primaries and you moderate during the general, but since she didn't have a primary, she picked a not so moderate, damn near socialist as a running mate. She is signaling that she is not going to moderate And look, that's completely fine. If she wants to buy back my gun, I'll sell it back to her at 2.3 cents, traveling at around 1,800 feet per second. I'll sell it right back to her and all the goons they bring. I like a high velocity exchange of ideas.
Can we keep this TOS, Sparky? We're on my stream, buddy.
That is completely,
it was very close. Make sure
that is completely within the realm.
No, that was a little close. All right, let's just move on.
I know the limits.
I understand. That was just a little too close to the sun. All right.
Be dumb and say in Minecraft after every statement.
Yeah, there you go. Right, but
that actually trips them up. That makes it worse on the banning. But no, it's not a. There is. It's a ridiculous assertion to believe that you can confiscate guns. Anyone that thinks that anyone is going to just give up their guns is a fool.
I will say real quick, I don't understand the push for a mandatory gun buyback. I think we should do what Australia did, which is you just do a gun buyback program, and then when people bring you their guns willingly, you pay for them. That's just how you do it. And it doesn't make sense to require specifically that people can't have a specific type of gun that they've already purchased when it was legal when they purchased it. Just do your best.
Yeah.
Hope people are nice, and we'll sell you their AR-15s willingly.
Yeah, I don't think that the assault weapons ban, and I that's the thing, Sparky. My criticism that I levy for everyone, because I think that's a big thing with a lot of people, is that anytime you try to levy a criticism or put a defense to some kind of a position, it's implied that you support that position, and that's why you're defending it. In reality, what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to push more people to do, is be critical of ourselves as a conservative or as us as a Republican Party. Admit these things. This is why when we're talking about the airplane incident or things like that, is because, one, I think going after some of these certain topics,
so the
you're spending more time doing that than actually attacking what's
I was
important.
quite accurate in what I was stating.
Yes,
but I was very precise about what I said.
But it's like
and then you went and took it further than what I did.
No, because it's this is the problem though. Like when we started off with that tweet, it was very clear what was implied, which was that you were trying to say that the crowd was artificially there. Now you could say in the image, and that's fine. But what point is there to say that then? If you acknowledge then that there was again, I don't want to say this word because it's so nebulous, but like a large crowd that was there. That's the problem I have, is like, okay, great. We can sit there and say that the image is like artificially manipulated or whatever it was, and which I don't think it was, but let's just say it is. But then are we willing to acknowledge then that the crowd, at least itself, was large to some degree? Whether you want to say it was large by 5,000 or 10,000, you pick the number. I don't care. But you would agree that was a fairly large crowd according to the videos that I provided, right?
Here. I'll do this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, not only, and the thing that I focused on was the engine cowling. And the reason why I focused on the engine cowling is because it's the most clear thing. Now, some people are pointing to the fuselage of that aircraft, and they're going, it's not showing the crowd. Well, of course it isn't, because of the angle of the deal. Give me one moment. Let me link this. This is the Filibonti.
I brought you back in, Cancel. I don't know if you wanted me to do that or not.
Yeah, I did. That was good. My Discord roboted for a couple seconds.
This is the Filibonti one, okay, because it's the one that still has that picture on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you bring that picture up, okay, there's two major problems within this picture. One is the engine cowling. Okay, the engine cowling, if you look in the blue section of it and in the silver section towards the tailpipe, okay, the angle of where that is, it should reflect the crowd. Okay, there is no crowd shown in there. Okay, that's problem. That's problem number one. Hold on. Hold on. That's problem number one. Problem number two, which is normally a big indicator, is when people hold up their cell phones, what are they doing with them?
They're taking various pictures from various different angles.
Okay. Why don't you see any pictures in them? Why are all the screens black?
Because it's a blurry image. It's a blurry image. What do you mean they're all black? Of course they're black. You can't see anything because it's blurry as hell. I see an image.
Now if we look even closer.
Here, let me put this on screen so people can see.
Yeah, put it on screen, please.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right, real quick. Let me give you my two answers for that too, so we have all of our arguments on base. The first one, the plane was sitting at like a 30 to 45 degree angle to the crowd, not actually straight like it looks like in the shot. Whenever it pulled up, and you can see this when you zoom in on a video, it's sitting at an angle. So what we're seeing reflected is further down the tarmac off of the engine. That's
okay. Okay, hold on. So I've got a response to that one real quick.
Go ahead.
Look at the cowling. What do you see in it? It is.
I see the bottom tires of the plane itself, and I see
the cowling, the engine, the thing that surrounds the engine. Okay, you look at it, and what do you see? You see the hangar in which the speech was given, the rally was at. Okay, these are what we like to call visual indicators. So you look at that, you should see a crowd in that cowling because they were coming from inside the hangar to outside the hangar. Okay, you should see that crowd. Furthermore, then you should see something on the cell phone pictures. Now, one thing, if you look at the forefront of the picture, you start noticing that a lot of people are blurred. So the focal point of this image is actually the staircase. And the reason why they do that is because that's where it's centered. That's where the picture is centered. That is going to give you a decently focused picture of the current vice president and the nominee and the crowd and everything else. But the people who are closest to that frame are blurred, but you see a heavy line of blurring. You wouldn't see this in a normal zoom. So this image has been digitally manipulated. To what point I am not stating. Make your own judgment call. But there are two big whopping indicators with the reflection in the cowling, with the cell phone screens not showing anything, and then the blurring of the crowd in the forefront is a third, less suspicious, but still auspicious enough for you to want to go, that doesn't make sense. Why does it blur so heavy there? And you should see a gradual de-blurring, and you really don't. It's quite heavy. So this is digitally manipulated.
So your argument is that, real quick. So your argument is that the specific photo that got released on like Kamala HQ has been doctored, not that there weren't those people at the rally, right? Like that. What we see is instead just like a touched up image, like a photoshopped image of the crowd.
I'm saying it's been digitally manipulated to gaslight you believing that there was more people than there are there.
So were there a lot of people there? Let's just cut to the straight to the chase.
No. There was a big crowd. There was a decent sized crowd. I'm not saying that there wasn't people there.
So that's what I'm saying though. Like this is why it's so hard with like me aircraft. Like it's so or Sparky. Like what gets me.
Do you want me to give you an exact number?
It just feels like
I don't really care.
I'm glad. No. You saying that there was a big crowd, then it feels like saying that the art, like the image was digitally manipulated, and to say that you're just simply stating a fact, it feels like Look, I'm gonna call it space, but it feels dishonest. It feels like you're trying to like backtrack, like and say, well,
no, it isn't backtracking at all. It is being critical of my own analysis and saying I'm not 100% sure. However, these are what I'm seeing, and this is why I believe it's been digitally manipulated. To what extent, I don't even claim.
But that I don't. Okay? Why is it important pointing out the fact that it may have been?
As someone who does Photoshop, for someone who does digitally manipulate media all the time, because that is one of the things I do. I do graphics and stuff like that. I know what I see when I see it.
I just trying to understand the why. Okay, if the why is that you're just simply pointing it out, that's fine and dandy, but it didn't like that just seems pointless. Like I don't know if that's the case, and that's just you just pointing out. That's fine, but the initial assumption that was given off was that you were implying that the audience was artificially there. And, yeah.
So Alley Cat says Alley Cat put something forward and said, "Here's the original." And I'm looking at it, and I'm actually seeing.
I don't even know where this came from.
This is from a different angle.
Well, I know. But
by the way, this picture is fake.
I'm trying to see where this source website is because it doesn't look like it's giving me a PBS.
This is a fake.
It's just like an image. It's like an image. It's got an image link. It's just a.
So then,
this
who used it?
So the reason why I say it's fake is because you can see the outlines around all the people around midway in the shot. Okay, this is fake. This is hands down fake.
So what you're seeing there is that some people are outside of the hangar and they aren't being in shadow. And people that are closer to the camera right now are inside the hangar in shadow.
Yeah.
I saw that too when I first saw this photo.
When
and
you see the outlines
out.
around them, I work in hangars,
Yeah,
bro.
I agree.
The outlines around them is showing me this is fake.
But the problem I have with this
when I
one,
first saw this photo, I thought the same thing.
I think for me, it's like when I look at this.
Saw this photo, I thought that was weird. There was like a weird outline edging on people, but this specific photo is taken from the live stream. You can tell that because this photo has more artifacting on the actual plane. It was taken from the actual live stream when they're zooming in with a video. So this is real, absolutely real, because this actually happened. Real quick, my lawn guy's outside. Can you hear it?
I got you. No, I can't hear anything.
No? Okay, cool.
If anything, I hear some static, but that like it's only when you like speak and it's not that terrible.
I could download this and let me bring it up in Photoshop. See what I can
to be clear, I'm not saying that I don't think the site was like okay to click. My thing is when I view these images, the questions that go through my head are a couple of things. One, where is this coming from? Is this coming from their website? Because it's not, I had not seen it on their website. Where is this being derived from? That's the first thing I want to see, because there was images floating around Twitter this morning about the Las Vegas rally that just weren't true, which were like again this obsession with. And this is the bigger issue of all of this is it's like if it's not artificial intelligence that's being done, then it's the celebrities. If it's not the celebrities, then it's being paid actors. It's like the constant shifting of one thing or another or another or another. It's like guys.
So notice I haven't made a claim of use of AI or anything like that. I'm just looking at it and going, this is not right.
You said it was art. So wait, are you backtracking now and saying that it's not artificially manipulated?
So I am saying it is digitally enhanced. It is digitally manipulated. That does not mean artificial intelligence was used. Okay. See, there is a difference there, man.
Real quick.
I am actually. I pulled it up in the Photoshop.
The Twitch chat.
You're breaking up again a little bit.
Okay,
there.
I was say that I'm gonna. One sec.
What up, guys? By the way, everyone in chat, while they're looking up everything and trying to get everything together, I want to say welcome into chat. I've seen a few new people coming in. TLSKB. Who else was in here? The Machine TL. Seeing you guys come in. Appreciate you guys coming in here, buddy.
So in this picture, just looking at it, okay, your focal point and everything, you actually see a good smooth blurring as it goes out in distance. The way that the lighting is mostly consistent. There is some inconsistencies with the lighting, and I'm looking at people in the forefront. That is just that doesn't really throw off any big bells, because that could be anything between the height of the person, the difference in height between people and the people in front of them. But in this picture, you do see in all the cell phones, you are seeing actual lit screens. You see that people are taking pictures. So that right there makes sense.
What photo are we talking about? I'm so lost right now.
I'm looking at the photo that Alley Cat put in.
Oh, the Alley Cat put. Okay.
So I'm looking at it, and this appears to be mostly legit. The only questionable part that I see, okay, is when I zoom out and I look at the differences in lighting, the halo effect that you see going around the bodies, around the mid side just before they exit the hangar. The lighting is a little too pronounced, and I don't know. I'm like, this could be digitally manipulated, but I'm not saying that it's fake. It could just be enhanced a little bit.
This is
just to help, because look, no one sends out any unedited videos ever. Not unedited videos, or even unedited pictures. Okay, they may have just tried to sharpen this picture up because of the distance it was taken.
Right.
But,
so what I'll say is, I think that's possibly fair that they did enhance the photo to make it cleaner. But the current debate, the issue that we have, and I know you're not on this side of it, Sparky, Cropnest or whatever. You're not on this side of it. But I posted the link in Twitch chat. Trump has come out and said specifically that this was AI, enhanced and changed because she doesn't have a crowd. That currently,
that's bullshit. That's just stupid. No, that's the argument from Trump. Yeah. It's not from the right. Don't look. It is stupid to have one person to be the spokesman of an entire ideological viewpoint. That's ridiculous. I reject that.
You guys get for choosing so many times.
I reject that notion. It's just like, I wouldn't say the entire left believes this because the PDF file in office right now, Joe Biden, who took showers with his 14-year-old daughter, shares the same views of everyone on the left. That's just unfair. Okay. But no, there is digital enhancement in this. I'm not going to say it's AI generated.
This is what I'm going to say. Like, to me, why should I care if nothing else than just to simply point out a fact that this is digitally manipulated and not tie this to anything politically related whatsoever? I'm not a photo streamer. I'm not someone who really gives a crap about photos. So like for me, like if we're just simply pointing out a fact that this is digitally enhanced, then this is just a pointless conversation. Respectfully, like this is the whole thing. Is like to me. If that's not what you imply, cool. Then let's just move on. We could talk about then if you take.
I'm just looking at this, and I can tell that there's some definite manipulation in it. Part of it is skin textures. It's the hues of things. There's a lot of things. They have done some rendering to this from what it was originally. This is not the original photo. To what level of manipulation have they done? Have they inserted some people? I can't say yes or no right off the bat, but I can sit here and tell you this is not the original picture.
So let me ask you this. Do you believe they are artificially hyping up these numbers at these rallies?
I believe that both sides actually do hype up the numbers at their rallies, yes.
But artificially, do you believe they're artificially hyping up these numbers?
Yes.
How so?
Well, it's very simple. So there's what was it? The Nevada one, they actually put down the acoustic drapes and stuff over the top row to show that it was so it didn't show that it was empty, and that is not. It can be used to help prevent some echoing and things like that. It's done when venues don't fill up. That is what that's for. But the claim that it was a sold out stadium is just simply false. You see this all the time. Like I've been to like 3 Trump rallies, and in one of them they announced there was 35,000 people, and I went, oh, that's cute. Yeah, there probably was close to 30,000, but I don't think there was 30,000. You know what I'm saying? Like it could have been 28 and change, but like when I was at January 6th and people said millions of people went there. No, there wasn't millions of people. There were hundreds of thousands. Yes.
Yeah, we have our numbers now are like 50 some thousand. Yeah.
Oh no. There's way more than 50,000. Whoa.
Where?
At January 6th.
The number I saw was 53,000 people showed up.
53,000 people might have showed up to the Capitol. I will tell you.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
From what I can tell you, I was at the Capitol, and I was at the Ellipse. I went through the mall. There was hundreds of thousands of people. I'm not going to say there was a million. There wasn't a million. I would say there's probably 500 to 600,000 people there that day. Were they all at the Capitol? No. Was there a lot of people at the Capitol? Yes, and I would probably say that it was probably closer to 60,000 people around the Capitol total.
I want to reel this back a little bit, okay? Just so the reason why I mentioned this is because the whole conversation that me and you had initially stemmed from your initial post that you said you're correct about the reflection in the paint. Yes, they artificially hype up number at rallies. However, evidence need for your polling claim. And
yes. Because the polling claim was oh, well, if this is wrong, then that means the polls are wrong. No, the polls, I'm saying the polls are right.
Hold on, wait. I'm not even attacking the polling claim thing. Okay, the polling claim thing, I'm not even talking here. I'm talking about the yes, artificially hype up number at the rallies. So are we now just like separating then the picture now from which this claim? So you're just kind of like throwing a little tangent in there, saying yes, they are artificially hyped up numbers at rallies, and that's like completely a tangent from the original post, or what were you meaning by that then?
Huh?
You just said okay.
I said what I meant. I meant what I said.
So then, what did you?
Yeah. No. See, you're trying to imply a motive.
No, I'm not. I'm reading your tweet. Bro.
I'm not that deep.
So then, what do you mean by yes? They artificially hype up number at rallies.
Yes, they are artificially hyping up the numbers.
So then, that's a tangent thought.
More people are at the rallies than there are.
So you're making a tangent claim then, it's completely separate from the correct about the reflection of the paint. So it's
I am looking at a digitally manipulated picture,
and coming to the conclusion that it's artificially hyped up numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So yes. So that's what I'm saying. You're saying that it's artificially hyped up numbers at the rallies.
Yes.
Based on this image.
Based on that image, yes. Looking at that, yes. Looking at other images from other rallies, yes.
Okay, so what I'll say to you, Sparky, the easy fix here is to go look at that specific rally, the rally that she was at, where she was on the tarmac, and I believe that was Wisconsin.
That was Detroit.
Sorry, you're right, Michigan. It was Michigan.
Which, by the way, that is the widest Detroit crowd I've ever seen.
Fair. You can find the specific. You can find the live stream for it, and they do a couple panning shots of the crowd.
Yes.
That,
and since then, I have looked at it. So. Since that, which by the way, I was in the middle of working on something when I just bring up Twitter and go, oh, looking at that. Yeah, that looks manipulated. I put out a tweet and Doghouse, shits himself.
Hey, I tweet at work too. It's okay.
That's literally how much thought. That's literally how much thought and time I put into it. I open it up, I look at it, I zoom in things, and I go, yes, this looks manipulated. I actually say that. And then there was also a claim that the polling numbers are wrong, and I said I need evidence to prove that, and I shoot it out.
That's fair. I'll give you credit for that, okay? Because the thing is like the polling.
I can't edit myself for the autism of Spurgs online. Okay, I'm just not going to do that.
Hey, okay? Wait! I actually have Asperger's. Okay, thank you.
Pause. All you got to do is do what I did. In your Twitter bio, just say some of your tweets are jokes. Then no one can have to take you super seriously.
Hey, that's smart.
But that's the way I just look at it. I mean, a tweet is not an in-depth thing. A tweet is literally just a brain fart put out into the ether. And then you watch and see who bites. And lately, Doghouse has been one of my heaviest biters. I've been reeling him in.
See, that's why I joked about the Trump thing that I threw in there. Trump's truth thing. He did kick the bait. People have been talking about the fake photo, and now he's suddenly like all in. He's like, all my money.
Look,
it's an AI photo.
Trump sees anything trending on the internet, and he's a spurg. Okay, it is what it is.
He's gonna be spurging with somebody who actually has a spurg.
But what got you focused on me, my man, is the fact that I was laying in the corner. I've been laying in the corner now for a couple of weeks. And the reason why is because the only principle he shows now is money. Okay. It's I love Connor. Connor's a great guy. And so I'm holding him to a standard that I would of someone who is principled. I'm pointing out to him constantly that he is vehemently going against his principles and saying money spends.
This is my issue that I have.
That is why I will sit there and not take any of his political stances really all that serious.
What I was going to say is I'm terminally online, but I don't know what you were referencing when you say these poll number claims. Could you give me a quick 10 seconds on that? What is that
about? Second line of the tweet that I was responding to from Keemstar is he's like, this proves that the polling is off too.
Okay.
And that's why I'm like, no, I need evidence on that. I'm not gonna. That's jumping the shark, right?
Right. Okay, got it.
Okay, so look, and it doesn't have to be strong evidence. Okay, I'm not looking for courtroom proof. I'm looking at where you gleaning this from. oh, I saw a picture that's digitally manipulated, therefore everything else associated. No, that's gay.
And you're just
that's
right.
gay.
You're just correct. Because I can easily say that Biden had 0 fucking crowds, and yet his poll numbers were higher, and he won in 2020. Fucking easy if-then game on the fact that, even if this photo was totally fake, there was no one at that crowd. In fact, there was just 3 staffers, and they made up this whole thing. It doesn't actually change the whole thing.
That would take a lot of work to build that. but you know, it's a tweet is a brain fart, and I do my best to be very specific with how I fart. When I'm farting at Connor, I do it because I am jabbing him. I know that he feels it a little bit, and you come white knighting. I can be your hero. Baby.
Hey, no, hold on, wait. Because
you can do that all you want.
No, because this is my thing.
He knows why I'm doing that. He knows why I'm doing that.
But the thing is, to any, and that's fine if he thinks that, that's fine. But the problem is that it's almost the equivalent of slapping someone in the face, saying "F you." But it's like, I love you, brother. I just love you. It's like you're levying some of the most like harsh criticisms.
No, I am
saying
not
at the same time that you
criticisms at all.
You don't think
if
it's
I was
a harsh
leveling
criticism.
harsh criticism.
Wait, you don't think it's a harsh criticism to levy against somebody to say that they're not a principled person?
No, because they're not being principled. When they're not acting on their principles, when they are actively pursuing, when they're actively working, consulting to advocate to help get people into office to which he finds their policies to be not just bad, but repugnant.
And that's not a harsh criticism. That's not
a harsh. That's just the reality of what he is doing. He is working for Progressive Victory as a consultant, which is working to do what?
I have no idea what Connor's doing with Progressive Victory, but that's neither here nor
for Progressive Victory. What is the goal of
Progressive Victory? Here, I'm sorry, you got to pull this one back. If you work for the opposing side of the politics to make money, that does not make you necessarily unprincipled. If it affects how you talk about politics and what you advocate for, then you can say you're unprincipled. But if I got $20,000 to work for a Republican campaign, I'd probably fucking do it, even though I disagree wholeheartedly with everything any Republicans ever said.
That's where we would differ, because unless you were doing something on a consulting level of where you're trying to curtail messaging in order to help bring over like-minded individuals over, maybe you could say that's what Connor's doing. That isn't what Connor's doing. Connor is he's actively working. He's basically helping script other creators when they, hey, you shouldn't talk about this. That's what he's doing.
I know what he's doing. So what I would say here.
So like he's working with people like Vosh, who he finds to be kind of bad. Mainly because he likes looking at animated things of really bad stuff. Yeah, he's working with nominal Naomi, who has done things and put out things that he finds to be morally repugnant. Okay,
right.
The company he keeps right now is the problem of why I call him unprincipled. Okay,
right. And what I would say,
the most cool thing that he's done is that
okay, what I would say is you could call him a snake. You could say that he's being dishonest, even. But I wouldn't call him unprincipled unless it legitimately changes his own principles and he's doing something that truly pushes against his own principles. So like if you see Connor, real quick, if you see Connor at a rally for like banning assault weapons, speaking, I think you could say, hey, that's pretty unprincipled. Your whole comment has been that you're against assault weapon bans. What are you doing here at a rally to ban assault weapons?
So the most base thing that he said is he's not voting for Kamala Harris because she wants to ban assault weapons.
Right.
That sounds principled.
That's why I'm kind of pushing back.
Okay, that is principled there. But he is willing to look the other way to work with creators who he finds morally repugnant.
Okay, so I guess here's the easiest pushback I can give. As I talk to you right now, I have given ground on certain things that aren't that important, or I've talked about things and been like, oh yeah, I agree. Trump's tax on tips thing is a good policy. These are all things which could be me giving aid to the other side. I wouldn't call myself unprincipled for having a conversation with the person on the right. Even if those conversations were repeated, and in those conversations, I did carry water occasionally for the opposite side. That doesn't make me unprincipled. Change my principles.
Him working for Progressive Victory, I really have no problem with. In fact, I think that grift is good.
Right.
And Doghouse. The Doghouse had issues with the fact that I use the word grift.
No, because this is my
grift is good.
This is my issue, Sparky, is we start off with like such a strong stance, and you're like, I believe in this, and then we slowly like start going at it, and then we just like water it down, and that's what's so annoying. Is like now we're like, I don't blame him. Like the thing is it's like when it comes to the Connor debacle, it's watching.
I'm a '90s kid. Hi. Have you listened to any of our music?
The problem I have is when you sit
all
there.
by mistake?
When you sit there and levy such a criticism, a very harsh criticism, to me, the equivalent of a sucker punch, because attacking someone's core principles, that's how I view it. I wanted to step in and say, hey, whoa, that was kind of out of line to sit there and call someone a grifter. And in the online community, correct me if I'm wrong, Cancel, because I feel like in the online space, calling someone a grifter is like one of the worst things, there's many worse things, that you can call an online creator.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
I will say this. I think I can split the middle here because I think you're kind of right. Grifting is indeed a pretty negative annotation to give to someone, right? To call someone a grifter is to try and discredit them entirely. So it's reasonable to be upset about that. That said, I think that grifting and being unprincipled are a little bit different. I think, technically speaking, if you think someone is evil, you should do your absolute best to take all of their money and do no work for them if you could, right? So like
And that's where the grift is. That's why I say it's the grift, because I do believe he is doing that somewhat. And that's why I say the grift is good. So you may be terminally online, Doghouse, but you don't speak it.
If I'm terminally online, we got some issues. Shit. I'm one of the least terminally online people in the...
But you claim that you're online a lot.
I will admit, over the past...
I do internet speak, okay? When I say something like the grift is good, okay, my audience knows what I'm talking about. Nick Ricada's audience knows what is being talked about. Everyone knows what, but not you. Okay, even Connor knows what I'm saying.
So real quick, that's why I said I wanted to split the middle, because I think calling someone a grifter... Shit, my internet's about to drop.
No. Yeah, we hear you just fine. But I'm not calling Connor a grifter.
Yes, you are!
No, I said the grift is good.
Wait.
Hold on.
The grift is good. It is
the
not
grift is good.
His audience type grift. That's not what I'm saying.
In a grift is indeed a grifter. That is just like a if-then statement.
Well, so I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I think that being a grifter is fine. I think being unprincipled is worse. So Tim Pool is a grifter and unprincipled because he's fucking Tim Pool. That said, a person like even Bosch could be called a grifter because, let's be honest here, he has now moved himself up to being a petty bourgeoisie kind of guy who makes a lot of money and doesn't really care if his
he always
actually enacted it, right?
He always was. It's
right, fair.
And
to
claim otherwise is just sad.
He wasn't unprincipled though. His specific stances are all still true. Whether or not he actually does the correct works to make them occur is different. So he can be a grifter, but still be principled. It's just kind of gross.
So it's really funny. So I watch Connor all the time. His rhetoric hasn't changed, but he doesn't actually talk that he doesn't say every show that he's sponsored by Progressive Victory or anything like that. Okay, that's kind of unethical. But the unprincipled portion is the fact that he is working with people who, honestly, he probably would wipe off the bottom of his heels if he had the opportunity. And I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that because he's better than that. He is someone who I actually enjoy working with, and I do actually value his opinions. I make jokes that he's not conservative because he's not as far right as I am, because I'm pretty fucking far right. Okay, I'm not. I don't pretend. I'm kind of, look, you can live your life and do what you do just as long as it doesn't affect me. I'm really big on that. But all at the same times, yeah, I don't think certain people should be allowed to teach. I don't think they should be allowed to work with children. Not because they themselves have done anything, but for a large percentage of certain communities, they have certain predilections towards children that, that could be part of the issue. That could be part of an issue further beyond.
Yeah, I got you. The dumb whataboutism will be to throw around the churches and shit, but I'm not going to do that real quick. Right? Here's my question to you. No, here's my question to you. I'm not going to do that because I think it's a little bit unfair. So my question to you is are you okay with considering things thought crimes effectively, right? Because you are now saying, I would like the government to restrict certain groups of people from doing certain works based on the fact that other people who have nominally similar interests to those people do bad things. So now I could say, hey, I'm okay with the government saying I don't want any conservatives to do X works because conservatives are diametrically opposed to those works or something. Would that be okay?
I mean, sure.
That's insane.
Look, man. Look, I'll tell you that people who follow Islam should be forced to convert to a more cucked version of the religion or be deported.
Yeah,
okay.
And so like I can agree with that in my soul, but that doesn't mean that I think that Muslims shouldn't have jobs. You know.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. We've seen a heavy trend.
Okay, before we get into this, I have to emphasize. Please just remember we're on Twitch, so I don't know how far we're about to take this conversation. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, Sparky. I understand Twitch is a little weird. Okay.
I stream on Twitch.
I know.
I know what to say and how to say it.
Proceed. You're good.
Okay. That's why I'm being vague. I mean, I can come out and just say it.
Even being vague in some cases will get people in trouble. No, I know, but being vague in some cases can still get people in trouble.
Me to, bro.
No, please don't.
I don't want to hurt you.
God, don't.
No, I don't want to hurt you, man.
I got you.
So it's respect for your channel, man. Okay, don't.
Also, I'm streaming on 3 different platforms as well. Keep that in mind. For anybody, someone said in chat, "What? This is Twitch, not YouTube." I'm on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now. Okay, just an FYI for everybody who's wondering.
No, there's only one platform that I truly have to watch myself on what I say, and that would be Twitch. And so I since I know that you're on Twitch, because I'm watching your show on Twitch, I followed you on Twitch today.
I appreciate it.
You know, okay. Look, it's respect. It's respect for the streamer.
Of course, I respect you too.
I
really do. We may get into a debate, but it's all friend. It's all like going on a football field. You rough and tumble with your friends. Nothing I say is an attack on you personally. I try not to, and if you do, I apologize. It's like friendly debate. That's all. But anyways, what were you going to say about the Islam thing or whatever you were talking about?
But no, I am so far right that I will come out and say without blinking an eye that Islam is not compatible with Western values, and therefore you should have to switch over to a different form of Islam or renounce Islam altogether in order to come to America and live. And we are seeing the fruits of that not happening, because if you go to the Middle East, you have to acclimate, you have to assimilate into their culture. You have to speak Arabic, you have to do things like that in order to become a citizen of like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But here in America, we go, no, you can speak whatever you want, you could do whatever you want religiously, and then things happen in the UK, such as grooming gangs, and then politicians not wanting to offend a certain group of people and have
let's watch when we talk about the UK, man. Okay, they're gonna freaking. You seen the news about the UK sheriff? Did y'all see that where the UK sheriff is like, we're gonna reach you even if you're in America or something? Like, I thought it was.
To be fair, that was for UK nationals that happened to be in America. All right.
Hey, either way though, okay. Look, I'm not trying to get deported. Okay, I love my America. Okay,
You're all right. You're right, Doghouse. You're from Texas. Texas will not extradite you to the UK. Literally,
that's the least likely state.
Maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right?
Maybe.
Look, Texas is the second most based state in the United States, second only to Oklahoma. It's top hat because
fuck you.
Look, I'm just saying, every Oklahoman acts, Texas does later.
Yeah, all I gotta say is that Oklahoma wishes it was Texas. It wishes it could have been its own independent nation. Okay?
No, it does, and it was an independent nation. It just had to get stolen by the white man. Let's go.
That's fair.
Man.
Look, Oklahoma. Oklahoma is Indian-giving land. Love it.
I have to do my carry water for the right real quick, because this is one of my favorite things that ever happened from the right. Can you believe that Gorsuch was like, hey man, the white man really did steal a lot of Indian fucking land, didn't he?
Yeah.
For Oklahoma. That shit was so cool. Points to Gorsuch.
I did not like so my favorite president in all of history is Andrew Jackson. Okay, first of all, he did the most base thing in the world, and he destroyed the centralized bank of America. The second most base thing he did is someone told him, you can't do this. The Supreme Court will say that you can't do it. And he says, let them try and enforce it.
Right.
I love Andrew Jackson because he was a man. He's the only president that survived multiple duels.
The only president to cane someone in the Congress.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware.
and did it with the guy's cane. He didn't do it with his arm. He took the cane from the dude and beat him with it. Okay. Am I a Trump or Kamala supporter? I'm a Trump supporter.
Well, I don't know if he's I don't know if he's speaking to you or the panel or whatever, but yeah, I'm pretty much like neither
he's
nor
a Kamala
at the moment.
supporter.
No. So look,
he's 100%.
I never actually gave my positions on where I stand on this stuff, Sparky, either. So like, I'm not right now. Like I was a Trump voter. And 16 and in 20, I voted for Cruz. And 18, I did not vote midterm 2022. And my thing is this: I do not like the direction in which the Republican Party is going.
Agreed.
This is where me and Connor are more alike than we are different. Is that I do not like the direction that we are going as a Republican Party. I see a lot of nasty vileness coming out from, for example, with Rittenhouse, which most of y'all guys are coming in here from Lecture Fans thing.
I thought
stream.
Rittenhouse thing was gay.
Yeah, so watching everybody like go absolutely crazy against Rittenhouse, everybody going crazy against Rogan, everybody going crazy against Tim Pool, and then seeing some deranged comments. Now they're on Twitter, so take it for what it's worth. But some deranged comments come from that airplane malfunctioning. That kind of got me going. Like, okay,
what was said about that?
Unless you really want to look at it, go on to Twitter and look it up. I think it was Brandon Tatum's
you
comment
talking
section.
about the Brazilian flight that went down?
No.
Trump's plane had
people are claiming. Oh yeah, that's stupid.
Well, you may think it's stupid, but for me, I don't care. Like seeing some of the stuff that's going on, I'm like, okay, look, guys, we've really got to redirect ourselves here. And I can tell based on, and we won't rehash this conversation. I'm just using it as a point. Seeing some of the conversations where Trump is like apparently disconnected from his base is also super alarming, because the base right now is sitting there saying, and we just had a big long discussion about the Kamala policies thing, but then Trump's doing that. At the very least, it's a disconnect. And I'm like, that's if Trump was in tune with his base, he'd understand that this was a talking point and he wouldn't blast out Kamala's policies. I also think there's a lot of trouble within his own campaign, because during the speech, I kid you not, his speechwriter needs to really reconsider how they do it, because the speechwriter was sitting, when Trump was reading off the teleprompter, he was saying, Kamala, she's reading too much off the teleprompter and doing this and this. I'm like, Trump, you're literally reading off of the teleprompter as you're criticizing Kamala about using a teleprompter. I'm like, who wrote the speech? This is not a good thing. Like,
so that's an old hat bad politics thing, because not just Trump. Many politicians since about Obama 2012 have done that. Mitt Romney did that as well. And it's like, Mitt, you're also reading from a prompter. It's
exactly.
The dumbest political attack
Dude,
possible.
Reagan did that shit. Okay, look, look. Here's the deal. The Trump sycophants. Okay, I'm a Trump voter. I'm not a sycophant. I wanted Vivek. I really wanted Vivek. I voted for Vivek for primary. In fact, I even published my voting ballot that day for the primary. Which, by the way,
illegal, I think.
I know, isn't it? Yeah, because I'm a fucking rebel. Okay,
it might not be for the primary. It is.
No, it is for the primary. It is for the primary. Yeah. So fuck it. I don't care.
Okay.
What are they going to do? Make me and take away my birthday? I am the deep state. Okay. No, actually, I am. I work for the federal government. But look, here's the deal. The Trump sycophants are ridiculous. Twitter has always been a shit show, and now instead of it being a left-wing shit show, now it's a right-wing shit show. It's a shit. It's same brand. It really is. It's the same thing. So to sit there and go, well, I don't like the way the Trump fans are. That's a you problem. Okay.
No. Because they're getting the reason why is like it's. Look, I've always held this sentiment. I still, to this day, be honest with you, don't think that Trump has really changed all that much. I think Trump from 2020 is still the Trump in 2024. I think that if anything, he's gotten older, but I think that he's still the same Trump. However, the base has become far more crazier and amped up and loyal to Why I care is because I don't want to keep feeding that monster by electing Trump, whose going to continue to. Whose
policies do you more align with?
Whose policies do I more align with? Probably
who are you supporting right now?
At this point, Trump's policies are probably more left than they are for my own take. That he doesn't really support the 2A. I would say that I probably more align with RFK or Ron DeSantis more than anything.
Okay, well, Ron DeSantis isn't running, so RFK
I understand,
then.
but you can probably, if I had to pick right now, probably RFK or Ron DeSantis. You can, can you not write in a candidate? Am I not mistaken?
So in the state of Texas, you can. They just won't count it.
Yeah.
No, here's my most base take I've ever had, and I stand by it every year. Every presidential election, you should go up and vote, even if you have no one you want to vote for. Write in Ron Paul 2008. Literally that phrase, Ron Paul 2008. You can't do that. You're not an American citizen that I care to talk to.
That's great.
So majority Swifty, most base thing. Bro wants to give land back to the Indians. Exactly. Screw them. They lost. I am.
The thing about like RFK is I'm only saying RFK. Fight, right? Look, I'm saying this because I would rather vote for someone than not vote at all. And honestly, I would still want to vote down ballot for Republicans. And I think that's what I'm kind of trying to get at with a lot of people. Is that
so I tell people to pick someone to vote for. Don't pick someone to vote against. Pick policies that match your demeanor.
Okay, you guys are so wrong. You absolutely can vote against someone because, hey, I'm taking generic Democrat. Kamala dies tomorrow in Minecraft Twitch. Kamala dies tomorrow. I'm still voting for generic Democrat over Trump because I'm going to vote against him because he is bad for the country.
Oh, okay. Well, every metric imaginable besides debt.
The stock market is doing better now. Most of our general
bullshit.
Puck. Hey, Puck.
It's literally just true.
Oh my God,
the stock market is up higher now.
Do not piss on my back and tell me it's raining, bro. I saw what happened to the S&P 500 last week. I saw what happened to the Dow Jones. Are you going to really pretend that with 12% inflation, with 12% inflation, 7%,
the S&P 500 went down 2.5% on Monday and was back in full by Friday. That's so silly. It's just a normal correction of a normal week.
How much peyote are you smoking?
I wish I was in Oklahoma where it was technically legal.
Wait, are we talking about the Kamala crash?
Are your parents like brother and sister, or are you missing a chromosome? Do you have an extra one?
Hold on, wait.
I'm looking at through the roof freaking inflation. Okay, hey, by the way, those of you who'd like to know, I have a 2.25% interest loan on my house. If I was to sell my house today and buy a new one, I would have a 5 to 7% interest loan. That is huge, dude. You want to tell me that the economy, most people can't afford to buy a house today, and you want to tell me the economy is great? Inflation is around 10%. Are you kidding? I'm not an economist. I'm fucking half retarded.
Sparky.
And still, I know that the economy is great.
Dude. Now you're a little bit over the top because people couldn't afford a house in 2020. People haven't been able to afford a house since 2008 financial housing crisis. Okay, like we have been in this rut.
I bought my house. What was it? 5 years ago, bro.
People as a general good have had more trouble buying houses since 2008 than any other time in the U.S. history. That doesn't mean no one has houses. Okay,
I'm just saying people can't afford to buy houses today. If you want to tell me that the economy
in 2020 in the
if you want to tell me the economy is better today than it was on January 19th, 2021, you are fucking lying.
Okay, hold on, wait.
You're a goddamn liar.
I am the fucking host. I'm going to step in, damn it. Okay, I'm glad I can actually do that for once.
Congratulations.
No, look. Yeah, I like it. So they dropped. All right, so look, what I want to say is this. It depends on how you look at the economy. This is the problem, is the economy is so vague. The economy broad. It includes the housing market, it includes CPI, it includes the stock market. There's so many aspects. And the Kamala crash that happened, supposedly, and still has not really happened, that was supposed to happen on Monday, has rebounded. And I have not heard a single freaking peep about the Dow Jones since that happened. So I've been trying constantly go on Twitter and remind people that, hey, look, here's the Dow Jones, here's where it's going. We're almost up, by the way, to pre-Monday levels, just an FYI.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. But
actually, I think
I am looking over the past 4 years. If I look at the last day of the Trump presidency, which the economy was in rough shape because of the pandemic, we still had better interest rates. We had less inflation, blah 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 blah. So I'm looking at consumer index pricing. I am looking at the affordability of housing and things like that, and that has changed dramatically. Right now, millennials cannot afford to buy houses. I have an issue with that.
I will say again that millennials couldn't afford to buy houses in 2020 either. So, real quick, as an aside from that, because I do want to talk about this more specifically. I get you. I didn't say no one could buy a house. I said in general. But to go away from that specifically, to talk about the inflation. You say, hey, jump back to 2021. Where are we at now? Dude, inflation didn't start hitting until the fucking COVID money actually started being a problem. Of course, we didn't have inflation as bad in 2021 as we would later have it in 2022, because all of the money that we spent in 2020 relative to the COVID crisis under Trump hadn't actually started hitting people in the wallets until 2022. That's how it went.
I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the prime indicators, interest rates, things like that. The economy is not.
Interest rates are fake. They're controlled by the Fed. You should know this as a right winger.
The interest rates are controlled by the Fed, and they've been artificially dropping them.
Exactly.
Which is going to cause more inflation.
Right. So I don't trust them as an
indicator. It's going to cause more inflation. So the inflation should probably be. So the interest rate should probably be around 15% right now, which would be
possibly,
which would decimate, which would destroy the American economy. Okay,
kill the world economy. Once the American economy goes down, the world economy.
And you know what? I'm completely fine with that. I think we should kill the world economy.
Oh God, we're going way off.
This is why we should never have bailed out the banks. Okay, dog.
I can hear you.
That's what we're talking about here. Okay.
Hey, can I come in?
Sure, buddies. What you guys
say? Here.
You're here.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the economy. I know immigrants are a big part of the economy, and Trump's one of his main themes is saying that's going to cause mass deportations of illegal immigrants, and I just think that's not a realistic thing to do. You can't have mass deportations nowadays in this day and age. But another thing that a lot of immigrants are going to be looking into that to see what policies, whether it be Kamala's or Trump's, are better for immigrants in that situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great. I think
so. Immigrants who are not citizens can't vote, and if they do vote, then they should be deported even faster.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I don't think that's a way to do that.
No, there is a way you could do that. In fact, I have a 3-step plan.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say.
I have a 3-step plan on how we do that. First of all, we find the illegal immigrants, and if they happen to have voted because they've been given something like a driver's license or whatever.
No, we're not going down this route. Okay, we're gonna go down this route. Just because you've been given a driver's license does not mean you can vote. Okay.
You're right. But
okay.
What proof, what identity do you usually use to register to vote?
You can use a multitude of IDs.
You can use a multitude. What is primarily used? That is what I stated.
Not a driver's license, I don't think.
Yes, it is a driver's license. Driver's license is, in fact, the most used form of identification to register to vote with. Second question.
Wait, to register to vote. To register to vote. To register to vote. You cannot register to vote if you are an undocumented immigrant.
But if you're given documents such as a driver's license, and by the way, in places like Minnesota, where Tim Walz is from, an approved driver's license for immigrants, they also do registration for vote at the DMV.
You know what you need?
I think they have
almost every state allows you to register to vote.
I think they have a program.
Yes, they do have a special program, and I don't know.
I don't know
how they're.
No, quick. Hey, let me finish. I want immigrants to be able to have driver's license because I do not like immigrants driving around uninsured, because you will be uninsured if you do not have a driver's license.
They still can't be insured if they're illegal.
If you have a driver's license.
They still can't be insured if they're illegal.
Can I come in real quick?
No, you can still get insurance.
Good. Hold on, wait. I want Ivan to go ahead and speak. What you got, Ivan?
I know they have a special program called DACA, DACA, which is defer action for little immigrants that came here when they were little. So those young kids, they came in illegally with their parents, but they were given a special permission to work here legally through Obama, and he granted them a driver's license along with a social security number for them to be able to work legally.
DACA only applied to a small group that fell within a range of 10 years of age. Current illegal migrants are not covered under DACA. DACA is actually, if it was to be challenged properly and go to the SCOTUS, it would actually be overturned. I know what you're saying, but it's an unconstitutional act.
I know they have a social security number and a driver's license.
No, they have an immigrant identification number, which is notably different. And look, I have no problem with actual legal immigration. In fact, I used to be a teacher. I used to be a middle school teacher, and I had several students who were children of illegal immigrants. And me and a couple of other teachers, we got together. We helped them. We drove them down to the border, brought them back into Mexico, and brought them in with the paperwork to make them legal immigrants. Because I'm not against immigration, far from it. I want legal immigrants. I don't want illegal immigrants, and that's really a distinction that a lot of people, they try to lump all immigrants together, and that's just wrong.
So, I want to hit on something real quick. Because I do like this driver's license talking point. I want to talk about this a little bit. I did look it up. You can be insured as an undocumented citizen, but you just have to have a license, and that's where the barrier usually comes in place. And typically to vote to register, it depends on the state, so I'll give you, I guess, a little bit because I'm still looking into it really quickly, as quick as I can. Some, actually, it says here, there are some exceptions. For example, some states may ask for your complete 9-digit social security number. If you are an undocumented citizen, you're not going to have that social security number to provide.
No, you won't.
So you won't be able to register to vote if you do not have that social security number.
Untrue.
How is that untrue when I'm reading it from the U.S. Vote Foundation?
Okay, so here's the deal.
Real time fact.
So there has been what is it? It's the Voting Integrity Act or something. There's an act where they actually publish people who register to vote without any ID whatsoever. And what they do is they give a social security number, which you don't have to. Illegal immigrant does. A lot of them actually have social security numbers that they hide behind. It's so it is possible. Is it probable? Now that's a different ball of wax. I'm not saying it's actually happening. I know that in some states, such as California, they allow immigrants, regardless of status, to vote within their local elections, because these people
makes sense to me.
Huh?
I think that makes sense to me. I think that you.
See, I don't think it makes sense. In fact, I don't think that people who are in this country illegally should have any form of representation. They shouldn't be counted in the census.
Here's the one step closer that you might still be against. I'm curious about. Do you think felons should be allowed to vote while they're still serving their sentence?
No. Once they have served their sentence.
I disagree with that.
Well, so once they serve their sentence.
Let me finish. Okay. I disagree because while you are being held by a state penitentiary, I do believe that you should still have the right to say hey, you guys can't, if you're in a jail, right, or a prison, you shouldn't be able to have the rest of the state say, we now suddenly want all of the people within prisons to get worse food, and you have no say on that. You should still be able to vote. I would say the same thing for a undocumented or illegal immigrant, whatever your persuasion for how you talk about it. I still think that they will have the right to say, hey, this local ordinance for changing how police interact with someone, they should have a say on it. Say the police will,
So can I ask you this?
I agree.
Can I ask you this? Do you have any stock in Amazon?
Do I have stock in Amazon? No, I do not.
Should you be able to determine the policies of Amazon?
I would say that technically speaking, yes, I'm still a consumer of Amazon. I'm still
so you should have direct policy. You should have the ability to directly affect the policy of Amazon. Like you should be voting at the shareholders convention.
So here's the thing: I already do have a influence on how Amazon does their processes based on how I partake in their their business. In the same way that a boycott can stop some company from doing something you don't like. I see what
Sparky's saying.
That's how.
Not Sparky.
Yeah, I see what he's saying too. He's trying to make.
I'm talking about you, Cancel. I'm talking about Cancel. I see what you're saying, Cancel. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
And I also see what Sparky's saying too.
So you really don't. You really don't have.
You're right. It's definitely far less than if I was actually in the shareholders meeting, being able to make a vote on something specific.
So that's where I set the distinction. Okay. So I look at it like this. Okay. I hear you. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Well, my participation with Amazon could affect their policy, sure. But you're not in the actual shareholders meeting. An election is a shareholders meeting. And if you're not a citizen, you're not a shareholder. Now, if I had it my way, I would require that you have a minimal time in service towards the country in civil service or something like that, or own land. in order to vote.
So I would disagree because, of course, we had amendments to go away from that because it will naturally
because it was too base.
Yeah, kind of. It'll naturally section our voting populace specifically to white landowning males.
No, it had nothing to do with white landowning males. Women voted too.
That's what it was written into the Constitution, my boy.
Everything was written into the Constitution by white landowning men because that's what populated the country.
Right. So that's what it said.
Okay. Who were the first African Americans to serve as a senator and or representative? What party were they a part of?
Oh no, not this! No, we're not doing this meme.
No, we can. They were part of the Republican Party. They were from the South.
And I will tell you, they were shareholders. They were actually brought in as shareholders.
No,
they started developing policies. Oh,
they were not shareholders.
They were just there dancing the soft shoe as senator?
Straight up, at the time, they were not considered real citizens. The whole reason we had the Republican Party form up is because at the time, black people were not considered due citizens.
You're right. They were not considered, and that got corrected.
They weren't shareholders by your definition.
But once they were actually like representatives and senators, would you agree that they were shareholders at the time?
Not by your definition.
Yes, they were actual citizens. Oh my God, they were full-fledged citizens. I have no problem with citizens.
They didn't have the right to vote, dude.
They did have the right to vote then.
No, black people couldn't vote till the 60s.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Oh my God, dude! Do you really? Is that what you want to start? You want to hold to that?
Hold on, wait. Let's go to the fact check. I'll go to the fact check.
No. We hold.
This is simple.
We hold an N-word to this one. Oh my goodness!
Hold on. When were African Americans?
When was the Voting Rights Act passed?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now so we can just nip it in the butt. Let's see.
15th Amendment in 1870. God damn, dude, this is too fucking easy.
Wait, hold on. Over the next, with the passage of Reconstruction in March 1867, the era of radical congressional Reconstruction began. Over the next decade, black Americans voted in huge numbers across the South, electing a total of 22 black men. So, the 14th Amendment approved by Congress in 1866 and ratified in 1868 granted citizenship to all persons born and naturalized in the United States, including former slaves. Blah, 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 which said that voting rights could not be denied, abridged by the United States or by any state on the account of race, color. 15th Amendment, 1870.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
So why did we pass the Voting Rights Act in 1960?
Okay, the Voting Rights Act in 1960 was designed because certain areas set up by Democrats within the South had things like literacy tests and things like that. Okay, they had targeted that they had the right to vote, but it was the Democrat Party that was actually holding them back of the Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I will take a step back.
You don't need to.
I should have been more specific. They were not realized. I will take a step back. They were not realized citizens until they had an unabridged right to vote in the 1960s.
Jeez,
in the 1800s, when we first allowed them to. I stand by my statement. They were not full realized citizens until they had an unabridged right to vote. In the same way, women weren't full realized citizens until the 1912s or whatever, when they actually got suffrage. Okay. It doesn't
it was kind of like
involved in politics before they had the right to vote in the same way black people were right.
That'd be the equivalent of saying that like they were no longer slaves, so they no longer had issues, right? It's like, okay, that's technic. It's one of those again where it's like it's technically true that they were able to vote, but were they able to vote? And that's where it gets kind of like
exactly. Guess.
It depends.
Guess who farted this guy? Based member of the chat.
What, Frederick? You gotta be careful on saying based. Which part of chat are we talking? Because he's got two sentences that can go either which way. Frederick Douglass would agree, or then do you think it's based about the Jim Crow poll taxes, etc.?
Frederick Douglass would disagree.
Okay.
With this communism guy.
I was like, which part's based here, man? Because we got two separate sentences.
The only thing I've heard come out of Cancel's mouth is his name, Cancel the Communist. Okay, I'm good.
Hey, Cancel. Hey, Ivan, I'm sorry that you didn't jump in too much, buddy. I appreciate your conversation. Oh, you're breaking up a little bit there, Cancel. Ivan, I appreciate you jumping in, buddy. I know you didn't get to speak too much, but it sounded like you were pretty passionate about illegal immigration and things like that. So I wanted to appreciate you jumping in.
I am passionate about it too.
There you go. I appreciate you coming in, and like I said, I think that is one thing I want. Like, I'm actually wish we could talk more about is those driver's license things, because that was a hot button issue for them, and I think a lot of people don't realize that 19 states,
a hot button issue.
19 states already allow for illegal immigrants to get driver's licenses, and I side with. I actually, having researched this, I believe that I do agree that at the bare minimum, I would love to have, because undocumented immigrants getting into accidents right now, you're screwed if they have no insurance, and insurances will not cover you if you don't have a driver's license. So it only makes the most sense at this point for you to have a driver's license.
It makes no sense, and here's why.
Okay.
If someone came into your house, I assume you live in a house. I'll say a house, apartment, whatever your dwelling is.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone comes into your house uninvited.
Mm-hmm.
How comfortable are you going to make them?
Depends on how they come into my house.
No. So they just walk in your house. They just come in through the door and say, "Hey, I'm here."
Feel uncomfortable.
You can't do anything. You're going to feel uncomfortable. How comfortable are you going to make them?
How comfortable am I going to make them? It depends. That question depends on how they approach me. Are they approaching me like, I'm so sorry.
I will tell you exactly how comfortable I make an uninvited guest into my house. I make them so comfortable they lay on the side of the road until the first Monday of the month. Okay. You do not get to come into my house. You do not get to come into my house without my permission. Okay. And that is the way. And I'm not saying go out and do anything harmful, but I would not make them comfortable. Okay. And doing things like giving them the ability to get a license to drive on our streets when they came into our country illegally.
Okay, let me ask you this.
You're ridiculous, dude.
Hold on, wait. I'll ask you this then, Sparky.
You just invite him in to come in and fuck your sister.
Wait, I didn't say I did that. You asked me.
That's pretty much what you're doing.
Wait. You said, how would you feel if they came into your house? I'd feel uncomfortable. Well, how would you make them feel? Well, it depends on how they approach me. If they come in, I think that's a completely reasonable stance to take. But to the point, I'll ask you this then. If I answer your question, I answer mine. Would you rather have someone hit your vehicle that is insured or uninsured?
Oh, I'd rather have someone who is insured hit my vehicle. But I also carry uninsured motorist insurance. So honestly, I'd rather none of them hit me. But if you're not going to be authorized to be within my country and you hit me, cool. That just means now you're identified, you're easier to track, and now I can bolt you out of the country. Okay,
yeah,
see,
but the problem
you're thinking of it as I want them to stay. No, I don't. Every illegal should be deported.
Do you think someone will be deported for getting into a car accident with you if they were uninsured?
If they are uninsured and a non-citizen, yes, because now they are identified and located. They can be arrested on the spot and deported. And that is what should happen.
They won't, though. I was asking you. Okay, so your should's fair. Do you think they will?
No, because our country has become cucked, and we believe that everyone has the right to be here. Being here is not a right. It is a fucking privilege.
Hey, man, all I'll say is that people that walk across the border illegally do the same thing that we did before 1776, where we grouped ourselves together and we just determined that we're Americans, even though there's no real physical basis to explain that, because, hey, being American is an idea and a feeling, not actually related to anything more specific than that. People who will break the law to be in this country
was that way for quite a long time, but it has not been that way for also quite a long time. So the deal is you either have national sovereignty and you are a real country, or you don't have national sovereignty. And right now we really don't have national sovereignty because a bunch of cucks think that it's a good idea to be all nice, warm, and fuzzy to people who just walked into their house and fucked their sister.
Wait. That changes everything. Wait. You said they walked in. You didn't say they walked in and fucked my sister. Wait, that completely changes the narrative. They did that.
Oh, does it? Oh, does it?
Yes!
Because illegal immigrants in many states can now get welfare. Your sister's looking less attractive now. They can get all this public assistance. That's just to keep them from fucking your sister. Does that make you feel better?
If they're able
to do it in a different way.
What if my sister?
Okay, so I'll say this again. To bring this up again, we didn't have national sovereignty in the 1700s. In the late 1700s, after we formed our country, we still didn't have national sovereignty. Yes. We were still letting people come in because we needed bodies, boys.
Yes.
And I don't really see a difference between now, when we still need those bodies, and this is going to be maybe a little bit questionable statement, but we still need those bodies to pick grapes on fucking California.
Oh my God, there it is. Lazy, self-righteous liberal dude doesn't want to do work what he considers to be Mexican work.
Oh no, wait.
Are you a Mexican or a Mexican? Can you go out and pick grapes for me? Huh? You gonna dance a soft shoot? Fucking racist. Get out of here.
Yeah, I know.
My
The
God.
underclass of illegal immigration really props up capitalism, doesn't it?
Okay, wait. It is a somewhat factual statement that basically any undocumented immigrants do a lot of agricultural work. That is a factual statement. But the other thing too, on that flip side note of that is that the earning potentials of undocumented immigrants tend to go up over time. I think the longer they're in the country, the longer that their income.
Yeah, because they go from working on a specific farm to working for a specific guy in like a slightly closer to middle management position, bringing in other immigrants or what have you, and being able to talk to them. Maybe they work as a translator for the farmer as opposed to working directly on the farm. It, like anything else, you stay here long enough, you'll prosper. It's the American dream.
Yeah,
but the deal is, we are selling our sovereignty away for nothing. And look,
I think that
for you to say who will do the agricultural jobs, I think that just shows what a fucking racist you are and how what little faith you have in the American people.
Stop, Sparky.
No,
this is honest. No, if you say that we're selling our sovereignty for XYZ, I say that it's why we are the greatest country in the world. Specifically because of the situation that we are currently living in, which does involve illegal immigrants, we are currently the coolest, strongest, best country in the fucking world.
See, I know the best way to solve the illegal immigration problems. I really do. No, God, no.
Oh, no.
No, better yet. You ready?
Machine guns on the border? Is that what we're going with?
No.
Okay.
No. We're going to make North America America for once. First, we start with the Frostbacks. Okay, we're going to go up north. We're going to go up to Canada.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, we're going to take over Canada. We're going to depose Trudeau, and we're going to surround Quebec because the fucking French Canadians are going to go, we're French and we don't want to be American, and we're going to starve them out. Okay, once we conquer Canada, then we're going to go south. We're going to take all of Mexico. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to take all of North America, all the way down to the Triangle countries. We're going to have the smallest southern border ever. We're going to make everyone U.S. citizens.
So the good news.
We're going to kill off all the cartels. Hold on.
Let me finish.
I got to finish. This is the perfect plan. Shush. Okay? We go all the way down to South America, and we're going to stop right there. We're going to have a teeny little border. We're going to say, okay, all of you are American citizens now, but we won't let you vote for 12 years because you got to acclimate to being U.S. citizens. We're going to kill all the cartels, all the cartel members, and then we're going to go over to Cuba. Okay, because I hear they have good cigars. I've had Cuban cigars. They're pretty good. Okay, we're going to take them just for the shits and fucking grins, okay? And then we will honestly have reached the true idea of what Americanism is. All North America will be one continent, one country, one people. It's not about race. You know what? Learn Spanish, motherfucker. Learn some French while you're at it, too, okay?
All right, so back you up here.
All right, Sparky, we got it. We want to start World War III.
Back you up a little bit. The good news, we already paid for the Panama Canal. We can just make that the southern border, okay? That was America's work, so clearly that should be our southern border.
I like that thinking.
And on top of that, we don't actually have to starve out Quebec. We just treat them like Texas, okay? We let them secede from the Union every like 20 years or so for like a couple of years, and then they come crawling back like Texas would do.
Hey, I'll say this, okay? Like, in a more pragmatic way, I think I only quickly read that border security bill, like the little bullet points. What we need to do is we definitely need more immigration judges. That is above and beyond, like, at the very least, to start helping some of those who have gotten caught, to help those who have not gotten caught. What we need to do is to prevent that flow. We need to build up our border. I do think that we need better border technology. We need better border walls. Yes, you heard me say that, Sparky, okay? Oh my gosh. No, we need a better border wall, and we need to make sure that we have more staffing at the border. That helps too. We also need more, we had the judges part. We also need to work on, caseworkers. I think the caseworkers are another one that's pretty lacking. So those are some more pragmatic, easy solutions that can absolutely get done through Congress if we get our heads out of our asses and actually start wanting to do something. That is actually can be both bipartisan, mind you. So I think the idea behind like not having a wall, people seriously misunderstand what is actually behind the border. We've clearly seen that damn it, I lost my train. Abbott's, I almost said Trump. Abbott's razor wire has done a significant portion in helping stem the tide from people coming over. Why? Because people don't want to get hit by freaking barbed wire. Now, there have been some instances where they've tried to go over it with terrible results. But what the wall and some of these barricades take in place is they try to, and this is where I think this was you, Eric, Sparky, I think, that when it's having a debate, and I may have watched this, or it may not have been, is that the purpose of the wall isn't so much to stop someone from coming over. What it does is it
funnel them towards ports of entry.
Funnel them towards ports of entry and slow down them from coming over. It's understood they're going to come over, but what it does is it allows time for Border Patrol to get to that particular area. There's also, it doesn't need to be stretched all the way through. Yeah, so I think it was your debate that you were having that I watched. They do not need to stretch all the way down the coast from coast to coast because there's natural... Yeah, well, there's natural land barriers is what I'm saying. So there's no need to have that because it's just untenable that they would even go up those areas anyways. Technology on the border would include things like motion sensor, infrared, things like that they're able to see. And in those areas where there is no border patrol, you can absolutely put some of those motion sensors and things like that. And most of those are already in place as it is. So that's my take on the wall, on the border.
I have a capitalist solution to the border. Okay. Illegal immigrants can earn their citizenship. Okay. Now I know you host a fascist Tiberius D on this show, so he will support this. Actually, he'll actually like this one. Service guarantee citizenship. Okay, so you do you do a 6-year stint as an infantry soldier. No skills. No, you get no real skill training. You will do the worst job. You will, but after that you can cross train if you decide to stay in. But you give your service to America for I'd say honestly you should be able to apply after 3 years. Okay, you have to do 6 years of service after 3 years. So you can if you're a legal immigrant. Yeah, I'm talking about even for illegals.
Also, for its worth, we do allow, like, this won't be illegal immigrants, but you can think of this as like when we were in Afghanistan and Iraq, when we had translators there that, like, we worked with the locals there.
Oh, we screwed those people.
Yeah, exactly. We said we would give them citizenship, so this would be very similar to here, where we have people.
We fought so hard to get our TERP in country. It took us years. It was a disgrace of what we did.
Yeah,
but I'm actually saying to fulfill. I'm actually saying
right or center is bad that we did not bring those people over.
Yeah. But I think we should fulfill our promises, and this is a way to do that with illegal immigrants. Okay. Now, the meme that I come up with over the years is, there's a lot of people that really hate immigrants. There really are. I mean, there's some really bad people here in America, and they don't care what color they are. Just get out of my home. It's my country. Those types. I say we employ them, and we make a 24-hour streaming game show. Okay, we put up obstacles, we put up landmines, moats with crocodiles, razor wire, blowtorch, flamethrowers, machine gun nest, snipers, and if they make it through it, we have doctors at the end. We make doctors at the end, and we put them, and then we make them work on American Ninja Warriors,
bro.
Yes, we do the Hunger Games, and if they win, they get to become American Ninja Warriors. Love it.
That's Squid Games, yeah, right? Red light, green light, yeah. No, yeah, I looked this up. It does say that, and I don't know how old this article is, but it does look like since the early 2000s or 2008, DACA recipients are able to get their citizenship through serving in the military as well as green.
I've met several people within the Army and the Air Force that actually got their citizenship that way. I fully support those initiatives.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying, but if you come in here illegally, if you're an illegal immigrant, DACA is the cutoff, and you cannot become a legal citizen right now. And nor should you be allowed to. DACA is the cutoff.
Well, yeah, so
you're saying that you had to be brought over while you were young. If you came over here while you were 18, 20
well, no,
DACA.
So if you're brought over today as a 2-year-old illegally, DACA does not encompass you. It was only for a specific group. It does not. It only encompasses
I'm saying it should.
people.
I have a little bit of an update because as we were talking, I was kind of going through it, which is why I was being a little bit quiet. You would actually be surprised to hear that it looks like in July of last year, just last year, there's an article from Stars and Stripes that says Senate bill renews effort to enlist non-citizens in the military.
Senate having such a problem with recruitment. So they talked about doing this. Yes.
Yeah, Tammy Duckworth is leading a new push to allow the Defense Department to enlist people who have lived in the U.S. for at least 5 years, including those who entered the country unlawfully as children and are now protected by the Deferred Action, DACA program, basically. Residents who have temporary protected status, individuals who have an approved petition for an immigrant visa would also be eligible to serve in the military under the legislation as long as they meet the qualifications of the service branch. So this is one bipartisan effort that I think would be a great step in trying to have...
we've been doing this for decades. So when I was in Turkey during Operation Northern Watch, and this was in 99, 2000. We had a guy, I met a guy, he wanted to become an American citizen. We got him signed up in the Air Force, dude. And after 4 years of service, he became a U.S. citizen.
Awesome.
There are ways for foreign nationals to become American citizens. There's all kinds of programs. It's not as hard as people try to make it. Now our immigration system is fucked up. Like legit. And the only way to fix it is to make North America America for once. I mean, look, I need to get you on this. I'm good.
I
need you to sign up, join the revolution.
I saw how J6 went. J6 went, so I have little faith in that. But no, so real quick, Cancel.
Before that happened.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cancel. After you,
what I was going to say. Yeah, what I was going to say was that before J6 happened or whatever, in 2020, I was making the same argument for us taking over Canada. So, like, this is the American way. All right?
Yeah,
I'm with them on it.
And look, no, I will tell you. So January 6th, no one went there with the intention that I'm aware.
All right,
of.
we'll get into the J6 in a minute. Hold on, let me do my little shill real quick because I've been streaming now for 5 hours, which I'm about to break my record from yesterday. So that's awesome. I want to do my quick shill, guys. If you're watching this on Twitch, please hit that follow button. If you're on Twitter, please hit that like button and share. Don't listen to Aircraft Sparky over here. Absolutely share this, okay? It is great. And then also, if you're on YouTube, please hit that like, subscribe, notification bell. See, I'm trying to get better at my YouTube mannerisms. I promise I'm not going to become a YouTuber, okay? But I may become a TikTok star. Now, I can't promise that. It's kind of weird. All right, look. Now, I try to be
good and everything. You got to Twitch weird ways.
Before we jump to a new topic, real quick, everyone who is currently in Twitch and other chats, give some money to Doghouse. He's now at hour 10 in 2 days, all right? That is real works, all right? If you have money, give money to him.
Hey, look, wait, I appreciate it. I always like to say I like to earn your money. If you think I have earned your money, absolutely feel free to donate. If not, I don't try to pressure nobody. I'm not like the leftists who like to go, listen, guys, I'm broke. I'm eating a sandwich. Okay? I really, really need your money. Okay? Right. Hey, they shill hard, okay? They're like, look, man, I'm living out of a cardboard box. As you look behind me and see 100. Isn't that, that's something I want to hit on, okay? Look, I'm not going to try to say that there's a lot of problems with people. Disregard my background. Yeah. Just disregard all that nice little stuff that I have back there, okay? I didn't think about that.
All I'm saying is, like, I've watched, roughly speaking, in the last 2 days, because it's a good weekend, I've watched, like, I don't know, maybe 6 hours worth of Doghouse, and I have not seen a single donation, okay? That's all I'm saying. And it seems
you haven't seen a single donation?
I got one subscription, and that was from Miss April Dawn. Shout out Miss April Dawn. Love her. Great supporter. But anyways, yeah, so we could talk about J6, but, man, there's the... Oh, man. All right. If we want to talk about it, let's go down it. But if we do, y'all start talking about it. I'm going to go get something quick. So
I just think it's hilarious that everyone makes January 6th to be out that big of a deal while everyone else sits there and downplays the actual... Yeah, screw you, dude. But no one's paid him. I had to do it, okay?
I appreciate
that's sad.
I appreciate it, okay? I really appreciate it, buddy.
No, man, it's all good, man. It's nothing but love. Fucking jackass. But anyway, look, it's Saturday. Today's my day of having fun, right?
There you go.
So I come on here to an aggressive panel from an aggressive panelist who has been stalking my X/Twitter, whatever you want to call it, trying to tell everyone how I'm such a bad guy. And I mean, I am a bad guy, but I'm not that bad guy. But
Here,
look, I'm honest. I'm honest. The type of bigot I am. But I
got something for you here. I got you. People are not going to know unless they tuned in.
But no, of course, people want to ignore the things that happened with BLM, the things that happened with the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation, the leaking of the SCOTUS opinion on Roe v. Wade, things like that. It is all forgiven, and everything is focused on one side. What happened on January 6th was bad. I was there documenting idiots doing stupid things that day, and I was having fun while doing it. I won't sit there and people like after the attempted offlining of Donald Trump happened. Everyone's like, "Will you denounce the blah blah blah?" No, I'm not denouncing the violence that happened on January 6th because I had nothing to do with it.
So
did I support it? Hell no.
Here's my olive branch to you. It's kind of insane that we don't know who leaked that SCOTUS decision.
We know exactly who leaked that SCOTUS decision. We actually do. They're just running cover for it. So, look, to believe that the FBI is so inept, to believe that FBI is so inept that they don't know who the bombers were at the DNC and the RNC, that's bullshit. They know who the bombers are because they fucking planted the bombs themselves. Let's be real. Man. The SCOTUS decision was leaked by one of the aides, probably one of Sotomayor's aides, and they're protecting the individual. The name has been published. So I'm not going to say it because I don't have proof.
So I can agree with you that probably speaking that, yes, the actual government knows who did the leaking because otherwise it'd be rather insane. I'm saying we as the people don't. And I would disagree with you. I think that if this is going to be terrible. This is not.
Hey guys, sorry, I got to break this in because I'm a Texan Astros fan, diehard. Houston Astros won 10-2 against the Boston Red Sox. Anyways, continue.
Oh, fuck the Sox.
Okay, so what I was going to say is that this is going to sound weird, but if we do think that the FBI was the one doing the stuff at the DNC and the RNC, I think it would have been successful.
Well, no. I don't think it was a real pipe bomb.
That's the thing. I think that it would be kind of silly to have defunct ones.
I don't think it was a real pipe bomb, and the reason why is because if you see how they treated the presumptive vice presidential nominee that day who was at the DNC, how the lack of expedition to move her out of the danger zone and stuff, it doesn't make sense from a procedural standpoint. Okay, I'm not going to say that the FBI is so incompetent. Okay, just like I do not believe that what happened in Pennsylvania was due to incompetence of the Secret Service. I believe there was more implicity or complicity in the situation. Well, let's see what happens type thing. And that's actually more evil than
I was to say on the conspiracy front, which is a thing that you don't want to get too deep in, which I get. But on the quick conspiracy front, it is kind of crazy that the dude was on that roof for over an hour. That's insane.
He wasn't on the roof for over an hour. Okay,
he was spotted getting up on the roof. Maybe it was an hour, but he was spotted.
No,
on the roof.
He was.
The shots weren't taken until like 45 minutes later.
He was spotted. No, he was spotted walking around the area within 45 minutes of the shooting. He was on the roof. He was spotted. About 2 minutes before the shots went off. A cop went up to look.
Yep.
And the guy pointed a rifle at him. The cop went down and then went running for help. Okay,
so maybe this was misreported, but I recall very specifically. I want to say it was like NBC. Like this wasn't a left or right network.
Oh, well,
I remember it being reported that a counter sniper clocked him about 20 minutes beforehand.
Well, so a counter sniper took a picture of him, but he was not on the roof at the time.
Oh, okay. So maybe that was just a reporting.
That's where the picture came from. So it may have been that you misread it, or it was misreported. I don't know.
I'm going to go with misreported because the way it was described what I saw.
It's on ABC. I'm reading it right here. It says Secret Service spotted Trump rally shooter on roof 20 minutes before gunfire erupted.
It's around 5.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's only 20 minutes, which is still too long, not an hour. Yeah, but almost a half hour up on that roof. That's crazy. And if that wasn't true because it was misreported, then I apologize.
So I have issues. I have issues with how the Secret Service operated during that day. And look, I'm not a security expert, but I do have some experience in security, and I know from my basic understanding of securing a perimeter and stuff, they fucked the dog. And
it was.
Hey, wait! Don't bring me into this. I didn't do nothing. Okay.
He was only 160 yards away, which is insane, okay?
Yeah.
I haven't shot a gun in like a decade, and I'm pretty sure I can hit a target from 150 yards out, okay?
Well, I shoot a gun. I shoot at least once a month, usually at about a rate of around 400 rounds. 160 yards without sights. Without even beyond iron sights, I could put within a $50.
Well, but you're also
I'm thinking, like,
to be fair,
I haven't shot a gun.
To be fair, though, you're also like, it's not like a normie just sitting there saying I can hit a target from like 4. Like,
well, that's why I say I train. Okay, so I understand what it takes to get there.
Doghouse, I'm saying from the normie angle, I think with an AR-15 that I absolutely could hit a target from 150 yards on like soul reads alone, because that is too close.
Yeah, no, that is extremely close, and I'm not one to like fancy any kind of conspiracy theories or anything like that. I think that it was just sort of like a really shitty response, and like that cop that like ducked down instead of like he ran for help. I don't know. I guess he ran to. If I remember correctly, he ran to go grab his like rifle. I know he went to go grab.
No, he had. So he got lifted up by his partner.
Yeah, I saw that,
and he immediately ducked down. And then they ran off to go get help. There was 2 of them versus 1. I would have ducked down. I would have popped my gun over, and I would have taken blind pot shots at it.
Well,
yeah. So real quick, I want to say this because this was my initial reaction when it occurred. To this day, it's insane to me that somebody in fucking Butler, Pennsylvania, didn't go grab their gun off the back of their truck and take shots at them.
That's true.
Surprised by that.
That is true, and I'll tell you this though, Sparky, because I think if I remember watching this video correctly, that area that he got lifted up on, he was not directly in front of where that camera was looking.
I still would have taken blind shots.
Well, no, the
because
reason why that
no one else was on that roof.
No one else was on that roof, but had you started firing shots, then that bullet has to come down somewhere, and the direction of which those shots were going to be shot were going to be towards the audience. So it would have been a really bad shot for him to start randomly shooting above. It would have been better, because, remember, I know you're trained, so they're like, we got to make sure that when we're popping shots off, you're not going to put them down range where somebody's down range.
No, I'm going to shoot him into the roof. I'm going to shoot him into the roof. And yes, you can do that even blindly. It's not that hard. The amount of ricochet, not at almost muzzle distance. No, that doesn't really happen because you got the highest kinetic energy coming out of that barrel that it's going to have. Yeah. Look, there's a lot of mistakes that happened on that day.
Yeah.
But I can't sit there and say, because for it to have broken down the way it did, this had to happen at multiple levels on what we would like to call the kill chain. And there is no way that pure incompetence can get you there. So I look at it and I go, no, it was allowed to happen. Okay. What happened with the RNC and DNC quote unquote pipe bombings, procedures were not followed that day. That's telling me they knew they were fake. Okay. The fact that there wasn't enough police presence at the Capitol on a day that they knew there was going to be a large protest / demonstration proves complicity within the government that they wanted it to happen. And what did Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats do directly after that? They called a riot an insurrection. The reason why they labeled it an insurrection is because there is constitutional reasoning behind using that word. This is not the first time riots have happened at the Capitol. This did not affect the peaceful transfer of power. I know that's what the Democrats like to say, but the peaceful transfer of power occurred on January 21st, 2021. That is when the actual transfer of power happens. The certification of the vote is supposed to happen on January 6th. Okay. That happened. They could have done that via Zoom. They did everything else via Zoom during COVID. It is the American people being gaslit into believing something was more than what it was.
Listen, I cannot sit there and say one way or the other whether it was an insurrection because I have not done near enough research to come to any kind of conclusion. But what I can say is that those who were charged were rightfully charged for what they had done. They definitely were.
Oh, really? The MAGA Meemaw that walked through the velvet ropes, and so she is charged. So she is charged with stopping government procedure and all this other stuff she was held on.
Well, hold on, wait.
She was held for 4 months without a single charge, and you're saying that was rightful?
I know that this was a recent story, and I remember actually wanting to tweet about this. Was the grandma being let me see here, Grandma J6 arrest? No, sentence. Are you breaking up a little bit again there, Cancel?
Yeah.
The closest I've got is the 71-year-old grandma convicted on all charges by DC jury. I'm gonna have to drag him back in here. Hold on. Yeah. See if that works. All right. Did that work now, Cancel? You can try it again and see. Oh, what the hell? Come on. No, I don't want you to send me notifications, bro.
But those who engaged in violence on that day, yes, they should be charged.
So she was charged.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I have no idea if this is the J6 praying grandma or that we're talking about or not. But
and Alley Cat's right. Many SCOTUS has ruled that most of the charges have been deemed unconstitutional and have now been dropped.
Hold on, I'm gonna look into that one because it was only like one specific charge, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was trespassing, I believe. I believe it was trespassing.
It might have been that one.
Because it's like that's the people's property.
No, I think it's the obstructing official proceeding. I think it was the obstructing.
Yeah,
the obstructing the official proceeding, but there's two different charges.
While you look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I would say look into it a little bit, because my statement can be pretty straightforward either way. I think if you were at the Capitol that day after people broke into a building, that you kind of go for breaking into the building too.
I was there.
Even if you aren't the one who does the breaking, you can still go for breaking and entering because you followed some.
Actually, no, you can't.
Else.
So, like, I was at the Capitol. I was at the Capitol. Okay, I've talked to the FBI on multiple occasions. I was there when it was broken into.
Well, okay, hold on, stop.
I did not enter.
Oh no, I know. Let's stop. Wherever you're about to say, I'm telling you. Let's just. I know. You didn't enter.
Against TOS. I know you're scared of your Amazon overlords.
No. It wasn't TOS related. It's just I don't want you to say anything that was because I didn't know where you were going with this. So I was like, well, let's stop. Let's stop there. But anyways, let's talk about this 71-year-old grandma and the Supreme Court ruling. So the 71-year-old grandma, there's plenty of elderly people there because elderly people love Trump. But she was charged with entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds, disorderly conduct in a restricted area, disorderly conduct in the Capitol building, and parading, demonstrating, or picketing in the Capitol. I don't know if this is the one that you were talking about because this one was from April 5th of this year, and she was actually found guilty by a jury, but it was a DC jury, so take that for what you will.
Yeah.
And she faces up to a year in prison and more than $200,000 in fines. She's not going to get a year in prison. That's not how that's going to work, especially this is like her first offense. She's probably going to get probation. Most J6 defendants have gotten probation. The one for the Supreme Court was the obstructing charges. That's the one where it says limited the power of prosecutors to pursue obstruction charges, narrowing a law that could have tacked years onto the sentences of 100 defendants. Implications for President Donald Trump. So I'd have to read through exactly what it limited it in, but if anything, it's the obstruction charges, and it doesn't look like if this is what you're referring to, because I have no idea. There's plenty of older people. This one here doesn't look like it would have affected her at all. And I think
all I know is that there are still people being held in the DC gulags who have not seen their day in court, who have not been completely and formally charged, and they are being held in solitary confinement. They are political prisoners. To claim that America is a free nation is a farce, and our government needs to be reformed.
I don't know at this point, with it being almost 4 years later. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Cancel. I'll let you take it.
I was going to say the opposite, the counterfactual or whatever, other than the grandma who got partied in. The other side of that is that we just had a guy who got sentenced to 20 years in prison specifically for the J6 thing because he was one of the guys beating people with flagstaffs. So this does
he committed violence. Good on him.
Right.
Look, you reap what you sow, right? I have no problem with convicting people that engaged in violence. Where I have a problem is the nonviolent people who were let in. And yes, those doors did not come open because of someone who broke a window.
I'm not arguing about the let in or not let in thing. Yeah.
So, but there's a distinction.
I will do that argument. Some people got inside by being let in by cops. That is absolutely true. But the first people who got inside.
No. They came in illegally. They came in illegally. Look, I was there I was at the foot of the steps. I was talking to people, watching them hoot and holler, laughing. When they threw the concussion grenades at us, I laughed even harder. And I'm like,
so
all you're doing.
Do you want to hear the do you want to hear the lefty conspiracy theory that I don't think people
that?
really talk about much? So the people that got let in by cops, I'd question those cops because that is not acceptable. I would not think that while people are currently breaking into a building that it makes sense to open a secondary side door as a cop. Yeah. So I would really want to talk to the cops who opened those doors. I would worry that they were involved.
Look, the cops
I think it wasn't
that ended up.
I think
the cops that ended up taking their fate into their own hands. I think they did it out of guilt because what they knew, what they were doing because they were setting American citizens up.
See?
I don't feed into it, Sparky. But I think the most logical and rational conclusion is that
the logical conclusion.
They were banging on the doors, and so the best thing they could do was let them in as a deterrent measure. That's the most rational one.
Bullshit.
That's the most rational one.
The barbarians are at the gate. Let them in to appease them. My God.
Well, it was either that or get squished between the doors.
My God.
One of the two.
The fucking cope, dude. The cope.
But being
the technical likely answer is that you are right, Doc. That they're basing it like a pressure release valve, so they can cause the issues to kind of move around for different areas. And we're having literally thousands of water that burst through.
Hey, Cancel. I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy. I'm hearing like every other word. I'm hearing every other word. I'm trying to listen to you, buddy.
Go restart your computer.
Yeah,
clear out
go
your
restart.
cache.
I'm gonna give you the streamer role and as well as you, Sparky, and it should pop you guys back in here. Let me give you all that role.
All right.
That way you guys can jump back in here.
Yeah, just restart your computer. You should be fine after that. But look, those magnetic doors do not open unless they have been de-energized. I don't care how big a man you are, you ain't that strong. There was some that got in illegally. Those who came in illegally, i.e., by breaking windows and stuff like that, they should be charged. Anyone that committed any forms of violence that day should be charged. But simply being on the grounds alone, it is the people's fucking grounds. America could kiss the inside of my ass after Taco Bell. That is trespassing is not a thing. It is the people's house. It is the people's Senate. It is the people's fucking White House, by the way. Don't let these fuckers make you think otherwise. This is your land. DC is not a state. It is a federal district. It is the people's district.
Well, let me hit you on this. So the restricted building or grounds, okay, this is the 18 U.S. Code 1752. It says whoever knowingly enters, and I'll hit on that because me and Alley Cat debated this for a while actually. Knowingly
once doors are opened,
hold on. I know, but
they knowingly enter.
But context is key here. So I'll tell you why in a minute. Knowingly enters or remains in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority to do so, knowingly and with intent to impede or disrupt the orderly conduct of government business or official function. This is still under restricted building or grounds. Engages in disorderly or disruptive conduct in or within such proximity to any restricted building or grounds when or so that such conduct in fact impedes or disrupts the orderly conduct of government business or official functions, knowingly and with the intent to impede or disrupt the orderly conduct of government. There's only like 5 parts, so I promise I'm on 3. Or official functions, obstructs or impedes ingress or egress to or from any restricted building or grounds, knowingly engages in any act of physical violence against any person or property in any restricted building or grounds, knowingly and willingly operates an unmanned aircraft system, we're not even worried about that, or attempts or conspires to do so shall be punished as provided in subsection B. And it goes on to list exactly what those are. And so when you look at these, the knowingly enters or remains in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority to do so. The knowingly part is very important. Now, you may say it's because they open up the doors, but I would say you would have to peel back that a little bit further. You would have to go, what events led up to that they would actually knowingly, quote unquote, enter the building, that they were all of a sudden now, they opened the gates, we're allowed to just walk in. And even then,
okay.
You would have to go.
So here, I got the counter to that from someone who was on the ground. Okay. Yeah. So I was there when the barricades were up around the building. Okay. I saw the barricades. I saw them take down the barricades. Okay. First of all, the manner in which they did it in some places was people fighting over barricades, and then they took them down. In other areas, they weren't.
I'm just going to say this, Sparky. I'm just going to say this.
Police,
I don't
hold on. Let me finish.
That's
when I see people removing barricades, that means that it is not a restricted area anymore. Now, where it was fighting, that's a different story altogether. Now, imagine yourself who walked from the Ellipses, which, by the way, the riot started about 30 minutes before the speech at the Ellipses finished. Yeah, a lot of people forget about that fact. Okay, you walk from the Ellipses all the way to the hill. Okay, that's about a 20-minute walk. And that's walking steady. That's not a brisk pace. That's not I'm taking a smoke break, and that's just a brisk pace. So 20 minutes. So 50 minutes into the riot. Okay, you show up. Okay, the doors are closed. Now, you're not up front. You're not seeing anyone fighting. You see a lot of people, and suddenly you see the crowd move. The doors have opened. Do you know if those doors were forced open, or do you know if they were let open? From that perspective only, mind you, during this time, there was a cellular outage because they had jammers up everywhere. Like, people were trying to call me, hey, are you all right? I'm hearing this. And they couldn't get through because they were jamming cellular signals and things like that. Not all.
Even if let's walk through this. So I can give you, let's say I give you the first prong. Okay. Let's just give you the first prong, or the first one, the knowingly enters. Then we can go down to the second one, and I think this one is even more so damning. Knowingly and with intent to impede or disrupt the orderly conduct of government business or official functions, engages in disorderly or disruptive conduct in or within such proximity to any restricted building or grounds when or so that such conduct in fact impedes or disrupts the orderly conduct of government business or official functions. That's another or, where basically essentially disorderly conduct within that restricted buildings or grounds
I hear you.
would be punishable by that.
Yeah,
so even if you were on the if you were in there, yeah. Good.
Think of it like this. So I have seen the Summer of Love riots. I have seen the outcome of those. I have seen the attempted coup, the attempted insurrection on the White House on May 29, 2020, and I have seen the lack of arrest into that and such. And I'm sick and tired of things going on. Now, we're talking about during the confirmation of Kavanaugh, on a multitude of times, people were removed from Capitol Hill for disrupting the proceedings to get the confirmation of Kavanaugh. Okay, and that's just probably one of the more recent things in the voters' mind. No one was charged.
Charged where? What are you talking about? You're talking about the
no one was charged for disrupting those proceedings, or were charged with insurrections or anything else.
Because the entire building wasn't restricted at that time.
You're right. Actually, yes, there were restrictions.
So you're talking about the Kavanaugh
hearing? People were allowed to watch the Kavanaugh hearing, but there was a restriction. The restriction was you cannot speak out.
I'm looking at
your job is just the witness.
I just did
so
a quick
once
Google.
you.
Quick Google search says U.S. Capitol Police arrested more than 200 people over 3 days this week amid protests around Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation hearings. 69 demonstrations were on Thursday, a slight decrease from 73, and 70 arrested on Tuesday, according to figures released by the Capitol Police. In total, 212 people were arrested.
Are they still in jail now?
37 individuals were removed on Thursday from the committee room in the Hart Senate office building where the hearings took place. Another 12 people were removed from the area outside of the hearing room charged with crowding, obstructing, or incommoding, which is interesting. Are any of them still in jail? Probably not. I don't know. I'd have to look at each one. And who's still in jail right now? Can you give me a particular name so that I can look at it?
I don't have a list of all the names, but there are still tons of people who still haven't been tried for January 6th.
Well, that's a little bit different than remaining in jail, to be fair, right?
Yeah. If you're still in jail, you're still remaining in jail with or without a trial. The last time this happened, the last time anything to this extent happened, it was Abraham Lincoln, who suspended the Constitution and held people without bail and without trial throughout the duration of the Civil War.
Well, I need to know who was held without bail to look more into that. But I'll tell you this.
I'm trying to think. What's his name? There was a representative, a congressional representative, who actually listed all the names of people that are being held without bail and whatnot, and hadn't had their trial yet. we're talking almost 4 years. Speedy trial, my ass.
Okay, but
by the way, Lincoln did a lot of great things, but he did a very bad thing, and that very bad thing will basically, for any patriot, it should cover up all the good he did, and that was the fact that he suspended the Constitution in order to directly imprison his political opponents, who may have not even agreed with secession. I'm just saying.
Cancel said it took a good 20 seconds to open Discord post reboot. That's crazy. Are you still? Okay, I didn't know if you were in Discord yet. No. So one of the things though about it is that a lot of anybody who is still in jail right now, not prison, jail, awaiting trial, very likely is facing some serious crimes that are probably violent crimes. They were not going to be in there for just something like entering on restricted grounds. And they would also have likely waived their right to a speedy trial. A lot of the times that does happen. No, hold on. I'm going to tell you why.
Anyone's going to just waive their right to a speedy trial. That's fucking stupid.
Yes. People do this all the time. Here, let me bring in Cancel the Communist here. Because Cancel the Communist, actually, I think Cancel the Communist, I believe, is one of the ones that's kind of he's not a lawyer, but he's somebody who's big into law stuff, right? I think, if I remember correctly, Cancel, I believe you are. But speak whenever you want. But you're big into law, right? Right, Cancel? Oh, okay. He's still sticking this.
I'm no lawyer, but sure, yes.
Okay. So one of the things that means...
No lawyer, but yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what me and Sparky were talking about, but I was saying about the are you speaking right now, Cancel? Oh, shoot.
Oh, what type of internet do you have, man?
Yeah, type out in chat.
You may need to reset your router. If rebooting the computer doesn't help, it may be a router issue.
Wait, I hear you now. Sounds really clear, actually. Speak. Oh shit.
1 sec.
Okay. All right, I'll let you do your thing, but yeah, just try to restart that and then speak whenever you want to. But anyways, what I was going to say about the waiving the right to a speedy trial, this happens a lot more often than you would think, and what it is because it allows the defense time to kind of formulate a good defense. Maybe there's some kind of discovery that they need to get into or things like that. It's actually fairly common that people waive their right to a speedy trial, especially with high-profile cases. And oftentimes it can work to the defense's benefit because one of the things is that when you waive that right, the longer that it goes without these witnesses having been interviewed. So one of the biggest cases that I've seen is the movie theater shooting in Florida. That shooting happened in like 2013, and they held the trial I think in like 21 or 19. I think it was 21 or 22. And the problem they were having was a lot of people kept saying, I don't remember, because how are you supposed to remember from like 2013? So it was insane, and it kept getting delayed because of COVID and everything else. So the same thing is that if they're still in, or we can look at Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's another big court case that's going on. Waiving a right to a speedy trial is very common. I know it sounds like, why would I waive my right to a speedy trial? It's because you want to have a good defense. So that's what I think happened.
So you can actually do that without waiving your right to a speedy trial. The deal is while the trial hasn't started, you are allowing prosecution more time to gather evidence and everything else. There's a lot of downside. But yeah, I just look at it as we actually have a sitting president right now who is holding political prisoners in jail that have not been tried, hasn't even been started, and they're still in jail. There's an issue there. Okay.
The only way that there's
a reason why we have a constitutional. That's why we have a constitutional right to bail.
Okay, so hold on. So I'll say this too, actually, on the note, because I forgot about this. If they are still in jail, they absolutely waive the right to a speedy trial, because there is a limit that they have to bring this actually to trial. They cannot just be necessarily held for eternity and eternity. They have to have waived their right to a speedy trial.
I'm telling you, it's done extrajudiciously. I am not a simp for. I'm not a simp for any of the state. I understand that our country is corrupt. You sound like you're a bit of a simp for the institutions, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, simp. But I am not going to sit there and make excuses for the government. like I said, I am the deep state. I am part of the bureaucracy. I see all the dumb shit that happens in it all the time. I know that our government is corrupt, and I do my best to fight it from within, but I can only do so much because I am just one automaton.
It looks like they only have 90 days on misdemeanor charges and 175 days on a felony to bring them to trial. So and the only way that they can get this is what I'm reading just randomly on Google from Google lawyer type stuff. It's pretty. Well, it's not even really Google lawyer. It's actually from like it's called AVO, which is like a legal answers or whatever thing. But anyways, yeah, they have to do it within 90 days. So if they're still being held right now, they absolutely waive their right to a speedy trial. And as far as me like being a simp for the state, no, it's very simple, and I hold the same. This is where I'm principled at. If you committed violence in any form, any manner, in any place, any time, doesn't matter if it's BLM, doesn't matter if it's J6, you ought to be jailed. You ought to be charged. Now, in terms of the petty crimes, like for example, you could argue that, for example, in BLM, when looting was done, that it was a petty crime of theft, no different than say being on restricted grounds or stealing something from Nancy Pelosi's desk or whatever it may have been. You could say that those are petty crimes. But I would argue that it's you still have to charge that individual. You broke a law, you ought to have the full force of the law held against you. Now, to the extent of that you get punished, probably probation is probably fine. I think probation is perfectly fine, or you can do community service and it'll be off your record. I think that's perfectly fine. But the point of sentencing is more than just punishment. It depends on how you look at the criminal justice system, whether you're punitive or retributive. Retributive? Yeah. Retributive. There you go. And I think that sentencing and charging someone is also somewhat of a message, right? That we're not going to condone this. And
well,
the same
so
thing, yeah.
I have friends that have been tried for their actions on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
One, a streamer, Stephen Ignoramus, he actually entered the Capitol on that day, and he live streamed it once he got into the Capitol. The jammers didn't reach inside the building, so he was able to stream. He streamed some of it. In fact, that's what they used against him in court. I laughed. I laughed when he got arrested, and he had to do like 2 months worth of weekends in jail. That was his sentence, and he had to do like 100 hours community service. And they tied him up in court for like a year and a half just to come to that conclusion.
Yeah,
I've seen some people get just probation. I've seen some people get a couple of years. Hell, I talked to so many people on January 6th. It is unreal. I asked them all why they were here. What were they planning to do? You know what no one ever said they were going to do? They weren't going to overthrow the government. Okay.
Like I said,
But the reason why the term insurrection came up is because of the 14th Amendment. That's the only reason why they used it, because they wanted to keep Donald Trump off the ballot.
Yeah,
that's the entire reason. It was political, because Donald Trump didn't do anything. He gave a fucking speech and went home.
Yeah. For me, I don't have a really strong opinion on whether or not it was or wasn't an insurrection. I think at this point we're 4 years past that, but I will say this. Something that does concern me a lot is the current rhetoric that is going on.
Jamie Raskin's already stated that if Trump is elected, it doesn't matter. They're not going to certify the election.
Can you send me a link? So I looked for that, and the article I saw was referring to the 2020 elections. Do you have? I mean, I genuinely, you know me. I try to be as objective as possible. I'm really not trying to come at it from like a biased perspective, but just like I did with this, the J6 law stuff, right? I'm coming at it from exactly what the law says and why we've been having these issues. And I was trying to look up Raskin, Trump. Let me see, Raskin, Trump. See what that pops up. News. Oh, this is 5 days ago. Oh, here we go. There's this one, and this is Business and Politics, which is interesting. This is August 6th of this year, so just a few days ago.
This was in February. It was in February of this year that he gave the
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Okay, video. I see it now. I see it. Maryland Democrat was seeing a video from February 17th panel at a bookstore in Washington.
Yeah, that's it.
Seemed to have been made. What can be put?
No, go watch it. Look, bring it up. We'll watch it right now. We'll watch it in. We'll watch it in Discord together.
Well, it's not a video. It's just I'll have to
go to it. There is a video attached to it, I'm sure.
Let me see. Oh, video footage right here. Let me see what this is. This is.
In fact, I can go to my Discord. I think it's in my.
Oh, here we go.
News feed.
All right, I got it up. I'll go ahead and play it real quick.
Yeah, bring it up in Discord. We'll watch it together that way.
Oh, I forgot I got my.
Necessary, but it's not.
Oops, hold on. I can't bring it up on Discord, but I can bring it up.
Yeah,
on my
you
stream.
can.
I'm a freaking boomer, bro. All right, here. Let me see if I can do it. But I don't know if the audio is gonna play through. That's the only thing. Share your screen. Let's see. End wokeness. Oh gosh. All right, there. Should work. Go live. It's gonna cause any issues? Shouldn't. Can you see anything? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, hit play.
All right. Let's go play. Let's go, player. All right.
Sufficient because what can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center.
Okay, I think I see what he's saying. Give me 1 second. Let me switch it back over to panel screen. Okay. I want to see something real quick. Constitution.
I mean, what I heard there was conspiracy to foment insurrection. Because he's talking about the peaceful transfer of power, and how it's going to be up to the House and the Senate to deny the election.
I think I would. I'm gonna walk through this pretty carefully. So what I heard through that is they kept referencing the Supreme Court with the 14th Amendment, which I believe is the
14th Amendment, Section 3. It's the insurrection clause.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's the insurrection. So, like, what's going on is, obviously, if he participated in insurrection, he would not qualify as sitting president. Now, what it sounds like Raskin was trying to say is that if they weren't to rule on it, then they would have to be left to determine whether or not it was an insurrection, whether or not he can run, which I don't know.
They already did that. And it was called impeachment, and they failed.
Well, sure. I agree. Impeachment failed, yeah.
So what he's talking about is he is talking about conspiring to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. That's really what he's doing. He's notifying, he's telling the people that your vote doesn't count because we're going to invalidate it.
Hold on. I'm trying to.
And look, you're an institution simp, right?
No, I'm not an institution simp.
You're not an institution simp?
No, when they try going through and telling business what to do, I said they can fuck off. I'd rather businesses decide what they want to do instead of the government. I'm a limited government.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. But as far as the institution of how our government works, doesn't that sound like that goes against the will of the people?
I'll give you this one. I think it's going to matter more what he does on that day if he does that and he tries to do that. I don't know.
No. So right now it's just rhetoric, okay? He's thumping his chest. But if anything like that happens, should Jamie Raskin be brought up on charges of insurrection?
If he doesn't,
because we've already showed that he has the wherewithal to do it.
I'm not saying, Wes, real quick. I want to, because Wes is our good VIP over here. Basically, there was I'm going to link this for you, Wes, and you can take a look at it. It's a report that Raskin was basically saying that should the Supreme Court not rule on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection or not, then they would have to vote in 2025 whether to certify the election or not. That was Raskin, which Raskin has always been a rascal too, to be fair. But
well, and Raskin is a rat. Okay, he's a rat in the sense of that he's just a dishonest fuck. He's like Adam Schiff. Look, cancer was too good for him. I think worse should happen to him. That's how bad of a person I think he is.
I get it. So one of the things I'll say is this. It sounds like, yes, it starts with a big hypothetical and then kind of what he would do. Like I said, I wouldn't, off of this, give him any kind of like charges. But if he were to go through with it, then I'd have to look at the law and what exactly law he's breaking to try to decipher it. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm certainly not some congressional lawyer. The Constitution is even more crazy to look at.
He did more to violate the Insurrection Act than Donald Trump did, and they tried to impeach him and charge him under that statute. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
hold some standards, damn it. That's really look.
I don't like
from now on, because of the actions of the Democrat Party, the institutional voting in America is always going to be questioned. This is unquestionable. This is undoubtable.
The thing
disagree, but I'm going to tell you, every election is going to be questioned by one side or the other. And beforehand, it was only questioned by the Democrats. Only when Democrats lose.
Well, here's the thing.
The true election deniers are the Democrat Party.
What I want is, I don't want every question just be inherently questioned because of some kind of belief that I personally, from what I've seen, I think I've only seen so little, so I can't even really sit here and say that with what I've seen. But I think that it's been mostly fine. I think there's been some questionable stuff, but I think it's been mostly fine. I don't think that even one appearance of impropriety means that we should question every single election and go to the route of saying that it was a steal of an election.
No. See, I'm saying that enough evidence is piled up throughout the years, be it the polling areas in Phoenix, Arizona, where they just mistakenly, just happenstance, print the ballots on the wrong size paper, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All these odd anomalies that just pop up. No, if you're not questioning the elections, you're not paying attention. And look, I'm not saying to say they're all false. Far from it. I'm saying that we need to, instead of trust the institutions, I say fuck the institutions and actually use a little common sense. We have seen too much now to believe that everything is on the up and up. And look, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I firmly believe that.
So one of the things I'll say is this. I would say levy the criticism when there is evidence now. Don't prematurely levy the criticism. And I think that's what I'm seeing right now with a lot of Republicans, is they're starting to levy criticism extremely early on, which only worries people like me, to be quite frank with you, that it's going to be one of those scenarios where like Trump wins and we just go, oh, we forgot all about it, or Kamala wins and then everybody then just automatically resorts to that.
So it's going to happen either way. So if Trump wins, Democrats are going to do it. They do it every time.
Okay. I have not seen anything from a Democrat.
Bullshit.
No,
bullshit.
Hold on.
You have not paid attention. Hold on. No, we're going to go down this. Okay,
because you didn't let me finish. So go ahead. Let's see.
So what happened? What happened when George Bush?
That's what I was going to say. I was about to say. Because you didn't let me finish. That's why I was going to go with it. I'm not saying they haven't levied anything in the past. Because what I was going to say was I haven't seen them prematurely right now start levying the fact.
No. They don't prematurely. No. What they do is they wait until the last minute and then they try to deny the certification of the votes. Okay. When Trump was elected in 2016 on January 6th of 2017, there was multiple objections to the certification of the election by Democrats. They claimed that these electors are false and that he was not elected. The person who conceded the election, Hillary Clinton, then went on a 4-year spree of he is an illegitimate president. She's an election denier. And look, when Democrats win, when Bill Clinton won, there was some people that went to question the vote. I'll admit that. But the vast majority of the Republican Party was like, yeah, he won. Hey, we had a shit candidate. The same thing happened with Mondale when Reagan blew out Mondale. Okay, there was still people. Oh no, the election was rigged. Okay, this happens every 4 years.
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
the only time people trust the voting system is when the cause that they want to come through passes, and there's a problem because we don't have enough of transparency in our program. With what happened in Atlanta.
What do you mean with transparency?
With them sending the people off. Oh, we're not counting any more votes, and as soon as they leave, 15 minutes later, they're counting votes again. The fact that they were putting up paper over the windows in Detroit during the counting
Sparky,
of the votes.
I don't want to cut you off. I'm not well equipped enough to even really combat any of these talking points because I'm not saying I don't care about the J6 or even some of this election stuff, you know.
I'm just saying people have a reason to question. There's nothing wrong with questioning. In fact, it is healthy.
I will tell you this. I'll give you this because I do know during the 2020 elections I was not a huge fan of mail-in ballots. Now, I'm not going to go in and sit there and try to say that there's some kind of negative connotation with mail-in ballots, just that I don't on its face like the security aspect. Even if there were no issues and there were no fraud with mail-in ballots, I still don't like them because you're not showing up in person. From what I understand, there is no real way to identify the person that's sending it in, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a huge fan of mail-in ballots. I'll tell you.
So the only security measure there is with mail-in ballots is they're supposed to do signature verification, which, let's be honest, do you write your signature the same way every time?
A little bit, not a whole lot.
Yeah,
mine changes.
Mine's pretty close, but there's always little differences. So you can always question signature verification. I believe that all voting, unless you are someone like a serviceman overseas, or you are actually bound and cannot get in because of some debilitating illness or something like that, I think you should be able to. But no, I possibly don't want to drive in that day, I don't think is a reasonable excuse. I think every ballot should be paper. There should be no electronic ballots. Look, I find it interesting that third world shithole countries can certify their election by the end of the night, and we cannot.
Well, the reason we can't is because third world countries are astronomically smaller, to be fair. But they also have different. They have a whole different governmental system than we do as well. So let's add that to it because we have electors and all that other stuff. Oh, you're saying certify the election? Yeah, that's still though.
I'm talking about every polling place should be able to count their votes that night. Every polling place.
Do you agree with national holiday for polling? I'm okay with that.
So I've got mixed feelings on it. So I have no problem with it. However, I do see the commercial aspect of it, where they would have a problem, and that would be the fact now you're telling us how to conduct our business. Now you're changing our pay model and everything. It's a tough thing. I look at it as most people who want a national holiday for voting will not vote anyway, and that's a problem.
There we go. Okay, so here's my proposal. I would be fine with a national law that states that employers must allow a holiday, an optional holiday, not a mandatory, no shut down the office, everything else. I'd be wanting something along the lines of kind of like a voluntary holiday that is offered to employees should they want to go to vote.
There's already a federal law. There's already a federal law in place that allows that tells that employers, if someone lives in an area where they're let's say you live an hour away from work or whatnot, because people do commute those kind of distances, that they have to let them off early that day with pay. There's already federal provisions for that. So
okay, so there are some states. It says
no. It's not some state. It's a federal law. It's a federal law. So there's a
one I'm reading
part of
says it's state by state, but Yeah, it's saying state.
I know there's a federal law, but I work for the federal government. That's why I know it.
That might be why, because you were working for the federal government. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Because they give federal employees some time off like that. Texas says no time limit specified. It looks like so even I think this might be changing my opinion a little bit in real time. Arizona, for example, they have to give them a certain amount of paid time off for voting.
Yes.
Texas has no time limit specified, so this I'm okay with to a certain degree. I think the more rural your area or your state, the more time that should be allotted, but even 3 hours is a lot. But I would say you could probably increase that a little bit. I would say that it has for sure to be paid. There are states that don't have any mandated any time off to vote, like any. Ironically, one of them is Virginia, which is it's funny that the politicians that are near Virginia don't have that. But yeah, so that's pretty interesting. I would say that that's what we should have, is something along those lines.
But I'll tell you, most people don't support it. So that's really the difference.
There you go.
So, at least am I doing all right? We sound okay?
You're doing good for now. Don't jinx it.
Yeah, exactly. So in Pennsylvania, there's no paid time off, but you do get half of a day off to vote if you want to by law. So you won't be paid for it, but you can have it as a excused absence for work for half a day to go vote.
You said Pennsylvania?
Yep, Pennsylvania.
The shit, I gotta research a new article, because I'm looking at the one I'm saying states that don't mandate any time off, and it says Pennsylvania. I need to find a new article.
Look, all I know,
that might be paid time off.
All I know is that there is a federal law, which federal trumps state provisions, by the way. There's a federal law that states that on election day, if you live in an area where it's difficult to get to the polls, they have to give you, I think it's like 2 hours maximum that they have to give you off in order to make it to the polls in time. That's really all it is. It's not that big of a deal. The federal law exists already. It is not a regulation. It is an actual codified law.
Well, I will say I did find a bill that was introduced in the House. This is actually really interesting. It's literally called Time Off to Vote Act. Y'all are learning about our laws. It says this bill requires an employer, upon the request of an employee, to provide the employee with a minimum of two consecutive hours of paid leave in order to vote in a federal election. This was only introduced; it was not signed, but it was introduced by Representative Cartwright, who is a Democrat out of Pennsylvania, District 8. Taking such leave shall not result in the employee losing accrued employment benefits, and unlawful for an employer to interfere, blah, blah, basically standard check. So this was a bill that I wish I would have known about. I would have supported it.
Yeah.
It was introduced in 2022.
But as far as I know, there is a bill on, because that's what they release us under. And I don't live anywhere where it's difficult to get to the polls.
But
I get at least 2 hours. I get at least 2 hours every election day, and that includes primaries and everything else. Even if it's nothing more than voting on something within my city, I still get that.
It could be because you're a federal employee, possibly.
Possibly, but the deal is these deals exist. A lot of people don't know about them. A lot of people don't want to enact them. They're worried. They're scared to do it because sometimes they have asshole bosses that will try to hold things against them. Because assholes exist. Hey, I'm living proof. But look, I make no doubt about who and what I am. I am not a nice guy. Okay, I'm a loud, fat, middle-aged dude with an opinion.
Yeah.
You mean American? Okay.
Yeah,
American baby,
dude. I am basically an Alabama Crimson Tide fan, all rolled into one. Except I go for OU because that's where I went to school.
Wes, to be honest, I think there's a lot of ways you can tackle this. There's time off. There's ways to maybe potentially increase the time. Maybe if 3 hours is not, there should be some leeway there. We should also probably expand like early voting or something along those lines.
No,
right?
Early voting is a terrible idea.
Ooh.
Early voting.
If you have questions about the custody of votes, and you alluded to that, you do.
Well, with mail-in voting, particularly.
What do you think early voting is? Early voting is mail-in voting for people who are on the go and want to go to their polling place. And it's the same thing.
Okay, let me
you still have polls that have to be held for a specific amount of time before they are even counted.
Sparky, let me ask you this: if you
I got you, baby. One moment, my bully, she needs to go outside. So pardon
Hey, you know what?
me for
That's
a moment.
I would love to continue this conversation. My wife called me, and I've been streaming now for 6 hours and 11 minutes. So I'm gonna dip out of here. But y'all are more welcome to hang out in this chat if you want to talk with like Cancel the Communist or whatever. I'm gonna be leaving shortly, but I'm gonna go ahead and do my little spiel. Sparky, do you want to say anything last minute, real quick, before you go?
Almost everything Doghouse is going to say, besides subscribe, follow, and everything else, is probably wrong. You should subscribe, follow, hit that like button, and everything else. All of his other political opinions, as far as I can tell right now, are absolute dog shit. I'm Aircraft Sparky, and my opinions are no better. Follow me wherever. I don't care. Y'all have a great day. Good night, and God bless.
All right, later, Sparky. Cancel, you wanted to say anything before we got off?
Nah. Next time we talk, we should talk about mail-in voting, because we actually talked about that on Twitter a couple days ago. So I'll come back around at some point and talk about that.
Yeah. Sure.
And then for me, I'm CancelTheCommie on Twitter. That's about it. I shitpost on Twitter, so follow me there, I guess. Have a good night, Doghouse.
All right, later, guys. Later. All right, let's go to one cam. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you guys that have tuned in. It has been an absolutely awesome stream. I really am thankful. I don't know why in the world my stream. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming in. If you're on YouTube, please hit that like, subscribe, notification bell for knowing when I go live. You'll see over here. Oh, I'm getting it down now. The YouTube sub goal we want 500. That is when we're able to monetize our channel. Just so for some transparency, right now we're at 31 subscribers. Hey. Okay, this is real time, okay? I have not gained one subscriber this entire stream, okay? One of y'all guys can at least subscribe to my YouTube channel, okay? I promise I don't stream all that enough or often to really, like, blow up your feed of when I go live, okay? I promise you guys. The schedule we're probably going to be looking at is probably moving into this next week is we're probably going to have a stream probably once or twice this week. I cannot guarantee when. We're going to try to do Saturday. Saturday's going to be great. We can kind of redo this panel thing and maybe another stream during the week that's just kind of me relaying the news. It might be a little long. It might be short. We'll find out. It depends on how much time the wife gives me. See how that works? When the wife gives me. But other than that, guys, it was a great panel, great show. I loved having that conversation with Sparky. Am I still in this? I am still in this. Nope, I'm not. I'm out. Okay, cool. It's still showing Sparky, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys. Please, if you're on Twitter, like this feed and also follow me. And if you're on Twitch, drop a follow, okay? I appreciate every single one of you guys that came out here to support. But anyways, I will see you guys next. Who is streaming? I want to make sure I raid them. Let's see. Who's streaming? I want to make sure I raid them. I'm going to bless them with some viewers. Let's see, who's streaming? Who can I bless with some viewers? Oh, man, there's not really a whole lot of people streaming. Well, let's do Danabo because Danabo's cool, and I like Danabo. So we're going to raid Danabo. Raid Danabo. That's his name. Yep. All right, we're going to raid him. Thank you guys so much, and feel free to reach out anytime you want. Oh, wait, we gotta make sure you join in the raid. Join in the raid, please. Join in the raid. I forgot, right here. Join in the raid. Don't leave just yet. Join in the raid. There you go. There we go. 14 viewers. Okay, let's go. Let's give Danabo some love, guys. All right, guys, we're ready now. Y'all have a good one. Peace out.